Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. I'm your host, Nipasa. And before we head on with today's discussion and request our guests to join us, I have this very important disclaimer, and that is by watching our videos, you agree and understand that the information provided by our experts and attorneys, including comments and replies from users, is not legal advice. Use of information is at your own risk. So, folks out there, once again, a very warm welcome to Immigration Talk Show, and I'm really happy to be here. So, yes, this is where we break down, all the immigration trends, the latest ones, especially the policies and opportunities with the experts who know them best. And today, we are going to dive into this very interesting topic, EB3 Perm and L1A in 2025. And these are two critical pathways that, could shape the future of skilled workers out there, even multinational executives and aspiring professionals looking to build their career in the United States. So, to tackle this hot topic, we have two legal heavyweights in the House who are going to join us shortly. First up, we are going to have Rob Melvin, a 26-year veteran in the legal field and a licensed attorney by the Texas Supreme Court. Rob's career has spanned the courtroom, diplomacy, and high stakes immigration cases. He served as a Foreign Service Officer of the United States Department of State, adjudicating over 9,000 visas, managing security for top diplomats like Hillary Clinton and Mike Pompeo, and mastering the complexities of employment and investment based immigration. And joining him is none other than Philip Rodriguez, uh, an immigration powerhouse in his own right, a partner at Doss and Rodriguez PLLC. Philip has 13 years of experience navigating, everything from family-based petitions to removal defense. Armed with a Juris Doctor from St. Mary's University, he delivers customized legal strategies that change lives. So, without further ado, Rob and Philip, welcome to the show once again, and it's really great to have you with us today.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for having us, and thanks for that great intro.
Yeah, thank you, Napas. It's a pleasure to be here, and hopefully we'll have some useful information for your viewers today.
I'm already looking forward. So, as you already know the topic of discussion for today, EB3 Perm and L1A in 2025. So, what can folks out there, look for this year?
Yeah, I mean, the EB3 perm is kind of a similar unfortunate circumstance as far as the retrogression goes. The For India, it's currently at a 3-year delay in the availability of the visas and in the ability to change status. However, it can be used in conjunction with some other statuses that you may have in country, uh, if as long as you have an employer that's willing to kind of go the distance with you. So we'll kind of develop that later, but they are very retrogressed for India. So that's the unfortunate news. But we will talk about how, in conjunction with maybe some H-1B status and some STEM OPT and other statuses, you can have the EB3 perm working in the background and still have an ability to be here in the U.S. While the EB3 perm whole process is pending. And we'll talk about some of the delays. The biggest delay really is besides the retrogression is with the Department of Labor and their labor certification process right now. So again, we can discuss that in more detail later if you want, but they're very far behind, and it's a critical component of this particular visa category.
Yeah. And then don't forget about the L1A visa, which we're going to get into today, which is also another way, a viable way for multinational managers and executives to obtain a visa to come to the U.S. Now, it's a little different in that it's a non-immigrant visa, but we're going to get into it a little bit later. today about how you can apply, or how you can, that can lead into a possible immigrant visa permanent resident route. But those two options, they're still very viable. Rob has just discussed, EB3 perm for India. It's a little bit bigger hill to climb, but we'll be happy to get into that as we go on.
Absolutely, and we hear a lot of changes. So, what's changed? I mean, what is changing this year? 2025 in for EB3 and L1A, and also, how can applicants be prepared for this change, and maybe what can they really do to maximize their chances of success? In short,
Well,
just
one
just for now.
the short summation is going to be higher scrutiny, which is kind of ironic because they are so far behind. USCIS is so far behind in keeping up with their workload. Um, Yet at the same time, they're going to have much more extensive documentation and detailed analysis requirements. So that's going to take them that much longer to adjudicate cases or send out RFEs for more information. But the biggest takeaway I would say is submit a super complete package. There's no more, just one or two liner, descriptions of jobs. Everything has to be laid out in extensive detail, and that includes like the financial capabilities of the companies involved, both the foreign and the domestic company, or the non-U.S. and the U.S. company. They are very much going to scrutinize the financials of those companies, it's particularly in the L1A arena, but then also in the EB3 perm ability, basically to pay for the employee that they're petitioning. So
Right,
higher
that's what I hear.
scrutiny.
I mean, it's sorry for interrupting.
Oh, you did it. Higher scrutiny, extremely more detail.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear. I mean, they say like it's going to be like a 2 to 3 years to 5 years or even more. So you need to have a real explanation of what is your job description really about. What are you going to do in the next 3 years or 5 years, right? So we will definitely get into all those details. Folks out there, stay with us. We are streaming live right now on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, and on X. Please feel free to join us by participating, and that you can do by commenting. And also another good thing is that you can call us up in case you want to ask the questions yourself to the attorneys who are present here, Rob and Philip. So what you need to do is call us on this number for 435 436. Sorry, if we can have the number, please. So the access code is 425 436 6335, and the access code is 988 888. So you can note down this number and call us up. The number, once again, I repeat, is 425 436 6335, and the access code is 988 888. Please feel free to join us. And yes, so I think my next question will go out to Philip. So Philip, if you can tell us, the September 2024 visa bulletin, indicated, a significant retrogression in the EB3 category. So priority dates moving back by a year for several regions. And how do you think is this going to affect applicants from countries like India? And what are the implications for those countries who are currently, I mean, for those people who are currently in the process?
Sure. Well, that's the bad news that Rob was referring to a moment ago. Unfortunately, with the retrogression, the bottom line up front is, in our opinion, for India, applicants from India are looking at a 12 to 12 and a half year wait for EB3 visas. So, not good news. Um, I think that's kind of what we're seeing pretty much across the board with these employment-based visas. Now there's been a much higher demand um, for these types of visas. It's kind of a wait and see. But unfortunately, when it comes to India, specifically to India, it's a long wait right now.
It is, and I think for most of the categories for India is bad. I mean, I think EB2 is where they're not even accepted anymore, right?
Yeah,
Right.
there's one particular category, and we're going to talk a little bit later when we get to, you know, further down the list of questions that you all have for us. But the EB1C, which is basically the immigrant visa route, analogous to the L1A, and can be used in conjunction with the L1A. As a multinational executive or manager, and that one is only 3 years retrogressed, essentially more or less 3 years retrogressed. So used in conjunction with an L1A, a proper L1A that's approved, really that is, in my opinion, the quickest route. It may be the quickest route for India overall.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Thank
echo
you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
that. Yeah. It essentially what it comes down to is it's time to start looking at other options. It's time to be creative in the avenues of pursuit for any applicants from India, any applicants from China, anyone that has these extremely long wait times. It's essentially time to get creative and start thinking about other ways that, of course, that they qualify for, and that would allow them to come to the U.S. to participate with an employer. The L1A, it's multinational managers and executives. Like Rob mentioned, that's one way to get someone into the U.S. to do their job, to help grow, help facilitate international growth, and seamless operations for whatever company they're with. And
Okay.
the L1A can lead to permanent residency in the U.S.
Right.
through
When you use it,
yeah,
a double play basically.
right.
L1A and EB1C used in
Exactly.
conjunction. So then in that case, you'd be looking at about a 2 year Department of Labor process,
Mm-hmm.
and then the 3 year retrogression. So, which is good because on your L1A you'll still have 7 year, a 7 year limit to be in that status. So you could complete it time, but you have to have the relationship with the companies, that are willing to go the distance with you, if you will.
Right. Right. Well, that conjunction sounds interesting. We would love to know more about that. But also, just another thought, with I mean, Trump hitting the office right now, and it's just been about 2 weeks. Do you think the relations that he's having with these countries, which are changing, by the way, with the United States, are going to affect these categories of visas by any chance?
Go ahead. I have my opinions. I think that to the extent that they are STEM related companies and fields, he's going to have a lot of people putting pressure around him, his inner circle, if you will, in order to draw more, hopefully, from overseas. Quite frankly, I think we just have a lack of talent within the United States. It sounds strange coming from a U.S. citizen, but the more talent that I see, and I think we see in our practice, in the STEM type related fields, is all from overseas. We have qualified people here in the United States, but I just don't think we have enough to fulfill the very ambitious goals of this president, for the short and long term, over his, which will be his last, time in office. He really wants to accomplish a lot, and I think that with his relationships with the companies, he's a businessman. He's going to want to see exponential business growth within the U.S., and the only way to have that is to have good talent. So, if we don't have that talent pool, I don't see how you can get around it. We need folks from overseas, and especially from countries like India that are extremely intelligent, extremely hardworking, capable and qualified for these kind of jobs.
Yeah,
Well, that's a
and
really nice point of view. Yeah, Philip, go ahead, please.
I was just going to add to that, and is that of course, the current president's policymakers, I'm sure, are thinking about um, what's going on that's making the news. How is that going to affect that talent pool that Rob is referring to? And they have to consider whether or not this is going to scare people away from wanting to come to the U.S. and bring their talent. We need to policymakers, again, I know they're taking this into account, and I just hope that we start seeing that we need to attract those types of workers. We need to bring them in. We don't necessarily want to, and that we don't want what's going on right now in the immigration landscape for irregular immigration. We don't necessarily want to see that affect our business and employment based immigration, because again, I'll reiterate what Rob said, and we can't say it enough. I mean, a lot of this international talent, they want to come to the U.S., and we need that talent.
And they're two different worlds. What like the mainstream media, and you watch these shows, and we're getting the calls. I mean, quite frankly, we're getting waves and waves, tsunamis, if you will, of inquiries and calls, and people very scared, very concerned, and quite frankly, just freaking out. Um, but it's two different worlds: the business world of immigration and the people that are being spotlighted in the mainstream media. They don't. One has like very little to nothing to do with the other. Um, I don't see even, you know, just like even deportations and stuff. Now, granted, if you were here in one status and it expired and you overstayed, well, you guess what? You just switched over to the mainstream news kind of scare tactics propaganda that's going on right now, the hysteria, if you will. Understandable, um, but that world does not touch the employment based visa categories at all. Um, and I mean, if you want to get into, there's allegations of xenophobia and that kind of thing. Um, Again, to the extent that's true, if it's true at all, it has more to do with irregular immigration than with qualified professionals coming in for these jobs for the L1As, the EB3 perms, the EB2 NIWs, the EB1Cs, all these categories that bring a drained brain into the United States. I still think there's going to be a high demand, and hopefully we'll see some change in the high availability with Congress now, because the new Trump has got a lot of sway with Congress. Everybody seems to be wanting to please him. So if his advisors are telling him, hey, we need these workers, then he is going to be working Congress, and having his confidants working in Congress to try to improve the situation.
Absolutely. Well, those were very well put thoughts and perspectives. Thank you so much for sharing them with us. And, it's somewhat similar to what Dung Habe wants to know. So I would like to take this up. First off, hi to Sneha, Dung, and also Ajay for joining us with your comments. We will take them up. But since it's Dung's comment is a little almost similar to what we are speaking right now. Plus, we are almost in the second week of February where the visa bulletin is going to be out for March very soon. So, do you have any thoughts on the visa bulletin progressing faster under Trump? He's asking.
Can I take that one?
It's tough to say. I mean, that's our hope. That's everyone's hope. But really, I don't know what. I guess the true question is, what is the what influence does Trump have on helping the visa bulletin progress a little further along? I
Mhm.
mean, that's based on how USCIS is processing these applications. That's based on the visa numbers available. Sure, if Trump comes out and allows certain categories to either recapture visas from another time period, or somehow miraculously broadens the amount, increases the number of visas available. I don't know, and my opinion is that I don't see much change to the visa bulletin um, with Trump in office, and that's not because it's Trump in office. It's and it to me, what I've seen in my experience, a new president doesn't necessarily have an effect on the visa bulletin timelines.
And I would just add, to the extent they do, if they have any, it's not an immediate deal. So I know everybody really tracks these month to month, and because they have a vested interest, there's not going to be a 1 month significant jump. I don't think. If anything, it will be gradual, and hopefully, what my hope personally is to see substantial improvement by the end of the year. You know, month to month, it can change a year or two or a couple of years, but I don't see, like, dramatic changes between each visa bulletin publication. I could be
So
wrong.
true. So true. Well, thank you for that. And thank you, Dung, for joining us. Tell us where you're from and you can keep commenting. And we will take up more questions. But we were speaking about retrogression earlier, even for India. So maybe if you give out a few tips, maybe, or what steps can Indian applicants take to mitigate the effects of this retrogression?
Well, I mean, what we do with our clients is we try to look for alternate routes of status that they can, if they want to be in country, and which is mostly the case, right? They want to stay in country until a visa is available, so they can adjust status from within. That's usually the play that everybody wants to make. So what we do is we look for any, maximize any STEM OPT options that are available. If they have an employer and they're able to get into H-1B status, especially for the non-capped categories, the universities and schools and those types of deals, something where they can stay in status for an extended period of time. Those are lovely. And the L1A is another beautiful one because we don't have the prohibition on dual intent. So if they can maximize their 7 years, get in an L1A status, and maximize their 7 years, then they have just like they're getting closer to the finish line, So that's what our strategy is. We look for alternate viable routes for people to be able to maintain status while they are awaiting these lengthier processes, these lengthier categories for visas to become available.
All right. So my next question would go to Philip right now. And Philip, if you could tell us, especially that reports suggest that all available EB3 visas for fiscal year 2024 have been issued, rendering the category unavailable until the new fiscal year, which is this coming October. So how does the impact pending applications, and what should applicants anticipate as we move in fiscal year 2025?
Sure. Well, and that's a good question. I understand that's a major concern for a lot of people. Unfortunately, because the cap has been reached, there's going to be a pause. Those visas won't be processed up until the new visas commence for the next fiscal year, which begins on October 1st.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And yes, ZQ also has a few questions. We will take them up, ZQ, if you don't mind waiting a bit. But coming back to our questions, also like this is another challenges which EB3 visa availability has given out, because the current challenges with EB3 is the availability. And what alternative immigration pathways might these applicants consider, to achieve their employment and residency goals in the United States?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's what Rob was referring to a moment ago.
Which one?
With our clients, we take a holistic approach. We consider every option available, and so as far as alternative immigration paths, you could look at something like the EB2 NIW. We've had a lot of success with those applications lately. You can also look at what Rob was referring to earlier, the EB1 visas. that's a much shorter wait. I think by our estimates, we were talking like a 3 year,
Mhm.
a 3 year wait for under the EB1 category. So those are two of the alternative paths that someone can consider. When they look at the EB3 perm and look at this very long wait, and they think, well, what else is available? Those are two options that are available.
And I kind of misspoke earlier when I talked about labor certification in the context of the EB1. There's several different types of EB1s, and for I think 3 of the 4, there's no labor cert required. I'd have to go back and review. But that is important because that helps cut off, which is the other big hindrance in the EB3 category, is this whole labor certification process. So anytime you can get to a visa that avoids the labor certification process, you're gaining ground. And any type of alternate non-immigrant status that doesn't prohibit dual intention, those are great options, like the L1A.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. Because I'm sure, folks out there are just looking out for their options. Well, if it's not this, then what is the other way to be in the US, right? And from what news has it, most people, most immigrants, or people who are, on the verge of coming to America, they're kind of scared, as in like whether they should or they should not, at this point at least, to come to
Mhm.
America. So, what do you suggest?
I mean, go ahead.
Well,
Should they be scared?
as
I
we all,
mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
yes, Philip.
no, we understand the uncertainty and possibly a little bit of fear and anxiety, but generally speaking, for the most part, it's always best to apply as soon as soon as you can.
Yeah.
Regarding of when is the best time, the best time is now. Well, the best time was yesterday. The next best time is today.
He's not.
Uh,
Okay.
and that I will say is that can apply to almost 99% of our cases. Certainly, business employment based cases. I don't know if Rob has anything to add to that.
Well, and there's another thing too that we really don't talk. We kind of like silo our conversations, but they really shouldn't be. Like we're talking about employment based today. A lot of what
Mhm.
we encounter are young professionals, recently graduated from college, or just in the time of the beginning part of their professional life, right? Well, a lot of them, if they come over and they're single, oftentimes end up getting married. If they end up getting married to a U.S. citizen, that absolutely is the fastest path because those that category is always available, and you can do what we call a one-step, which is a petition along with an adjustment of status. You can have your work permit in a matter of a few months. You can get your green card in a matter of a few months to a year. So for this single crowd, if you will, I mean, often as their life develops while they're here in another category, they may end up changing over to a family-based immigration, which if the spouse is an American citizen or U.S. citizen, um, they're really fast-tracked, quite frankly.
Very nice. So, single folks out there, I think yes. So why not? So learn to fall in love with America and maybe an American too. Cool. So nice. Well, we have Dung who's come back. So I think we should quickly take his one since he's here. Let's follow it up quickly. Do you think EB3 row will hit 2023 PDs by end of fiscal year? Currently at December 22, with a 14 plus day movement in 5 FBs. There's so many short forms in this with fiscal year and PD of 13 January 23. Greetings from UK, he says.
I'll, did you
Yeah,
catch it all? I actually didn't catch it all, so I was going to refer it to
yeah,
Rob.
that got pretty down into the weeds. I didn't.
Same here,
Is he talking?
because there are so many short forms he used, but okay, I could go slow. So, do
Yeah.
you think EB3 row will hit 2023 PDs by end of fiscal year?
Uh, from 23?
will hit 23 because it is currently at December 2022.
I I hope so. It's all I can say. I mean,
Yes, I mean, yes, visa bulletin. We all hope for the best. We really hope that there are more movements faster and quicker. And I mean, statuses become current as soon as possible,
yeah,
priority dates. But we will just have to wait up. Yes. And actually, I would appeal to Dung to call us. You can call us up on this number, maybe connect with us. It'll be easier. So the question is
yeah,
more clearer, maybe. So the number is
yeah.
425-436-6335, and the access code when they ask for it is 988888. And yeah, please feel free to join us on call. All right, coming back to our questions, this is regarding L1A. So maybe I could ask Philip to answer this. Are there any recent or upcoming policy changes affecting the L1A visa category that applicants and employers should be aware of this year?
Yes, great question. The most significant change is going to be the revised Form I-129. It's significant because that's going to require or will require stricter documentation requirements. As Rob mentioned, the theme here going forward that we're going to see is more scrutiny, more scrutiny, more scrutiny. And the revised I-129 reflects that. They're asking for much more comprehensive information regarding the employee roles, detailed proof of control over the employee and their work responsibilities, and just an overall stricter criteria for executive and managerial roles. So I would say that to me, in my opinion, is the most significant change thus far, affecting the L1A visa category.
Thank you so much, Philip. And folks out there, whenever you are applying for any category, please make sure that you are using the latest forms, whichever category you are applying for, because there has been updates and, updates keep happening. So even the January 17 changes has occurred. So just keep all that in mind. And best of all, consult an expert, consult an attorney. Why not call Rob or Philip? Their details are scrolling on the screen as well. So control, if you can display them, please, it'll be great, so that folks
Yeah,
out there can note the numbers down.
I'm sorry.
Or
You see,
yeah,
we've seen several forms change multiple times within 1 year. So it's
there you
I
go.
can't emphasize that enough or support your statement enough that like the day that you're shipping that file off overnight, you better make sure that form is good or it's going to get kicked back and it's just going to cost you more time, potentially more money, or a fight with USCIS over a premium processing fee refund. We've seen
Mhm.
those fights.
I mean,
And
has
then
it
on top
happened
of
that you sent something today and it changed maybe just that same day?
they usually give you, like a couple week or usually a couple month buffer.
Okay.
But I forget which one it was, but it was a very short time frame and was almost an immediate change this last year. So it's critical to make sure at least the day you're sending it in, that you go to USCIS's website. It's very easy to do. You just get your category and you go to the bottom and they have drop downs and it'll say current edition. And then it'll talk about we accept this edition until this period of time. After that period
Mhm.
of time, we will accept this new edition that was published rather on a date certain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can't stress
Right.
that enough, especially for those applicants who, makes me cringe to think about it. But those applicants that are trying to do this on their own, certain applications that don't require an employer, um, we see it all the time, that people try to do something on their own. They submit the wrong form. They submit a fee, an older fee rather than the updated fee, and then they come to us after the fact. And in some situations, that fee's gone, the form done. We have to redo everything all over again, and it just, as Rob mentioned, it delays the process. It's an
Definitely.
unnecessary expenditure of time and resources. So it's always best always best to use an immigration attorney.
And
Absolutely.
if you're talking like forms of like an extension of stay or change of status, it can be a deal killer.
Mhm.
Because if you're filing those at the last minute, but you're using the wrong form and it gets there, by the time you find out you used the wrong form, you may have passed your exit date. Uh, and so you're out of luck. You won't be able to extend your time or change your status. So
Yes.
just avoid, especially in time critical pieces like those
Yes.
situations.
Absolutely. So, folks, don't wait up till the last moment. At least have a little buffer time for yourself. Play safe, I would say. And yes, we should take up more questions from our audience as well. So, let's take up ZQ's. All right. How does the recent comments by President Trump about DEI individuals work in core areas of administration and in transportation, like the FAA, affect the professional scenario? Will it hamper workplaces like air travel, hospitals, medicals, etc., where people's lives are at stake? And are they in the correct mindset? Are they worthy to be hired? JD Vance called it a joke. Says,
Hmm.
any
I mean,
comments?
I think it's more benefit. I have a very personal opinion that there's an extremely qualified. So what we're really talking about is moving from social promotion to merit based decision making in these jobs. If we do that, I see nothing but benefit for the Indian population because, as far as merit based goes, the level of education, the level of professional accomplishment and capability are going to put people in that category, the merit based approach to filling these jobs, in a much better well positioned than if we're looking at we need X of this type of person, Y of this type of person, Z of this type of person. Um, uh, I think that works to the detriment of of a people group like from India or even China or wherever that have extremely qualified people and will come in stronger on a merit based. I think they have a better shot at it outside of the DEI context. That's personal opinion. So.
Well, and then let's not forget the current employment based process. It is currently merit based. It's so I don't necessarily know. I appreciate the question and I appreciate the viewpoint, but I don't necessarily see how the two, the DEI conversation affects what's currently in place or with regard to employment based visas, right? It is we're trying to draw top talent, and for the EB3 perm, we're dealing with labor shortages, right? So we need people that can do those jobs. I don't necessarily think that the DEI conversation, as controversial as it may be, has a direct influence on employment based visas.
Yeah, I
Right.
almost see that.
And you very sorry, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, Rob, please go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
More as a domestic uh, conversation of people that are already here within the U.S. filling specific people categories, and I even hate to even say that,
Mhm.
into a certain percentage of each job. I don't see that as applying in the international immigration and visa, especially in employment context, like Philip just said. I mean, it's just kind of it's not a fit.
Right, right. But with that said, it's still merit based, and I think this is a little positive thing that it is creating, the spirit of competition, you can say, to be best at what they do, so that they could go to America and live their dream, right? So, and I mean, so also for the Americans out there who would want to prove that they are better. So, I think the spirit of competitiveness is a little healthy, so to say. All right. So great point of views, and thank you, ZQ, for your question. Please keep commenting. It's very interesting. All right. So let's go on to our next question. What are the current best practices for L1A visa holders? Who are aiming to transition to permanent residency, considering the prevailing immigration landscape. Maybe Rob can take this.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've said a couple times now, I think the best play is if you already are in the L1A category, the best move is the EB1C. It's almost, entirely congruous with the L1A. It's an easy slide right in there. Um, and you have the premium processing available, and you have a 3-year wait versus these 12 and 13-year waits on visa availability under the visa bulletin. So, you stay in your L1A status for 3 years while you're waiting for the EB1C process to complete, and then you are good to go. Then we get your I-485 filed once your priority date is current, and you're in your period of authorized stay, and we are we're golden, as they say.
All right. So my next question is for you, Philip. If you can tell us, in January, of course, 2025, this year, President Trump issued several executive orders affecting immigration, including enhanced vetting procedures and changes to birthright citizenship, which is, still yet to be confirmed, by the way. So how might these orders influence the EB3 perm process and the L1A visa applications?
The theme of the day: higher scrutiny, more scrutiny, and I think more extensive documentation requirements. Just to put a nice bow on it. That's what we can expect to see, and we don't know what's coming either. We don't know what other tightening there may be on employment-based visas. We don't know if there's going to be loosening on employment-based visas. But as far as the executive orders taken in isolation, their effect on EB3 and PERM, I would say more scrutiny.
And if I can just add in, because I used to work for the Great Oz and I've seen behind the curtain, I think what you're going to see is a lot more administrative processing for specific countries, right? So what they're worried about basically is somebody maybe coming under a ruse of a employment-based visa for intelligence gathering purposes. So if you have some of our major, we have diplomatic ties, but I wouldn't exactly call us the best of friends with China, for example. You're going to probably see a lot longer vetting periods, which just means in the front facing to the layperson, the administrative processing cycle. And what they're doing is they're running extensive databases through all of the agencies you can imagine, and all law enforcement, and through Interpol, and any background information that they have, even on open source, to determine whether this person is indeed a security risk. And I think you're going to see those admin processing times much longer, let's say, for maybe potentially a Chinese applicant than you would for India. Definitely for Iran. A lot of Middle Eastern people we see get caught up in a very lengthy administrative processing process. Was it the 213G?
Mm-hmm. I think that, yeah.
Yeah. So, as far as the heightened scrutiny or security by Trump as declared as part of his policy, that's going to translate into perhaps lengthier admin processing, which was really what they're doing is vetting any applicants or
Right.
petitioners.
Right, Rob. Very well put. And I think I will say to do your research properly and see what you need to do. Make sure your documents are right, and you will have to be patient for sure. Not giving up, even though how intense this vetting process might get. So I would say all the best to all you folks out there. And Rob and Philip, we have a few more questions, but we will address them. We also have some questions in our Facebook group. So, Control has put it up.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, just let's address them quickly. Let's take this first one. Philip, if you can go with this. How long does it take for a green card and EB3 skilled?
Well, what we've seen in the past, I mean, of course, that depends on a variety of factors. But what we've seen in the past, I think we've seen probably about was it 2 years?
2.5 right now, 2 to 2.5 years. But remember, the first year of that is the Department of labor certification process. Once you get past that and you have your labor cert, you can file the petition and you can utilize premium processing to get an answer very quickly. Then, as far as then you can adjust status or file your I-45 to adjust status. And you're probably looking at, we'd have to pull up their processing times, but you're probably looking at another year or two, maybe a little more over a year and a half at most, to receive the green card once you get to that point. The thing about their processing times, their published processing times, some are pretty scary, and they're scarier. But we haven't seen a correlation to reality in a lot of the categories that we file. In fact, we've seen a great discrepancy in what they're publishing, being, for instance, 50 months on one specific category, but yet we're getting the green cards in less than a year. So I'm not quite sure where the disconnect is at USCIS, or if they're just trying to CYA, by publishing these lengthy times. But I would say once for the entire EB3 perm process, again, this is not accounting for retrogression. It's about a 2 to 2.5 year process.
Okay. Thank you for taking that up. Control, if you can display the next question, please. So, how long it will take for EB3 skilled PD March 2024?
Priority date 2024. 12 years. 12 years to adjust status.
Whoa, that
Yeah.
is insane.
Yeah, and 11,
I think you will just have
11
to look
years.
out for another option if you want to get into America quickly.
Yeah, it's a long time. Very
A
long
dozen
time.
years. And
Yeah.
that's just for the first process. It could be longer, right, Rob?
Yeah, and the problem is then, so you got to tack on some time if you're going to consular process. NVC probably take a month to 2 months, you think, Philip, to get documentarily qualified. Then it's up to post, and this can be crazy because depending on post's performance, quite frankly, in relation to the workload, the demand they have their own little retrogression. For instance, when I arrived at one post, there were 5,000 visas in the hole to NVC, as far as scheduling appointments. So we strategized, we got that corrected, and actually we got up 2,500. So we had 2,500 visa interview, more capacity than NVC could supply for us. That's very unusual. Usually, Post is way behind on being able to schedule an interview, if you're going to go that route. And you could be looking at, we have one particular case, they've been documentarily qualified, waiting for an interview for a year and 4 months now, or a year and 5 months. It's awful. So if there's ever a way to adjust status, it's really the preferred route from within the U.S. Over consular processing, but it's just not always available to everybody in every circumstance.
Well, thank you for taking that up. It's crazy though. Let's go to the next question. This is from an anonymous participant. I have already done the EB3 probably visa. So if I process the F1 visa now, my EB3 visa will be held. In the futures, in the future, issues may or may not occur. Okay, he's asking maybe if there will be any issues in the future.
Problem with that.
Well, yeah, you know, we don't. As far as particular specified information, we obviously cannot give specific response or specific advice. As you know, there's no attorney client relationship created here. But I think Rob just brought up a good point, and that might possibly be an intent issue.
Mm-hmm. There might be under circumstances where you have a pending immigrant visa petition. If you're seeking any other non-immigrant visa category that prohibits dual intention, they're not going to issue you that non-immigrant visa because they already see you have immigrant intent. So your knees will be knocked out from underneath you right away. So that's really not a strategy that we use for our clients because we know how it's going to end up at the end of the day.
Right, right. So, folks, I would suggest you write to Rob or Philip. You can do so by emailing them because every case is different and they would need proper details to really get to be able to help you. So, why not email Rob? And you can email Rob at robmelvin@melvinlawgroup.com. It's there on the screen. You can note down the email address. And for Philip, if you want to email Philip, you can email him at philip@dosrodlaw.com. And you can also call on this number, 979 and definitely go visit www.dosrodlaw.com to get to know more about Philip, for sure. And yes, let's come back and take up another question. This is another anonymous participant. If a visitor visa is refused, can one apply for an EB3 visa? How would there be any difficulty? Also, if a child is 19 years old at the time of application and the EB3 process takes 3 to 4 years to complete, would the child also receive a visa since they were under 21 at the time of application? Please provide guidance.
There's a lot of moving parts to that question. What we can tell you, and Rob has firsthand experience of this, being a vice consul, is whenever there is a visa denial, everything after that is reviewed with a little closer eye, and depending on the basis for the denial or the refusal, it could have an effect on a future employment-based visa. I don't. You want to add anything to that, or?
No, other than like the denial of a B1, B2 is in very informal terms a nothing burger because they're so easy to deny. You actually begin in the B1, B2 category with the presumption that you will be denied. You then have to overcome that presumption with the vice consul to show them that you have sufficient ties to your home country, that they are reassured sufficiently that you will return to your home country at the end of your allowed stay in the United States. So the fact that you were denied, and I'm not giving you legal advice specifically on this case, but the fact that somebody was denied a B1, B2 in their past, really in the immigrant visa context, will have little to no implications unless there were some misrepresentations, anything that could give you what we call a hard hit and what those are ineligibilities that are entered into your record. And ineligibilities or inadmissibilities in the context of the application for the non-immigrant visa and that whole process.
Yes. And once again, I would say please save everyone, avoid any sort of misrepresentation. Whenever you have the chance to give them the info which you couldn't provide earlier, you might as well do it when you get a chance. All right. So I think with that, we should wrap up the questions from our audience. But this question goes out to both of you, Rob and Philip. If you have any interesting case that has come up that you are dealing with right now, with reference to EB3 or L1A, especially after Trump has joined office, and you would like to share, you know, any note, it'll be really interesting to get to know.
Yeah, I mean, the most interesting note is not even a case from India. It's from another case that's not retrogress,
Okay.
and it's been going for what? Working on 2 years now. Actually, and we're still don't even have the labor certification yet. So it was shocking to me personally to see in that case, you got the prevailing wage determination, took much longer than I thought, okay, and much longer than they were publishing at the time. It took 9 months. So that was good compared to today. And then we did the reasonable recruitment process. So that was another 6 weeks to 2 months. So now it's in the labor certification phase, and I check it, a couple times a month, and it's still just pending. So it makes you crazy because it's like this whole other hurdle you got to get to before you ever get to the starting line. The Department of Labor is really a challenge in this particular visa category. Anytime you need labor certification, not talking about the LCAs for H2Bs or anything like that, but a labor cert for the EB2 or EB3 perm. Department of Labor is just a mess right now, in my opinion. I'm sure they love hearing that from me, but
Well,
I challenge somebody to explain to me how they're not a mess.
yes, I really hope this just gets untangled as soon as possible. And Philip, any last notes, maybe, to folks out there who are watching us right now? Anything you want to say?
Well, sure. I just want to reiterate that I know it sounds like there's a lot of doom and gloom, but if your goal is to come to the U.S. and whether it's the professional route or any other route, speak with a knowledgeable immigration attorney who can do a holistic analysis of your situation, can look for any type of visas you may be eligible for or any type of immigration relief that you may be eligible for. Just go to a trusted immigration attorney that can figure your situation out and give you at least 3. What we like to do is give 2 to 3 viable immigration options, and then ultimately it's on the applicant, it's on the viewers for them to make their decision. But again, I know there's bad news in the EB3 perm category for Indian applicants from India, but it's not all doom and gloom.
Okay. At least that's a good, positive point to end today. So I would say thank you to both of you, Rob and Philip, for joining us. It was such an insightful session, really, and we learned so much about the current situation, what's going on. But always great, to consult with an expert, an immigration attorney, and they should definitely be Rob and Melvin. So go check them out, and their contact details are as follows. So this is for Philip. This is you can call him up on his number 979-776-1325, and you can email Philip, Philip at dosrodlaw.com, and go visit www.dosrodlaw.com to get to know more about Philip. And you can also call and contact Rob And you can email Rob at robmelvin@melvinlawgroup.com. And you can even call Rob in his number control, if you can please display. Rob's number is 512-293-3023. And once again, his email address is robmelvin@melvinlawgroup.com. And go visit www.melvinlawgroup.com to get to know more about Rob Melvin. So both of you, thank you so much for joining us once again. And I'm really looking forward for more great sessions with you.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. Quick note on those contact numbers for both Rob and I. They are available on WhatsApp for a lot of our international clients that use that channel, communication channel. So again, thanks for having us. We're happy to answer any questions that your viewers may have, and you've put up our contact information. They can all feel free to send us an email, give us a call, or shoot us a text on WhatsApp.
And it's Philip with one L, not two. Phil.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. No, thank you, Pasa, for having us. It's always a pleasure. I know it's not, the news people want, but we shoot straight and we're transparent. So
Yes.
we're just going to tell you the how it really is on the ground, and we're going to tell you what the best alternate options are for everybody. So we're always willing to share the information that we have, that we're privy to.
Thank you, Rob. And really, thank you for joining us, both of you, today. So, folks out there, Rob and Philip, for you, do go and contact them and maybe have a one on one discussion. You can even let them know that you saw them here on Immigration Talk Show. They would be really happy to help you. And have a great day, both of you. And also to all you folks out there, thank you so much for joining us. You can also contact me. In fact, my number is 408-335-6444, and my email address is nipa@staffingly.com. You can even WhatsApp me in this number. And if you have any questions for Rob and Philip, I could even direct those messages to them directly. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining us. Have a great day ahead and a splendid week ahead. Bye-bye.
Take care. Thank you for.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, welcome to Immigration Talk Show. I'm your host Rivera, and before I move ahead, let me read out this very important disclaimer. By watching our videos, you agree and understand that the information provided by our experts and attorneys, including comments and replies from users, is not legal advice. Use of information is at your own risk. All right, after this very important disclaimer, welcome back everyone to Immigration Talk Show. I'm Rajni Bharara, your host, and today we tackle a topic that is at the crossroads of opportunity and controversy. The H-1B visa program. Is it a catalyst of economic growth and innovation, or does it pose a threat to American jobs? Well, we are going to talk about that with our guest today, who is none other than attorney Aaron Green. He's not just an immigration attorney, but also an H-1B visa expert. So we are glad to have Aaron on our show again. So now, without any further ado, because I have a lot of questions that I would like to ask from Aaron, so I would not like to waste any more time and directly, welcome him to the show. So Aaron, welcome to Immigration Talk Show once again.
Thank you. Good to be here. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure having you. And, I was so excited for you to come back so that we can talk about this topic, because this topic in particular, everybody is talking about it, and people are so much curious to know about what's been happening. And because every now and then, just yesterday we got an update on uscis.gov about H-1B visa, and every now and then we are getting so much information about this particular visa. So, before we talk about H-1B visa, or whether it is good for the economy or whether it is posing a threat to American jobs, I would actually like to know from you, like from the time President Trump has taken the office, a lot of people are always having a debate about whether it is good for the immigrants, especially, or whether it is bad for the immigrants. And now that the deportation is going on, people are having so much to talk about. Some are in favor, some are against. I mean, celebrities are crying and making a video and posting that on their social media. So I would like to know from you, with all that have happened, what do you think about it? Is it like, with whatever that is happening and whatever that Trump administration is doing, do you think it is benefiting the immigrants, or is it going against the immigrants?
Yeah, I think what Trump's doing is benefiting legal immigrants, people who come here in categories like H-1B, L-1B, TNs, people who abide by the laws of the country, people who do not for a second want to have any kind of violation, even if it's an overstay of an I-94 or anything. So it's a good thing that when people break the law, that it's taken care of. I can't believe it's even a debate, especially at this stage. They're removing criminals right now, and hardened criminals, some of the worst. I can't believe that's a debate. But as they remove all the criminals, yes, they need to look at, for example, those who have been given asylum hearings and don't show up, when they're called, which is probably 90 to 98% of people who are given asylum hearings just don't show up to their hearing years down the road. That shows you how much of a scam the asylum entry that's been going on for years, and especially the last 4 years, where it's been elevated to a degree that no one can believe. So yes, what's going on now is what Trump promised. Those who are criminals and here illegally are being removed from the country. It's going to take a long time. But yes, illegal immigration is bad for legal immigration.
Right.
H-1Bs wait years and years to do everything right. They so-called wait in line, quote. They wait in line, they pay fees, they make sure everything is right, they stress out, they do it the right way. We're the most generous country in the world. We offer the most legal green cards in the world by far. And especially when it comes to work visas and work green cards, we offer the most in the world by far. So there's a mechanism to get here. The fact that we cannot take on the entire world's poor people, even though we have a heart for poor people, but you can't just allow people to come in the country just because they're poor and tell them, just claim asylum and then you're in and you can get everything you want right away. That's not how the system should work. That's a broken system. And yes, it does affect those in the legal immigration community, like our H-1B workers.
Right, very well said. But then, Erin, I would also like to know from you, all these influential celebrities who have so much influence on people, and because, people do look up to them. So, I mean, they are not directly involved with all these things, but when it comes to all these, controversies, they do share their opinions and viewpoints on what they think. So why do you think these people are, if I can say, like, crying for these people who are being deported and posting the videos and coming in favor of them, though they know that, that the path that they chose and how they came to the country was not the legal way? But then why do you think, this is also happening on the other side?
The problem is that celebrities are ignorant and or stupid. So that combination can be very influential when they have millions of followers or fans that like them just because they can sing a song or act in Hollywood or Bollywood, but here it's Hollywood. It's ridiculous. Those who follow these people are probably and believe in their opinions and what they say are probably the most ignorant people in our society, unfortunately, and not the brightest. And unfortunately, a country of 330 million will have a lot of folks who never read anything about immigration or any topic, but they get a little feed on their Twitter or Instagram or whatever they use, and some celebrity is posting that, and now they think they understand the topic. They don't. It's misinformation. It's terrible. These celebrities are the worst. If they could just do what they are paid to do or what they are famous for, which is either sports or, acting or singing or whatever, then everything would be a lot better for the rest of us. But they have to now chime in on every social topic or legal topic that they know nothing about. It's unfortunate. For your listeners, I would not pay attention to any of them. None of them are experts. None of them know what they're talking about. And, everyone has sympathy for poor people. I don't have to be a celebrity to say, I feel bad for poor people. I like them to come and have an opportunity, but you have to do it in a systematic legal way that's fair to everyone. Right. I've said for many years, if they could increase the H-2B program, this is a little bit off topic. The H-2B program is for non-degree workers. It's different than the H-1Bs where you have to require a degree, right? A 4-year degree or equivalent. H-2Bs are your farm workers, people who work in hotels. They come in seasonally, and it's great. They're usually people looking for a little bit of a better job, more money in their job, and this was established for that and to fill a need in the U.S. The problem with the H-2B program is that there's not a lot of them given out. I don't know the actual number, but again, like the H-1B, there's a cap and a lottery for that, and companies applies for those, and it's great. The people are vetted thoroughly. They come seasonally, they go back, they bring the money back to help their families in different countries, and then they can come back again. If we could expand that program, we could help a lot more of the world's poor. But by doing what they've been doing for the past 4 years, especially, and before, with this phony asylum claiming sham, scam, and just allowing people to come in willy-nilly from anywhere, it almost blows your mind. Right. And that's an educated opinion. I've been reading and lurking into this for years and years. Plus, I'm an immigration lawyer. But just by being an immigration lawyer doesn't mean anything. Because I know a lot of immigration lawyers, very well-respected immigration lawyers, who take the opposite approach, who think, no, all these people should be coming in and should have an asylum hearing. It makes no sense. These people don't qualify for asylum. They know it. And they're just trying to substitute some kind of logic in there to bring in masses of people. Some of these lawyers profit off them, obviously, and others are just ideologically backwards.
Right. So, but Erin, do you think, because if immigration attorneys themselves, if they, come in favor of these people, and also celebrities, them being so influential and they have so much influence on people and people's mind, and also by the political parties, they are also called for campaign promotions, right? When they are going out for campaigns, these celebrities are also called. So do you think if they make these statements, do you think it creates any kind of influence, or like the government also creates this, or also have decisions, or makes decisions based on what these people are saying?
Not this government. No. Okay. Traditionally, when you talk about these celebrities, they have been in our country, they've been 80 to 90, even higher left wing, meaning Democrat, very liberal left wing. We're seeing a shift now as the country saw in the last election how it had been destroyed for the past 4 years, and how these folks are just preaching nonsense. We've seen a shift in a lot of voters to say, you know what, this is ridiculous. We've gone too far. These celebrities have lost most of their influence, in my opinion. And the fact that there's a rise of celebrities that are actually posing another opinion now without the threat of being canceled or, fired, which is what had happened. They use fear in their industry to hold a grip on one political position and opinion. And if you disagreed with them, well, you weren't going to get your next acting job or your next music job, etc. So now there's a big shift. If I'm an H-1B worker, and I see these yo-yos screaming because we're enforcing the law, finally, I wouldn't pay any attention to them. And so that's my advice to anyone out there who's not American or who thinks these celebrities have some kind of influence. They don't, especially not on this administration that's just been elected overwhelmingly.
Yeah, glad, really glad, right?
Yeah, I can't imagine if the other side would have won, how this immigration mess would have continued and gotten worse. Who knows
Yeah.
what would have happened, leading to the destruction of our laws and our country. Who knows? But now it's time for law and order to restore the destruction that has been done over the past 4 years. And they're doing it now. They're starting on day one and they're getting going and they're just starting.
Mhm. But do you think this mess will be, I mean, all this mess that the government is or the administration is trying to clean or that they're trying to accomplish, do you think they will be able to do this in these 4 years?
In terms of stopping the ridiculous, everyone come in, we'll let you into the country, we'll even fly you in program, that's already been stopped. So it's like a drain with water. That's been shut off. Now, what has come in the last 4 years, we don't know. Is it 10 million? Is it 12 million? Is it 8 million? A lot of them came in, just over the border, and there's been no, they didn't have enough resources, and they didn't want to have enough resources to catch them. So the challenge will be how to remove a lot of the illegals that came in the past 4 years, and I don't know how long that will take. But they need to start somewhere. You start with criminals. You have a record of them. You know where they are. I think they'll move on to people who have not showed up for their asylum hearings, which is the whole reason why they were allowed here in the first place. Then they'll go after them, and but that's a whole different topic. That's not something I'm an expert in, but I certainly am very fluent in it, watching what's been going on the last 4 years in that arena and how our border we don't have a border. So now we need to build a border, and that's what we're trying to do.
Right. Okay. Now let's come back to our topic, H-1B. So I would also like to know from you, Erin, that how do H-1B actually impact American job markets? Because, some people are saying that it is posing threat to American jobs. So would you say that it is posing threat to American jobs? Or because we have, also heard conflicting reports about whether these visas create jobs or they reduce the job opportunities for American people?
I really think they create jobs. Look, if we had an abundance of American students who want to get computer engineering degrees and electrical engineering and mechanical engineering sometimes, and all these other related degrees, STEM, if we had an abundance of that in the computer field alone, then you can make the argument that, yeah, the H-1B is not needed, and you would see companies would not utilize the H-1B like they do now. But because we have a shortage in school of American students not taking these particular majors, they simply don't want to do coding. They find it boring. We have a great need for foreign talent. H-1Bs fill the gap immensely, and we could use even more. You can see the numbers of H-1B applications in the lottery every year. Last year was over 700,000, I believe, if I'm correct. And that doesn't even include all the existing H-1Bs that are in the country who've already made the lottery. And they're all employed. None of them are unemployed, very few. And you can look at these big companies' web pages, you can see all their career openings, and there's just tons of openings in these positions everywhere. So I believe that it does not hurt the American worker at all. In fact, American workers who are in the field are at a prime. Companies do not need to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on green cards and H-1Bs and extensions. If they have a talented American worker at the same level, they'll simply hire the American just by economics. So my answer is no. I don't think it hurts American workers at all right now.
Okay. All right. So also, guys, if you're enjoying this conversation and if you're getting information out of this conversation, make sure to subscribe to Immigration Talk Show and like the video, share with your friends and family who you think needs to hear this. So yes. And coming back to you, Erin, I would also like to know if you can give provide some examples of maybe some companies or sectors where you think, hiring H-1B workers has led to significant job creation.
So most H-1Bs, as you know, are computers and computer-related jobs. Now expanding into AI, which involves obviously computers, data engineering, software, anything from software to even project management, anything related to the STEM field of computers and computing. That's the biggest use of H-1B. It still is. You can see the LCA data statistics. So what exactly is the question? How do these H-1Bs contribute to growth in companies?
I was saying if you can provide some examples of some companies or maybe some sectors where you felt that, this hiring H-1B workers have created significant job creation for, US workers. Has led to
so the IT sector. So for example, if you don't have talented folks here and you need an abundance from overseas, well, what comes with that is very innovative people. Some of them will go on to start new companies after they leave their company. They'll start startups. They'll make new products. The H-1Bs who are working for existing IT companies, even if they're big companies, they can develop things within their H-1B role that will lead to new products, new platforms, new algorithms. These will turn into new services and products, which will need additional employees to support them. So there can be a lot of growth, not just from the H-1B worker, but from other workers. Let me give you an example. When I was the head of immigration at Infosys, I used to go to all the client sites, which were all mostly Fortune 500 companies. And I met with all the managers and we talked to all the employees and answered their immigration questions. They were all mostly H-1Bs and L-1s. And at the time in California, there was a big controversy over one of the clients removing their H-1B department and replacing it with Infosys, for example, and another contracting company, and basically taking over the whole IT function. So when I talked to some of the managers, I said, they're removing the IT department that's there, and they're bringing you guys in. So 3 things. Number one, in a lot of these situations where the IT department is removed, they offer the jobs to the folks that are already there. In a lot of these cases, I know they did at Harley Davidson. That was one that I worked on. The electric company in California. I'm not sure about that, but going further, the managers would tell me that when they come in and bring in a specialist like, an Infosys or another company similar to that, they save them a lot of money because what they're doing is very innovative. They save them money. And I'm not talking about just saving them salaries. They know how to do things better and faster, leading to a better product that saves them money. And in turn, by saving the money, the company can hire a lot of other employees in different fields. And those are majority, obviously, American employees. So it can be a win-win approach when a lot of H-1Bs come in and innovate. And that's what it leads to. Again, I mentioned entrepreneurship as some folks leave and start their own businesses or move. But yeah, I think it's a positive. I know fear mongers out there will say, yeah, but Americans are losing jobs. I don't know about that. There's so many jobs out there that if an American did lose a job, let's say because they replaced the IT department at that person's company, well, they could easily find another job. Also, some of those workers, let's face it, are not that great. Okay, so these companies have old IT departments. They're not doing very well. They come in and innovate. You can see right now, like with the government, what they're doing. They're going into all these government agencies and they're cleaning out the pork. People who either don't come to work, they're lazy, they're getting rid of them. They want efficiency. So a lot of that happens when you utilize either a big IT subcontractor, or just, you're hiring H-1Bs in general.
Right. Thank you so much again for answering the question, Erin. We have started receiving a lot of questions from the viewers, which we are going to take in a bit. But before that, I would like to come back to President Trump, and I would like to ask you that, very recently, he changed his stance on H-1B visa. Earlier, he said it's very, very, very bad, if you remember. And then later, he said, he came in favor of it and he supported the H-1B visa. What do you think? Why do you think, that sudden change of stance happened? And, what do you think actually influenced that?
Okay, first of all, he never said he was against H-1B visas. In fact, I can remember during his first 4 years in office, he was very supportive of them and made statements to that effect. So if we go back in the record, I guarantee you I can find you that. If he said anything negative about it, he changes his mind. When he gets educated on a topic, he's the type of person that seems to listen to people and can change his mind. So if he did say something where he doesn't support look, he runs the Trump organization. They use H-1Bs. They probably use a lot of H-2Bs as well. That's, but what I've seen is that he's very supportive of H-1Bs. He realizes the value in them, the need for that labor force, the professional labor force as it is. So I question those people who say he was very negative on it. And if you can send me some links of stuff he said, I could probably find you. I know I can, because I remember I can send you other links where he said the exact opposite. So I wouldn't put too much stock in something in the past. And also, if you want to look at the past history of the 4 years where he was president, H-1Bs did not decline in any way. And in fact, the wait times were much less. So we're hoping to get back to less wait times, which is frustrating our whole firm and probably every other lawyer out there. It's become crazy how long you have to wait. Yeah, you can pay premium, but premium is now close to $3,000, which is crazy. It's a big expense, especially for small companies. So I think things will only get better. I wouldn't put any stock in fear mongering, which is what people like to do when it comes to Trump, just because for some reason they don't like him, and then they start making up things.
Again, thank you so much for answering the question, Erin. Let me quickly.
And I don't know where that very, very bad shift comes from. I'd like to see that in writing, where it comes from, because I don't think that's what he said at all.
Okay, all right, but thank you so much again for answering the question, Erin. Maybe if I get it, so I'll also try to share that link with you if I get that, if I see that. But for now, let me quickly take the viewer's question. But you answered it very well. But again, I would like to take the viewers' questions, and because we have been getting many, so let me very quickly take Sahil's question for now. Sahil says, as an H-1B visa holder with several years of experience in the US, I have begun to question the program's impact. Do you think the H-1B program genuinely contributes to job creation and economic growth, or does it primarily create competition for American workers? And I think you already have answered this, but still, if you would like to take it and answer again.
I mean, in general, I think it's good. Again, I work with recruiters all day long, my clients. I work with HR departments, legal departments, recruiting departments. But when I get to talk to the recruiters and I can see what they're doing, it's just basic common sense. If you have an American worker and you have an H-1B worker and they're both applying for a role, which has a salary band, sometimes it has a salary band, obviously they can go from here to here. But my point is, why would the employer want to hire an H-1B worker when you have an equally qualified American worker and take on thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars and time and a little bit of unknown? Things can get denied, when they can just take the American worker, is what I'm saying. So if anything, I don't think it hurts the American worker in dealing with recruiters all day and seeing how they recruit. And yes, in some cases, they're going to need the H-1B employee because there simply aren't enough Americans who have applied, or, it's some kind of niche skill and this person has it and they just happen to need sponsorship. So no, I don't think the H-1Bs damage the American IT workers. I think American IT workers are some of the best off, most well-paid workers that we have.
Right. And, you're not just an immigration attorney with that. You're also an H-1B visa expert, right? And if it genuinely hurts, you would know, right? More than anybody, I think you would at least know. So typically what happens is there's a case. There's a case. Someone complains because he's an American. He feels he's been wronged by his company. He files a lawsuit. And then the issue is, well, I was replaced simply by someone else because I'm American and I'm not, and that's why they replaced me. That's usually not the case. Those are far and few. I remember years ago when I was working there,
when I was the head of immigration at Infosys, I remember we dealt with a lot of these cases when we were contracted to come in and perform a lot of work for some of these big companies. So there are cases here and there, but if you break it down, it's not a lot of people who are complaining. And in a lot of cases, that person simply was there for many, many years and was basically not contributing, not innovating, not doing a good job. We have at-will employment in the United States. You can fire anyone for any reason. That's how our laws work. So, but those tend to make the headlines. Something like that, it's juicy. You know, there's an element of racism in it, maybe. So those make the headlines. News reporters love to pick that up and make a whole story, and then that gets out, and people think that's happening everywhere. It's not.
Okay, so Sahil, I hope you have got your answer. Thank you for your question. And guys, if you have any more questions related to this topic that you like to know answer of, so what you can do is you can also give us a call on the number 425-436-6335, and you can also put the access code, which is 988888. Yes, you can ask your questions by also calling us. You can give us a call and ask your questions by dialing the number 425-436-6335. And don't forget to put the access code. The access code is 988888. Yes, and make sure to subscribe to the channel, and also like the video and share the video with anyone you feel should know and watch this episode. And for now, let me quickly take RK's question. And RK says, do you think the problem with us immigration is the employers? H2A is uncapped, yet so many undocumented agriculture workers. Had the Bracero program employers abuse the workers? Okay, I think.
Is it talking about H2B?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with H2A. To be honest with you, our firm we don't handle H2B, we don't handle H2A. So I'm not really an expert on that. I don't know if I can give a comment on that. There are definitely a lot of undocumented agricultural workers here. Is there a need for them? Maybe. Do Americans, the old argument is, well, Americans don't want to do these jobs, so we need to bring them in from, South America and now from everywhere. I mean, if that's the argument, then you got to expand the H2B program or the H2A program, which I don't know much about. And if you do that, maybe you can bring a lot more people in legally, and it would benefit everyone. That's a win-win. But Congress needs to do that. It's not something the president can do. H2B numbers, like H1B numbers, can only go up through an act of Congress. The president can't sign a presidential executive order and say, okay, we want more or less. This is set by Congress. That's why we have 80,000 right now.
Right. And, he goes on to say that layoff FYI showed that between 2022 to 2024, 580K IT workers, 580,000 IT workers got laid off. Why does Congress not restrict level 1 and 2 H1B workers when mass layoffs? Keep level 3 and 4. They create jobs for H1B and USC. What do you have to say?
Well, Congress can do whatever it wants. If Congress comes together and passes a law that says you can only get H1B if you're level 3 or level 4, that will become the law. So Congress can do that. The problem with Congress is they never will pass. They haven't, I don't know in how many years, they're never going to pass a comprehensive immigration bill, either because they don't want to, they like the status quo, both sides, or they just can't agree, obviously, both sides, or because these bills are filled with so many things that they get crazy. I remember, I think it was 2012 when the Gang of Eight, when they were going to pass, I did a lot of lobbying for my company in DC, and they were close to passing an immigration bill, but it didn't happen. And then if you do pass an immigration bill, you can make some changes. You can, like what he says, maybe let's get rid of level 1 and level 2 H1B workers and just keep it at level 3 and level 4. Okay, you can do that. I don't know what effect that would have on the IT industry, because a lot of level 1 and level 2 workers are very vital. Some of them are students who finish their master's or their undergrad, and then they're working for a nice company, and they need that H1B to continue. They only have 3 years on their OPT and their STEM OPT. So who knows what the impact on that would be. I think they should create more numbers personally. We have 80,000 now. I think they should get back to like maybe 200,000 a year would be a solid number. That's just my opinion. I think judging by the cap numbers, we certainly need that, if not more. So those statistics don't lie, the number of applications.
Okay. Okay. So RK, I hope you have got your answer. In case you want to know more, continue posting your follow-ups, and you can also give us a call on the given number. And yes, but thank you so much again for answering the question, Erin. We still have a lot of other questions. Okay, Skywild Designs is here and says, hello, any news on H-2B programs, since it feels like employers are not proceeding with out-of-country recruitments? What do you have to say, Erin?
Again, I don't deal with the H-2B program. I know about it. It can be very useful. It can employ a lot of good people who might not have an opportunity in their country or just want to come here and work and bring the money back to their family without necessarily moving the whole family here. It's a good program. They do a lot of jobs that we so-called may have a shortage in America on. For example, landscaping, hotel industry, agriculture, as you say, things like that. If Congress can look at expanding these programs, we could have a lot more opportunity for people who want to work, who maybe don't have the opportunity in their home country because it's a poor country or whatever.
Okay, looks like I have a slight technical problem, but I'm trying to resolve it. But meanwhile, let's go for a short break. So let's take a short break and come back quickly. And welcome back, everyone, to Immigration Talk Show. I'm Rajni Bharara, and I'm so sorry about that technical glitch that happened before the break. But now we are all sorted. And welcome back, Erin. I'm so sorry about it. And we had to take a short break, but now it's all good, and we can continue the show. And Erin, I would again like to move to the viewers' question. Because we had so many, and so I hope Designs, you got your answer. Thank you so much for your question. And let me take Empire's question. Empire says, why do groups try to remove H4 EAD? Why do they keep litigating in the courts to have it removed? As well, it was on the regulator agenda in the past by the Trump administration to remove it. Why? What do you have to say?
Well, in the past, L2s and H4s were not allowed to work for many years. When I started working as an immigration lawyer, there was no work option for an L2 or an H4. And then they changed that because they figured, the spouses come here for long periods of time and are very hamstrung and handcuffed. They can't do anything. So they changed it And then L2s could work. And then for the H4s, as you know, they could work as well if the spouse had if the H-1B had an approved I-140. So it's a little bit different than the L2. There's just groups now in that situation, you can make a stronger argument because an H4 can work anywhere for anyone in any position, that could impact American workers. If you think about it, it could be any job. So there are a lot of groups out there, lobby groups and whatnot, who don't want the H4s working. And they could make an argument that it does affect the American worker, as I said, because it can be in any industry at any level. So theoretically, you could just simply be taking a job, as opposed to my argument with the H-1Bs, where we have an industry that we really don't have enough people in our own country. So it's a little bit of a different argument, and that's why it's constantly being challenged by groups and in the courts.
Okay. Empire, I hope you have got your answer. If you have a follow-up, please continue posting your follow-up. Meanwhile, let me come back to my questions and let me ask, the question that I prepared for you, Erin. So, Erin, recently, the new H-1B visa reforms, starting January 17th, it was said that these reforms are aimed to improve fairness, right? So, what do you think? What are the most significant changes that workers and employers should know about?
I think you're referring to reforms about the lottery program. A lot of what you mentioned, a lot of what's in that January 17th has to do with cleaning up the CAP registration program so there's less fraud. That was a big part of it. There was a little bit about CAP exempt employers. As you know, if you're an employer that's not a regular employer, let's say you're like a government institution or sometimes educational entities, sometimes nonprofits, they can get H-1Bs year round, so they're not subject to the cap. There was something about, making that a little bit friendlier. Otherwise, then something about how they define the specialty occupation itself, maybe when they're going to look at petitions. That could make adjudications a little bit easier for H-1B. Right now, I don't see much of a problem in the H-1B field. We file, I can't even tell you how many H-1Bs we do every day. But so we see responses, we see the levels of RFEs, we can get pretty good statistics even internally. And right now, H-1Bs do not seem to be issuing a lot of needless RFEs like they have in the past. I remember about I think 5 years ago, we just saw, it comes in waves. So there's got to be some internal directives. We all of a sudden be quiet, and then every other H-1B was getting RFE'd with the same RFE. So no method to the madness. But right now, I think it's pretty good. We file H-1Bs. The wait times are a little bit annoying, but we're not seeing too many RFEs, what we call the boilerplate RFE, where you get a 10-page RFE, and then you can see they haven't even looked at it, and they just print it out and send it to you. In addition, I can see lately that with H-1Bs and some other categories, they're getting a little bit better with their RFEs. I think that's internally they've been instructed to do a little bit more on asking for very specific things. So maybe you'll get a shorter RFE, but it's looking for something very specific. We're seeing a lot of that trending lately. That's good because they can focus on something that actually is a legitimate issue, and you don't have to send them a response to 10 pages of nonsense when you've already provided everything there. So, yeah, I hope that answered the question adequately.
Right. It does. Thank you so much for answering the question, Erin. Erin, with that, I would also like to know from you about, with India providing the majority number of H-1B visa holders, right? So, how do you think these recent policy changes are specifically going to impact Indian tech professionals?
Well, anything that's done in the H-1B program will impact any H-1Bs. It doesn't matter if they're an IT professional from India or a chef from China or an accountant from Brazil. It doesn't matter. Whatever they implement, it affects them across the board. So there's no specific cutout for, let's go target. They can't do that. They can target the H-1B program. They can make some changes. maybe some beneficial, maybe some negative changes. But yeah, so to answer your question, Indians specifically will not be hurt any more than anyone else who has an H-1B.
Okay.
Indians and Chinese do make up the vast majority of H-1B users. That is true. Sometimes they get a bad rap for it because when people are criticizing H-1Bs, in a sense, they could be criticizing Indians because Indians use the most, let's say. And it's just it's an unfair criticism. I work with Indians. As you know, I was the head of immigration for Infosys for over 5 years. I've been to India a lot. I live in an Indian community in Texas. 80% of my neighbors are Indian. This happens to be an Indian community. I can tell you the Indian population is the type of immigrants we want here. I can tell you the crime rate for Indians is almost zero. There might be a little bit here and there. Very good students, very good parents. They want their kids to get a good education. These are the role models for the types of immigrants and H-1B workers we want in the country. So maybe sometimes Indians get a bad rap because they're using the H-1B so much, but at the end of the day, these are the types of new Americans that you want here eventually.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much again for answering the question, Erin. Let me quickly take Empire's question again. Empire is back with this question. He says, if the 580K layoff is okay, I think we already have taken this. Maybe let's take Yuri's question. Yuri says, I'm on vacation in India and was laid off effective Feb 1st, 2025 with a half-month severance. I'm on H-1B exempt visa since June 2023 with stamping valid until June 2026. My return flight is on February 17th. What are my options for safe re-entry into the US?
Well, if you're no longer employed by the company on your H-1B visa, you should not enter with that visa unless you have a new H-1B approval for a new employer. And then you could use the visa plus the new H-1B to enter. But if not, technically, you shouldn't make an entry back into the US on that H-1B visa because you're not working for them. You're not on their payroll. You're separated from the company. So that technically would be illegal.
Okay. So Yuri, I hope you have got your answer. In case you have a follow-up, continue posting it in the comments below. And
if Yuri can enter on a B visa, he could come in and look for jobs while he's here. Obviously, he's not working. And then if somebody wanted to hire him, he could change status from B to H-1B while he's in the US. He could do that.
Okay. Okay, Yuri, I hope you have got your answer. And let me quickly take Amarjeet's question also. So he says, my wife is on H4 here in New Jersey and also have Canada open work permit. She's planning to visit Canada as a tourist. Is it allowed on open work permit or need to apply visitor visa? What do you have to say to Amarjeet?
To enter Canada? Okay, so I'm not a Canadian immigration lawyer. I have colleagues who do rest of the world. I do US only. But an H4 can travel to Canada. I believe Indians have to get a visa to get to Canada. Oh, she said you have a Canada open work permit. So the H4 could enter Canada legally. She's planning to visit as a tourist. Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with what Indians need to travel to Canada. If I recall correctly, they need a Canadian tourist visa to enter as an Indian, I think. So in that case, yeah, you can't use visas and be deceptive about your entry. So if you're coming in for one purpose and not to work as a tourist, you shouldn't be using your Canadian open work permit. Same thing goes for the US.
Okay. So Amarjeet, I hope you have got your answer.
I get the Canadian visa. Yes.
Okay, but guys, Erin is not just an immigration attorney, but also an H-1B visa expert. So if you want to get a detailed consultation with Erin, and if you have any case regarding H-1B, you can directly get in touch with him and contact him on his number 469-459-1771. I would like to repeat the number 469-459-1771. You can also email him. His email ID is erin@eeglawgroup.com. Yes, you can also email him and also visit his website, which is www.eeglawgroup.com. So make sure to get in touch with him for a detailed consultation regarding your H-1B cases or any immigration case that you are looking to looking for help or looking for a consultation. But for now, let me quickly take Rag's question also. Erin, Rag is here, and he actually wants to know. Okay. We have also, we have people posting on Facebook groups questions related to H-1B, which we would like to take, but I think we will take them in a bit. But right now we have another viewer, Rag, and it's not related to H-1B, but he wants to have your guidance on L1A. So if you have anything for him.
L1A, in order to qualify for an L1A, you have to work for a company outside the U.S. that's related to the future U.S. employer. It can be a parent, subsidiary, they're affiliated companies owned by another company. There has to be a relationship. You have to work there for at least a year. And to qualify for the L1A, you have to be a manager or an executive. So if you're a manager abroad or an executive abroad and you're coming into the U.S. to fulfill a manager or executive role, then that's the most straightforward way to do an L1A. You can also do a hybrid L1A where you're a specialized knowledge person abroad and you're coming in, or vice versa. But most L1As, they're a manager in their current job, they're coming to be a manager in the US, and they've worked outside for at least a year. And those are the best cases for the L1A visa. There's no cap on the L1A. The L2 spouse can work right away as soon as you enter. You don't even need an EAD card anymore. So the L1 is a good tool or mechanism for companies who need to move their workers to the U.S. And yes, if I'm an expert, there's one thing I'm more of an expert on than H-1Bs, it's L1s. So those two are pretty much my bread and butter. I've been doing that for over 20, I don't know how many years, but yeah, solid visa. Your company will obviously have to sponsor you just like an H-1B. But if you want to reach out to me, a lot of our clients are companies. Most of our clients are companies, and they do a plethora of L1s or H-1Bs.
Great. So maybe Rag, you can directly get in touch with Erin. You have the details right on screen. You can note down his phone number, his email, and you can also visit his website.
Oh, one thing about L1s, I get people calling me a lot, and they're like, "Well, I don't have a company." We're a law firm, so if you have a company that you're employed with and they're thinking about moving you, yes, call me. I can speak to your company. We can explain how it works. I can talk to you. That's great. But if you're just asking about L1s, the first thing you need to do before you come to me is have a company that you work for. Same thing with an H-1B. Have a company that's going to sponsor you. So once you get that company, then yes, I can talk to you and answer your questions, and we can move from there and facilitate how we're going to do an H1, an L1, whatever the work visa is.
Okay, so he's back and he says, thanks, Erin. What are the latest trends for L1A?
Trends, they've been pretty consistent over the past 8 to 10 years. The trending L1As have gotten much harder over the last 8 to 10 years. When we used to do them 20 years ago, it was very simple, very small application. You just put an org chart and you didn't need much more. But now, even an L1A, which, as I mentioned, you just need to be a manager overseeing professionals. Our applications are like this. I mean, because, there's been a big shift into attacking these. So we don't just put org charts in. We want to show them that you're overseeing people. We want emails. We want resumes of the professionals you oversee. We want examples of you calling a meeting, making a decision. Maybe you have budgetary authority. So there's no right or wrong. But when we do an L1A, the support letter can be 18 to 25 pages, if you can believe it. whereas years ago it was 2 to 3 pages. So they've come a long way with L1As and L1Bs in terms of making you prove it. Really, that's the big trend over the last 8 to 10, maybe 15 years, I'd say.
Okay, great. So thank you so much again, Rag, for posting your questions. If you have more, continue posting them. We will try to take as many as we can. Okay, so I think Skywell is again here, and Skywell says, thank you for answering that. I would like to know if you need a petitioner to acquire the H-1B, and does it only get tied to Silicon Valley companies only? What do you have to say, Erin?
Number one, you do need a petitioner, but it doesn't have to be an IT company or a Silicon Valley company. I'm doing a H-1B for a construction company that needs a project manager, for example. I have another client that's a social working group in New York. They're like social workers, and they're hiring an H-1B. As long as the job requires a 4-year degree. So if you say, well, I want this restaurant to hire me as a waiter, that's not going to work for an H-1B degree. I can tell you I've done an H-1B for an executive chef years ago, which was a tough one because a lot of chefs at that level traditionally don't require a 4-year degree. So we really had to prove that this role did. Not easy. But most occupations that require a 4-year degree, it can be in IT and it can be in accounting, it can be in construction, it can be really anything. As long as the role is it's a specialty occupation requiring a 4-year degree within the industry and within the company generally. And you can show that, then you can go ahead and pursue the H-1B category.
Okay, so Skywell, I hope you got your answer. Thank you so much for your question. If you have another follow-up, please continue posting it. And Rag says, thanks, Erin and Rajni. You're most welcome, Rag. And make sure, I'm sure you must have already by now, but if you're not, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel, and all of our viewers, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel, like the video, and if you think your friends who needs to know the information about H-1B, please do share this episode with them. And let me take Miss K's question. And Miss K says, why would the birthright citizenship EO include work visa and students? Administration asks individuals to do it right away, but I think the executive order would punish H-1B workers. Why would the administration do that? Also, why the uptick in 221G at the embassy? What do you have to, I mean, it's not related to H-1B. So, I mean, if only you would like to answer, Erin.
No, I can answer the first question. The reason why they put out that executive order is because they want this issue to finally go to the Supreme Court. It's not because they want to hurt H-1Bs, people here legally. They want the Supreme Court to decide who should benefit for birthright citizenship. As you know, there's not many countries in the world that have blanket full birthright citizenship that we do. So it's a very novel idea. When it was introduced in the States, the purpose of it was to give freed slaves and their children citizenship at the time, and it served a useful purpose. Since then, there hasn't been much debate about it. It's just always been the law, and it's been abused. I can tell you they've busted Chinese and other rings where they would bring in these rich folks, rich Chinese people. They put them in a very fancy hotel just to have their babies, so the kids could one day, the kids would be citizens and they could come back and then they would go back to China, for example. They busted a lot of those rings up. So me personally, I feel, yes, the Supreme Court should take a look at this and decide. And the reason why they worded the executive order that way is because they knew the next day it would be challenged. Okay, they knew that nothing was going to change, and then it will be appealed until it gets to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will eventually have to decide this case. My personal opinion, I think H-1Bs and L-1s and people who come legally should definitely maintain the birthright citizenship. I think that's a good idea. On the other, I don't think anyone who comes illegally should benefit from birthright citizenship. I just think it's just a tool, a wrongful reward for people breaking the law. I don't believe that. Now you might ask, well, what about tourists? Someone who's here not too long, like a B. That's a little bit of a gray area. I'm not sure about that. Anyone, there's a lot of tourists that come in. There's more Bs that come in than any other category. So do we want to maintain the birthright citizen? That's something that that's an interesting question that should be decided. There's a lot of people who feel that birthright citizenship was for a specific purpose and not for the way it's been used for hundreds of years. So we'll see. But to answer your question, Trump wasn't attacking birthright citizenship for Ls or H-1Bs or people here legally. He just knows that it's going to be attacked, so he wants to get the issue out there, and then they want to debate it and have a final decision eventually about it.
Right.
What was the second question?
Also, why the uptick in 221G at the embassy?
I don't know if I can report an uptick. I have a lot of L blankets all over the world. I have a lot of you can imagine the amount of people processing. I don't report an uptick, but if you see an uptick, I don't know. I don't think there's an uptick. I just think, different embassies are harder than other embassies. For example, I do a lot of E2s. This is a little bit off topic, but E2s India doesn't have an E2 treaty, but E1s and E2s are per treaty, and most countries have them. I can tell you, for example, E2s in Canada or other countries are pretty straightforward, whereas if you try to get one in Tokyo, it can be very hard, and they're very strict. So, different consulates have different people working there and different protocols and different ways in which they decide cases, and probably the same thing for 221G. I don't know if there's an uptick now. I haven't seen anything about it.
Okay. Thank you so much for answering the question, Erin and Ms. K. I hope you have got your answer to both your questions. And if you have any more, you can continue posting your follow-ups. Even if the show is over, we will try to, share your question with Erin. We'll try to get an answer from him. But thank you for asking your question. And now, Erin, I would like to move to the Facebook questions that are posted by the people and the viewers in the Facebook group. So Control, please, if you can share the screen. And yes, so one of the viewer has said, hello, my H-1B extension was approved on January 23rd at the Texas Center. So when can I expect the approval notice?
Yeah, so unfortunately, it can take, we're seeing anything, this is something that has trended downwards. It can take at least a week, 2 weeks before you'll get the approval notice. I assume you looked online based on your receipt notice, or was a premium case and you haven't received the approval yet. Either way, yeah, they can take time. I'm going to say anywhere between 7 to 13 days from when you can see that it was approved. You should have your receipt notices. That's what we're running right now, approximately.
Okay. Let's move to our next question. So the next question that we have is from this anonymous member who says, what is the current processing time for H-1B approval notice to be released for master's court?
So if you're talking about the master's cap lottery, that is done on the same day as the regular lottery or the day after. They used to do that one first. They used to do that one second. Now I believe they're doing that one second. Yes, to give the Masters people a better chance of winning the lottery. They switched that about 2 years ago. I'm not sure the processing time. Processing, you mean just to get an approval notice after being approved, like the last question? It would be the same answer. I don't. This is kind of a vague question.
Okay. Maybe let's move on to our next question. So because not much details are there in this question, so let's move to our next question. So this anonymous member says, hi all, my H-1B transfer has just been submitted to USCIS, but my wife and my son have to travel on family emergency to India. Is it okay for dependents to travel while petition is filed with USCIS?
Yeah, so H-1B transfer, also known as an H-1B portability, is when a worker finds a new employer who files an H-1B and they call it an H-1B transfer. everyone should know that if you wanted to, you could start working when the case is filed for H-1B transfers. You don't have to wait for the approval notice, which is great. Although a lot of employees, they want to wait until the approval is in hand before they jump ship, just to make sure, give them some peace of mind. The question is, yes. So the I-539 H-4 for the wife and son were filed together with the H-1B, and now you need to travel. Well, look, if you have a visa that's still valid and you can travel back in, then I would say you could travel. You're going to need that visa anyway, because you're not coming back without a valid H-4 visa. Sometimes what will happen is when that's filed, they will notice that the person has left the country, and they may cancel the I-539 application. It's possible. So just be wary of that. But if you have to go and you have an H-4 visa to return, you can certainly do that. And in most cases, you should be okay.
Okay. Thank you so much again for answering the question, Erin. I know it's 5 o'clock, but we have completed an hour. But if you have like few more minutes, I would like to take maybe 2-3 more questions. If you're like.
Yeah, sure. I have time. That's fine.
So much. Thank
Go
you
ahead.
so much.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to our next question. So the next question that we have is. Control, can we please move to, okay. Anonymous member says, hello, I just came to United States on H-1B in the end of December. It was finalized that employer will pay me $180,000 annually. Now he's saying to pay $150,000 USD per annum. So there will be change in petition. Is it an issue or is it normal? Please advise.
Normally, H-1B employers don't lower the salary, but they certainly have the right to. But before they pay you the lower salary, they must submit what's called an H-1B amendment, which tells the government that we're paying less than what we stated on the original H-1B. So it looks like here they're going to file a new petition with an H-1B amendment, and then they will be able to change the terms of the H-1B that you're currently under. If they don't file an H-1B amendment, then you're entitled to the $180,000, which should be noted on the I-129 and in the support letter, and they must pay you that. They cannot pay you less unless they file an H-1B amendment.
Okay. Thank you again for taking that up. Let's quickly move to our next question. So the next question that we have says, hi everyone, sorry, this is not related to H-1B. Last night I had an accident. The person in front stopped in the middle of the road. My insurance expired recently and yet to renew it. Her insurance company called me today and said the blame is on me for everything, but I can dispute it. Please, what should I do, and will it affect my green card application? How can I get a lawyer? Thank you for your help and suggestions. What do you have to say, Erin, to this person?
It won't affect your green card application. This was an accident in the road. Everybody thinks the other person is at fault. If you have an insurance company, you should have an insurance company, car insurance company they're using. I would speak to them and explain to them the situation and see what they say, because they're supposed to represent you in this situation. And then based on whatever their suggestion or their guidance is, you may get a lawyer or not. But I think if you talk to your insurance company, they will tell you what to do. If you don't have insurance, then I would hire a lawyer. You can go online and there's a million lawyers who do personal injury. This is what this is. Just put your city, put personal injury lawyer, and you'll have 100 coming up. And you can call them. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Okay. I think now let's quickly move to our next question. Okay, this is from Yogeshwara, and Yogeshwara says, visa process for family. Hello, I'm currently on H-1B and wife is on H-4. We are planning to start the visa process for my parents, sister, and brother-in-law. I have a few questions on the process. Can mother, father, sister, and brother-in-law go for the visa interview together or separately? Let's take one by one. What do you have to say about this?
Okay, first of all, you have an H-1B, your wife has an H-4. Your mother, your father, your sister, and brother-in-law are not entitled to any category visa. So maybe he's referring to them coming to visit on a B visa. That happens a lot. Indians in the U.S. like to bring their parents here, and they come. Sometimes they'll come for up to 6 months at a time. So if you're doing that and they're going to get B visa interviews to visit you, that's perfectly fine. Your mother and father could technically go at the same time. Remember, each person needs to fill out their own DS-160 online and schedule an interview. So I think the mother and father can go together, and the brother-in-law and sister would go together separately, but together. The process for a B visa is the same, whether they're a parent or a brother or a friend who wants to visit you. And what are the documents needed? Well, for the B visa, you want to show that you have ties to, I assume you're from India, you want to show you have ties to the home country. So, maybe you get a letter from your employer. If you have an employer, your last pay statements, bring a bank statement. If you're renting an apartment, bring your last few rental payments, even the contract, the lease of your apartment. If you own a home that you live in, you can bring that. I've counseled clients sometimes to bring a gym membership to show that that's still active. There's a lot of stuff you can bring, but those are the most popular ones. And you have to convince the officer that you're going to the U.S., but you have a life to return to, and that you're not just going to stay in the U.S. forever and ignore your I-94. So, yes, I think he means getting a B. So I answered it in that context.
Okay. All right. Let's move to our next question. I hope Yogeshwara, he got all his answers. Let's quickly move to our next question. So next question says, me and my wife have upcoming travel to India for stamping. We have booked our tickets, but lately we are feeling very anxious to travel, fearing what would happen if 221G is issued, which may take weeks to months to resolve. Having said that, I'm reaching out to understand your experience. If you or your friends have traveled to India or stamping in last 2 weeks, how, they are talking about this anxiety. They want to know how people are dealing with it. How are you dealing with this anxiety if you are planning to visit for stamping in coming weeks? There is a lot on stake here with the kids' school and mortgage in US, and hence want to understand how is everyone. Okay, so this is more about, I think they just want to hear from other people, but as an immigration attorney and an H-1B visa expert, what would you like to say? I mean, what would you like to tell this person?
So the first thing is when you're going abroad to get your new visa, plan ahead. You obviously want to have the appointment already scheduled while you're in the U.S. and usually schedule it for the beginning of your trip abroad, not the end. So you can have your interview at the beginning, and then you'll get your passport back, and everything will be smooth, and then you can enjoy the rest of your trip. In some categories, you can use the Dropbox. So if you've already had that visa already before, you may be entitled to use the Dropbox where you don't need an interview. Nevertheless, my advice to anyone is if you're traveling abroad and you're going to need a visa to come back and get the stamping, when you're in the U.S. a few months before, secure your interview date already, do your DS-160 and secure your interview date from here, have it all set up, and then plan your trip around that date. That would give you the least amount of anxiety because at least you have it early. Maybe there's a week or two delay. You're still good because you're there for 2 or 3 weeks, but try not to schedule your appointment towards the end of your vacation or your trip because, you got to get your passport back. And sometimes there are delays and they're out of your control. Right. That's the best advice I can offer.
Ms. K also has an advice to offer to this person, and Ms. K says, I don't think the child should be punished for the actions of their parents, but should remove the ability to sponsor that parent for a green card. Let's see. Well, I don't know. But let's move to another question maybe, if we are left with any. So
that had to do with, I think that was from birthright citizenship, but go ahead.
Okay, I think that's it. For the questions from Facebook, but we still have one question which is not related to H-1B. Erin, this RK actually has asked this question, and only if you want to answer this. RK says, don't you think the federal government has jurisdiction over undocumented immigrants, given that they can arrest and detain them for deportation?
Yes, I do. The federal government has jurisdiction over them. If they're here breaking the law, they can certainly arrest them. Coming in illegally is breaking the law, so you can arrest somebody for that if you're here illegally. I just came from the Bahamas 2 days ago, and I went through customs. In this case, it was in the Bahamas. It was pre-clearance. But can you imagine if I just ran through there? What would happen to me? And I'm an American. I would be tackled, number one. I would be held in secondary. I probably would be arrested, just for starters. I don't know when I would get into the U.S. I don't know what would happen. But yeah, so obviously the federal government is charged with overseeing our immigration laws, not the states, the federal government. And they have the power to arrest and to, to make the laws, obviously, to enforce the laws or not enforce the laws, as we've seen. So yeah, that's a pretty basic question.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you so much to all the viewers for asking these amazing questions. And thank you so much, Erin, for answering all these questions in so much detail. And we really, really loved your insightful answers. And, honestly, I would love for you to come back for another episode. And guys, if you want to get in touch with Erin for a detailed consultation, make sure you give him a call on the number 469-459-1771. I would like to repeat the number 469-459-1771. You can also email him. His email ID is erin@eeglawgroup.com. You can also visit his website, which is www.eeglawgroup.com. So make sure you get in touch with him and his team. And thank you so much, Erin, for being here. Really, really, a great episode, and I really would love for you to come back. So I'll get in touch with you. I'll share an email maybe whenever you're available. So we can do another episode on H-1B or maybe L-1A, right? So
yeah, we could do L-1As for an hour. There's a lot to talk about there. If you have a lot of L-1 folks and listeners, that could be a good one. Green cards are always interesting. Yeah, so thank you for having me. I love talking to you, Regina. You're a great host. You're very smooth. I think I should see you on the TV here soon. If you're going to go into journalism, you'd be good. You could ask some great questions. So, but yeah, thank you. Yeah, I look forward to any time. I like talking.
Thank you so much, Erin, for your kind words. Really hoping to see you very soon, and we'll decide on the topic. I'm going to frame a topic and share it with you. But for now, thank you so much for being here. And guys, thank you so much for your questions and for joining the session. We'll see you again very, very soon. We have another show coming up, Daily Immigration Dose. So make that you are tuned in on that. But for now, I'll have to take your leave. Make sure that you like this video, share this video, and also subscribe to Immigration Talk Show. I'm Rajni Bharara signing off for now. Take care and bye. Hi everyone, welcome to Immigration Talk Show. I'm Rajni Bharara, your host, and before I move ahead, let me read out this very important disclaimer, which is here on the screen. By watching our videos, you agree and understand that the information provided by our experts and attorneys, including comments and replies from users, is not legal advice. Use of information is at your own risk. All right, after this very important disclaimer, welcome back, everyone. I'm Rajni Bharara, your host, and you're watching Immigration Talk Show. And today, we have another very insightful episode where we break down the most pressing immigration issues. So, without any further ado, I would like to talk to you about the topic that we are going to discuss today. So, the topic for today's discussion is asylum and deportation, which are making headlines and sparking debates and leaving many people with a lot of questions about their rights and also about their future. What happens after deportation? Can you ever return to the US? How do new immigration policies affect asylum seekers? To help us understand these crucial issues, we have a very special guest, Ruby L. Powers, a top immigration attorney and founder of Powers Law Group with nearly 2 decades of experience. She has been at the forefront of immigration law, advocating for countless individuals and families. So if you know someone who's facing immigration challenges. So stay tuned with us. You can also share this episode with anyone who's facing deportation issues, asylum issues, or any immigration challenge so that they can help themselves with all the information. But now, without any further ado, let's dive into today's topic and let's welcome Ruby once again to Immigration Talk Show. Hi, Ruby. Once again, welcome to Immigration Talk Show. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. How are you doing? Thanks for having me again. I appreciate it. Good to see everybody.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for coming back. It's always a pleasure hosting you. And Ruby, we have today a very important topic that we are going to discuss: deportation. A lot of controversy and a lot of things been happening around deportation and also on with asylum too. So now, if you can please go ahead with your presentation that you have prepared for our audiences.
Yeah, love to do that. So, there's lots of changes over time, and we here at Powers Law Group have represented individuals from 43 different countries, maybe more. I just have to update that list from all over the world for asylum here in the United States. But we're also talking about removal, deportation matters as well. And so what's important to note about that is that the laws, the policies, the interpretations, the memos, things have changed over time, but a lot of things have changed even in the last couple of weeks since the new administration went into effect and into office. And so we're going to give some highlights about that, but I'd love to just be a resource. And I will say, like you sort of mentioned, is like, this isn't legal advice, and this is an opportunity to give some general ideas and just sort of like a big picture. But really, every case deserves its own consultation where an attorney can evaluate, review documents, and give you a tailored strategy for your case. And so I am board certified in immigration here in Texas, and it's federal, so I can help individuals around the world on U.S. immigration matters. So one thing people get a little mixed up is the difference between the word like refugee or an asylee and all these types of things. A refugee is someone who's already been, in terms of our U.S. laws, has been deemed a refugee and waited for their visa. Their resettlement in another country, and is once they are here, can soon apply for legal permanent residency. They're not applying for it when they get here in terms of their refugee status. They already have the refugee status by the time they arrive. And one thing to note, as I'm mentioning updates and changes, is that under Trump's first administration and like this one now, it reduced the number to, I think, nearly zero of those who could be resettled here for refugees. But going to asylum, this is a series of a lot of law from many years ago, but then it's also a lot of case law and things like that. And then an individual applies for it when they're in the U.S. This does get confusing, though, because of something that was created under the first Trump administration called the Remain in Mexico, or the Migrant Protection Protocol, where individuals would apply outside and wait outside. So anyway, I just want to give a little understanding about that. So overall, like big picture, an individual needs to prove that they have fear of past persecution or fear of future persecution. on account of one of the 5 protected grounds: race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or a membership in a particular social group. So sometimes with race and nationality, we get into things about like ethnic groups and tribes and things like that. So it's and a lot of times these things can be very intertwined with things like religion as well. So it really takes an experienced attorney to go and walk you through the process and really get to understand your situation. But a lot of times they call this political asylum or asilo político in Spanish, but it doesn't have to be because of your political opinion. That's just one of 5 prongs. And the membership in particular social group is something that can be sort of like crafted to the particular situation. But there is a lot of case law about how it needs to be identifiable. Like for sometimes it could be, I'm just throwing an idea out there of like women who cannot leave their partner due to domestic violence. And there was some case law along those lines because sometimes the women weren't necessarily married to the individual, but they so that was like matter of ARCG, I believe that was. But anyway, those case law can come and go, and so it's important to know what's the most updated case law for the particular case. There is a high burden to prove, and sometimes people are detained while they are trying to put on their case. There's not a lot of legal aid or low-cost immigration services with nonprofits. In fact, even just recently, there's been a lot of cuts to funding, including just for things like Know Your Rights. And there has been a lot of backlog. And in fact, under the Biden administration, they reduced a lot of the backlog by dismissing or terminating cases that were not a top priority. But what we're seeing is that there's a renewed sense of wanting to put people in immigration court, and we're also seeing things like having some hiring freeze and cuts with immigration judges just recently. So we'll continue to monitor that. But I think some of the process in which the new administration is trying to move things along is with an expedited removal, which has just recently got expanded to include people who've been here for less than 2 years. Before it was 2 weeks. And those who were within 100 miles of a border international airport, but now it's within 2 years, which does encompass a lot of people. When people do what was happening for a while was that people who wanted to come in through, I guess, a regular entry, if you will, or not a irregular entry, is that they could apply for the CBP-1 app and wait their turn to have an interview and be legally paroled in at the border. This was a really great way to have people safely enter and to be processed in the system. And they still would be able to apply for work authorization while they were working on preparing their case in court. But unfortunately, on January 20th, CBP-1 was discontinued for this purpose. And so many people are still remaining in Mexico waiting to know what to do because they had sold other things when about one-way tickets were waiting for their interview appointment. So now we're in a sort of a new space the last few weeks of what the new normal is going to be. I actually was at the border last week, and a lot of the nonprofits who were talking about losing their funding, they were talking about how it was a lot quieter because people weren't able to come in through the CBP-1 app, and then just a lot of what work had been done over the last few years. So that was something I was able to see, but a lot of the activity now is happening on the Mexican side, where they're building detention facilities and getting ready for more deportations and remain in Mexico. So there's more detention in the works, especially after some mention of using Guantanamo Bay. I'm not exactly sure what the plan is there, but there is talk of like people have more serious crimes. There's also, when people apply or get in court, there could be applications for other opportunities, but for the most part, constantly these things are starting to reduce the options that people have. What we're also seeing is more ICE raids and detentions the last couple of weeks. Not sure if that's going to slow down soon, but we did see some of that reports, especially in cities that have been more immigrant friendly and have higher concentration of immigrants. And certain parole programs have been discontinued, like the one for the Cubans, Nicaraguans, Haitians, and Venezuelans. In addition to that, they decided to discontinue the TPS for Venezuela from the 2023 version, which will expire in early April. And like we mentioned, the expedited removal is being expanded, as well as Remain in Mexico is going to be coming back. There's concerns about workplace raids and arrests, and there are some websites where people are posting where they're hearing about raids. And we're also, because of those expedited removals, if an individual is pulled over or found, interacts with ICE, and does not have proof that they've been here 2 years or more, it can lead to an expedited removal, which means you don't see a judge and you could be quickly processed to return to your home country. So that is really important to note. One of the things we're saying to people is to make sure you have proof of your status and that you've been here 2 years or more, if that's the case. We'll also tell people to make sure you have a consultation with an experienced immigration attorney so that you know your strategy. We're seeing some people concerned and even preparing to leave on their own, but we see that I think it was initially the administration's intent. And, I think one of the questions you mentioned is like, can you come back? Well, if a person has been here unlawfully at some point, they could potentially, by leaving, trigger a 3, 10-year, or a permanent bar. And so that gets really technical. The other thing is if you leave on a deportation, you would need a waiver to return in less than 10 years. If you leave on an expedited removal, you would need a waiver to return in under 5 years. So depending on the terms in which you had inadmissibility or how you leave, it can affect how we try to get someone to come back. There are a lot of mixed status homes here in the U.S. where that means is that maybe the kid is American and the mom and dad has DACA and the other parent or something doesn't have a status. And so that's really where we see a lot of the issue right now of that. So because of that, it's causing a lot of families to want to stay at home and make plans and be really concerned. We also heard word this last few weeks about places that were normally deemed safe under the Biden administration, like hospitals and churches and places of worship and schools. Now, ICE doesn't necessarily deem them as a safe place, but that they couldn't go. We've only heard reports of a couple of schools that were, that we know of that the ICE visited, but I think just the thought of it has caused so much unnecessary stress for families and we hear reports of people wanting to just withdraw their kids altogether. But it is allowed to go to school regardless of your immigration status. And I think this is really just more of a scare tactic. And I really would suggest for kids to stay in school as much as they can. This really does break down the community. I did a speech last night in a local community and people were afraid to come out, but we were able to do it over live social media. But basically we did hear reports of people who did come out to telling us how much they were afraid. And even we were hearing reports of people saying, just stay home and try to avoid interacting and going out. It almost felt like the pandemic in a way where people couldn't leave. It seems like that's what's happening. And we're also hearing of people just like not going to work, not driving, not shopping, not, being out there on top of the not wanting to send their kids to school. We also had the concern about birthright citizenship, but that's been challenged. We don't really feel too concerned about that, but it has been another thing that's scared people. We did talk about the CBP1 program being canceled. And, really a big part of all of this is just going to be the disruption in labor with people not able to come into work or ICE raid fears, and just also a lot of fear about mass deportation and humanitarian risks. So, generally when one is in court, there's asylum, withholding of removal, U visas, but even a U visa is not a reason to allow somebody to stay while they're in immigration court. So that was another update recently as well. And that was something that Trump 1.0 did as well. Cancellation of removal in some cases, if you've been here 10 years or more and you have extreme and unusual hardship to U.S. citizen, legal permanent resident, spouse, a parent, or child, and good moral character. We've also been hearing, and I don't know if this is out there in the world yet, but this part is out there, is that ICE will start going to immigration court. And so now there's more concern about people wanting to go to court. I'm also seeing some trends of WebEx to be able to attend hearings over WebEx being denied. I've seen that twice this week alone, not just with myself, but another colleague. And so that means that people are going to have a harder time getting representation. So I think just overall, we're really letting people know about knowing your rights. You don't have to open the door for ICE without them having a signed warrant by a judge. Ask them to send it underneath the door, put it in a window so that you can see it. But it has to say like the name, the date, signed by a judge. If you just Google the difference between like a ICE warrant with the judge signature versus administrative warrant, you can see that they vary differently. And we've heard reports that ICE was trying to use an administrative warrant not signed by a judge to have people open the door. Make sure you keep your documents organized and have a trusted guardian for children. And again, we can't overemphasize having an attorney who knows your case and is prepared. If you've ever heard of the concept notice to appear, that's like a summons to go into immigration court. And that is really what puts a person in immigration court jurisdiction. And it's important to know and to adhere to any dates and times that they ask you to come. Order of supervision is when a person is under sort of custody, if you will, in a way, by ICE and checking in on a regular basis on different conditions, like ankle monitor, phone, or just checking in. Final order removal is pretty much the final deportation order. But if you, in a hearing, if you are denied, you are allowed to appeal, but you have a short period of time, 30 days to file that appeal. So it's important to pay attention, to have an attorney, be prepared, and and have help. There's a lot of different organizations out there. I'm a part of the American Immigration Lawyers Association. They have different list of attorneys, but for the most part, it's important to be prepared and know the difference between a judicial warrant, not provide information unnecessarily, don't sign anything you don't know, and have a plan in place and have that consultation with an attorney. So these are just some high-level key points I wanted to share. We are seeing a lot of changes right now, and that can open up lots of questions. So and one thing I want to say that's sort of related to all of this is a new law came out last week called the Lake and Riley Act. And one of the big things to take away with that is that you have to, basically, even with a simple arrest of shoplifting $100, then an individual could be mandatorily detained, which is a huge, stark, complete difference from before, because an arrest doesn't necessarily mean it's a conviction. What arrest means is that someone, they think there's something there, but you're still presumed innocent until proven guilty. But the fact that you could now be mandatorily detained is almost as if it's saying, hey, you're guilty. And that's not the way things have been. And that, I don't think that's fair. I think we're going to still see some litigation about that. But unfortunately, it's out there. And there's another component about considering whether or not it's retroactive, which I think a lot of lawyers, including myself, think that would be challenged, because when people pled to things, they didn't know that this law was going to exist. And there's other case examples where it was deemed unconstitutional for it to be retroactive if you didn't know the consequences. But anyway, what I would say overall is don't be at the wrong place at the wrong time, and make sure that you have some funds available to know to hire an attorney. Try not to scamp out on this, because if you just sign stuff and you're like, yeah, I'll just be deported, like it could take years, it could take thousands of dollars, and it might not even be possible to come back, and you could be separated from your family. So this is really some serious stakes here, and we just want to make sure these types of things. And before we open up for questions, like, we're providing a lot of information on our social media, trying to get videos and webinars and different info out as it comes out, including our newsletter. But really, just knowledge is power, and so lean into that. And those are sort of the highlights of what's going on the last few weeks, and just in general in asylum.
I'm sure it really helped our audiences a lot. Thank you so much for that detailed and amazing presentation. But before we take up these questions from the viewers, I would like to actually ask you, because I'm sure a lot of people must be right now in the fear of being deported. I mean, because you already know that the Trump administration has said that they are going to deport people in millions, right? So I actually would like to know from you that the people who must be thinking, what if next is their number? What if they get deported? So what are the reasons, or what actions could lead to someone actually being deported from the US? If you can also talk about that.
Well, we've got different scenarios. Okay. So if a person has been here less than 2 years and hasn't filed anything, then they're very likely going to be, if they were to interact with immigration and ICE, it really could be that they get pulled over for something, and the police call ICE. Okay, that could be another example. So if somehow an individual interacts with ICE, and they've been here less than 2 years, and they haven't submitted or filed anything, it's very likely that they'll be expeditedly removed, which means you don't see a judge, it moves fast, and you're pretty much put on the next bus or plane with individuals from your country out of the U.S. We've heard reports of people not having proof of their time here, and therefore it almost moved really fast. And I mean, I think the thing is that the people that are being expeditiously removed, I don't think they either have an attorney in some cases, or the attorney can't jump in fast enough, or they're not having documents on them. There's very few stories that we're hearing about what really can be remedied, or it didn't happen before they just are already gone. That's one thing. The other thing is that the people who already had a deportation order have been a focus as well, especially those who've been doing order of supervision check-ins. That's what we heard was like that first weekend's primary focus. If you've already had a deportation order, really your options are trying to reopen the case and to do a stay of deportation. So those are different things. If you're in court, I think even what we're concerned about is that if you have been here less than 2 years and you haven't filed anything, you want to be careful, because we're not really sure how aggressive they're going to be on this expedited removal process. Some of the language is very vague, but let's go to like maybe more plain vanilla type of cases, which are like they're in immigration court, they've been here for a while. Normally, when you in that situation, you tell the judge what we call form of relief is, like asylum, withholding, convention against torture, and you wait for your day in court, which could be another year, 2 years. You put on the whole of form of relief and your defense, and then if the judge says approved or for whichever form of relief, then that wonderful, right? But if they say denied on everything, let's say, then you would have 30 days to do an appeal. We are hearing reports. I don't know if this is true or not, so I don't know if I should say it, but I think things are going to get a little more aggressive potentially with ICE in the courts, and trying to challenge people not to doing appeals. So this is where we're getting really a little concerned, even as advocates, what might be going forward in the future. So I think at a very minimum is sometimes people file things with, I don't know, a friend or someone who says, I can fill out a form. But one thing I'm going to say is, like, especially when people try to do that for asylum, when the attorney has to clean up the mess and go into court and say, like, why the judge is like, why did this application say this and this application said this? Or this statement, we get it's so hard because the judge starts putting doubt in their mind. The discrepancies put doubt in the mind and of the judge, and then really the veracity of their story is truly on trial. Is really just can the judge believe them or not? And so when people try to do things like cheap, and I get it, like there's not a lot of funds and you're trying to like recoup and build a new life. I get it. I understand. But it really can hurt their chances on a case that otherwise could have gotten approved. So I just want to say that because I've seen a lot of consults recently and from my prior work and just, trying to clean up some messes like that. But they're generally, if you have a decent case, then you can put and you're good on the stand and you can do the best you can. It really also depends on where is your case being heard in the case law, the judge, the trial attorney, you on the stand, your attorney, and the facts. I mean, it's a lot of different factors.
Right. I'm sure. And guys, if you are liking this conversation, make sure to like this video, share this video with anyone who might need help regarding their asylum cases or deportation cases. And also make sure that you subscribe to the channel. And Ruby, we are getting a lot of questions actually from the viewers. Thank you so much for answering the previous one. Gagan is also here. Hi, Gagan. We would like to take your questions, but I would like to take your questions maybe after my question. So, but Ruby, I would also like to know from you that if like someone's immigration case is already going on, right? And then they are being detained. So what rights do they have? What can they do at the moment?
So they're detained, or you said, well, it sort of depends on what provision that they're being detained under. So for the most part, if you're not in expedited removal and you're being detained, for the most part, you're still given an opportunity. It also depends on, did you have an expedited removal or not? So let's say you don't have an expedited removal, and for the most part, you can still have you still have an opportunity, maybe for a bond or parole. It depends on what provision you're being detained under. Most people want to go that route to try to get out and to fight their case outside of detention. That's always better to be outside of detention. It is always better because you have more time and it's less stressed and focused. But when some people cannot get out of detention because they're mandatory detained or what have you, and when you win, sometimes that's awesome because you get the hearing done really quickly and then you can move on with your life. So we've seen that happen as well. But you're going to be able, and I say for the most part because the things are changing a lot in the different provisions, but you generally are able to tell the judge what you're going to be applying for, submit your applications by the deadline. And if you cannot get out on bond or parole, you have to do your hearing inside detention. Now, this is like a typical case, but if you had an expedited removal, you're not going to see a judge. If you had a credible fear interview and there was a negative, you can see a judge for a evaluation, but even some of these things are starting to be changed. So I would say that if someone is thinking that they're going to be detained, whether they're outside the country or inside the country, to try to team up with an immigration attorney that you trust and knows your case and could be prepared if necessary.
Okay. Thank you so much again for answering the question, Ruby. I would like to come back to my questions, but I think I can give my questions rest for a bit. Let me take viewers' questions now. Maybe Gagan's question first. So Gagan says, do you think affirmative asylum backlog will come down? What do you have to say?
Well, I'm not sure. I would love that. But okay, lots of different factors. I think that the federal employees have had a lot of overwhelm this last few weeks, including with some of them being told they have to come into the office, and that's a huge change from what they were doing before. So I think that's going to impact some of the decision making and the process. I think the other thing is that those who are in the country, okay, let's talk about the Venezuelans from TPS about to end. If some of those individuals haven't applied for asylum yet and affirmatively and are eligible, then that's going to create more of a backlog there. I looked at statistics even just recently, and I don't think the backlog's going to go away unless they put a whole lot more officers on the process, and maybe change some of the process in some way. So I really don't think so. I think I don't think it's really sustainable, unfortunately. And we've been filing mandamuses for cases that have been pending more than a few years, and that's how we've been able to get some interviews.
Okay. So Gagan, I hope you have got your answer. In case you're looking for more, please continue posting your follow-ups. We'll be more than happy to take them. Next, let me quickly take Kunal's question maybe. So Kunal says, I've been in the US for a few years under a tourist visa. Now my visa is expiring. Should I apply for asylum before it expires, or will that look suspicious to immigration authorities? What do you have to say, Ruby, to this?
Well, okay, so let's just say that you're normally supposed to apply, if you're going to apply for asylum, within 1 year of entry. There are some exceptions with change circumstances and exceptional circumstances. But normally, if an individual is here on a tourist visa, normally it's only good for 6 months at a time. So I'm curious as to, did you come and go, and where did you go? Because if you went back to the country that you may be going to apply asylum from, then that can look bad. So those are some of my questions. But let's just pretend that you entered and you had maybe 6 months and you're still here. It's ideal if you're going to file for asylum to file before your status expires, or while you're in the status, so there's no unlawful presence time. But it's definitely ideal to apply within 1 year if you're going to apply and you qualify, so that you don't have an issue about the 1 year filing deadline. But if you are in a status like, let's say, F1 or E2 or TN or something, I don't know, something like that. No, TN is probably not that likely. But then if you're still in a status, even though it's been for a few years, then you still can meet one of those exceptions for the 1 year filing deadline. So that's more of the concern. The looking suspicious, I think, is the question is why did you wait until when you did? That's really where when they sit down and they get the luxury of seeing everything play by play and retrospectively, then they question things like, why did you do what you did? So anyway, that's just a short answer, I guess.
Right. Thank you so much for your answer, Ruby, and thank you so much for your question, Kunal. I hope you have got your answer. In case you're looking for more, continue posting your follow-up. But Ruby, here I would also like to know from you that, after getting deported, so is it like common for deported individuals to have their passports, maybe taken away upon returning to their home country?
They normally are given back their passports when they return, and sometimes when the U.S. has an agreement with the country, they might not even need it to go back to their country. So I think it can depend on a lot of different circumstances. It used to be that would cause the delay while the individual was detained, waiting for the consulate to work with the government and to get that passport. But I think there's being some changes in that process.
Okay, and let's say if their passports are confiscated, so how can they retrieve them?
Well, that's always been a question of mine, because the passport is of the government of the country that the individual is from. It's not a U.S. government document, and I don't really understand where they get the power to take that away from the individual. Mm-hmm. But normally, you can get it back when you're in the process of being deported, or you can try to get a new one from the government of your country, if you're, free and able to. But that also causes consequences if you're applying for asylum from that country, because you don't generally want to apply for a passport from the country that you're applying for asylum from. So it can be a challenging process. It does happen where they do take the documents, and it can be difficult to get them back.
Okay. And after deportation, I mean, how long are individuals typically banned from re-entering the US?
So the general rule is that if you have a deportation order, it's 10 years. You can't come back for 10 years without a waiver. So if you have a waiver and a visa, then you could come back sooner. If it's an expedited removal, it's 5 years that you would need to stay out 5 years, or you can come back sooner. But again, if there's some other complication, like you overstayed, you overstayed, and you have a permanent bar, it can also add that 10 years to the equation as well, that you truly have to stay outside the country. So, but just solely on your specific question about the deportation, it's 10 or 5 if it's expedited removal.
Okay. Thank you so much for answering the question, Ruby. And guys, if you're liking this conversation, if it's informative to you, if it's helpful to you, so make sure to like this video, share this video, and also subscribe to Immigration Talk Show. And now let me very quickly take Vishwanathan's question. So Vishwanathan is here and says, I think this is regarding L1 processing, but still, if you're okay, I would like to read this question.
Yeah,
Okay. Do we expect more challenges with L1 processing? My petition filed on 27th January. Any delays now post 17th January in processing premium petition processing?
Well, we haven't heard of a concern about the premium processing so far. I mean, that was a concern under the Trump administration 1.0, that he got rid of it for almost everything, I think. And so, but what I would say is that there's been so many changes, and there's been a lot of fear and concern about the federal government employees about being, told they have to come in the office and do this and do that. I mean, there's been a lot of things going on. So I think there might be some just general delays because of that, the change in administration and how it's impacting the adjudicators and their lives. So that's all I could think of at the moment. I don't have anything exactly on point that would affect that case.
Okay. All right. So Vishwanathan, I hope you have got your answer. In case you're looking for more, continue posting your follow-ups. Thank you so much for joining this webinar and posting your question. Let me quickly take another question. The next that I would like to take is of Lokesh. Lokesh says, what should I do if I'm already in deportation proceedings and I fear for my life in my home country? How does asylum work when you're already facing removal from the US? What do you have to say to this, Ruby?
Well, if you're in immigration court, you probably, depending on where you are in the process, you have to tell the judge what you're planning to apply for. So you would need to apply for asylum, withholding of removal, and convention against torture, depending on, these are forms of relief you apply for when you are in immigration proceedings. You can apply for affirmative asylum outside of court, but when you are in court, this is what you can apply for. So so I don't know where you are in the process right now, but if you have been told to go to a master calendar hearing, that's what the judge is going to ask you that first hearing. What are you applying for? And that's when you tell them, and then they're going to say, okay, well, this is the deadline, and this is when you need to submit everything, and this is your final hearing. And at the final hearing, that's when you're going to have the opportunity, if you have an attorney, or you to explain your situation. But you usually only have a couple of hours to put on a whole hearing, and this is really important for you to do the best you can. Ideally, you need to have an immigration attorney who has experience and help you. But yeah, this is where you can apply for asylum in immigration court.
Okay. Lokesh, I hope you have got your answer. But Ruby, with this, I would also like to ask you that, are there circumstances under which a person might receive a lifetime ban also?
Well, we don't have. So let's just say there's the 3-year and the 10-year bar of unlawful presence. For unlawful presence, there's the permanent bar, which means you stay out for 10 years. There's different inadmissibilities and the consequences of them. One of them is if you don't go to your immigration court hearing and you have what's called an in absentia order, deportation order, in absentia, like you're not there. If you leave the country, you could be found that you cannot come back for 5 years, like legit stay out for 5 years before you can submit a waiver on any other issue you might have. When we say permanent bar, we mean you stay out for 10 years and then you need waivers to get back in. So, but where I think the answer to that question, what you say, is we don't necessarily have something called a lifetime bar. But what we do have is if you have an issue that there is no waiver for, then it could be considered like a lifetime bar. Because if there's a matter that I don't know, some like national security issues or something like that, terrorism type of things, and that those certain different issues, like there's no waiver for certain things, and so that's really what the concern would be. That means if you get found for those problems and admissibility issues and you leave and there's no waiver for it, then it is like a lifetime ban.
Right. And I mean, is it possible to also maybe appeal or shorten this ban period?
Well, so I do a lot of speeches on like waivers and stuff. And so what you really have to do is you have to see what is the inadmissibility or issue, and is there a waiver, and are you eligible for it? Because like maybe a person doesn't have a qualifying relative or doesn't have the hardship standard or whatever it is. So it really can be limiting, especially if the individual doesn't have those relationships. There is a non-immigrant waiver, but I find those have been very difficult, especially with the level, the non-immigrant waiver. The concerns are what's the bad thing that the person did, like what's the issue. So if it's more serious, then it's going to be really hard to get in. The second is why are you trying to come in? What's the intent? And I'm blanking out for the third. It's matter of Harenka, and it's what are you trying to do? What's the bad thing? And I guess then like just overall, are you a concern for public safety? Are you going to harm society? So like if someone had a DWI, for example, they would consider that as maybe you drink and drive and you're going to put other people in danger. So it really does take the analysis of what is the inadmissibility finding, sort of like the problem, and is there a solution to it? And if so, do you qualify for that solution or waiver? So it really can come down to case basis.
Okay. Thank you so much for answering the question, Ruby. And guys, you can also give us a call. I mean, you can also ask your questions by giving us a call on the number 425-436-6335. And don't forget to put the access code. The access code is 988888. So you can also ask your questions by calling us on this number. Now, let me come back to our viewer's question. So viewer Vishwanathan is actually back, and he says, thank you. I think he wants to thank you for the answer that you gave. And he says, the reason I asked is that 17th January, my colleague got his petition and got approved on 31st January. But with changes to I-29 from 17th January, do we anticipate any delays?
What changes to well, I think just with every new change in forms, it takes a little while for everybody to get on board. And also, like I was mentioning before, a lot of federal, a lot of government officers have been having some changes in the HR issues. And so it could cause some delays there. I think we should just like how immigration attorneys are getting slammed right now, I think we should probably give the government a little moment to breathe and try to take it in, because like if you think about it, there's all these policies that were coming out, even though it necessarily impact this particular issue, but then there's also staffing and whether they can work remotely or not, and changes, and then there's like the different secretaries for the different agencies in the cabinet, and so there's a lot of like the trickling down of the different policies right now. So hopefully it all stabilizes soon, and we can see what's going on.
Okay. Thank you so much. Vishwanathan, for your question. I hope you have got your answer. Gagan says, just want to extend a thank you for doing this webinar. Of course, you're most welcome, Gagan, and make sure that you like, share this video, and also subscribe to the channel, and also make your friends subscribe to this channel if they want help regarding immigration cases. But thank you for your comment. And Ruby, I would like to actually come back to my question and also ask you that, do you think that the US, they share records of deportation to other countries as well?
Okay, so they're not supposed to, but then in some respects about like asylum, but then at the same time, they're also getting, that's a really good question. Okay, so let's break down different scenarios about this. So one thing is the deportation. Well, in some cases they are, because they're giving a list, a manifest, they have flights and buses of individuals who are going back to those countries. In fact, there's countries that are taking people that are not even there, or I think that's what the US is trying to do, send people who are not citizens of those countries to countries. Like, for example, Mexico is preparing to take what they call OTMs, other than Mexicans, with the Venezuelans that are about to run out of status in less than 2 months. Some of them, if they don't have anything else, they're working on where are they going to send, 300,000 or more or whatever, Venezuelans to other countries. So there has to be some information sharing about those things. But then the other side is when you do talk about asylum, like even if you think about an affirmative asylum interview, one of the things the officer says is, we're not going to share this information with your country, and this is private. So I think that asylum as a form of relief versus being deported are different things, but a lot of times it's intertwined. So I think there is that concern, but just because it's the application doesn't mean that detail is going to be communicated to the country. So I think that's just something to consider. We're sort of getting into some uncharted territory where they're. Oh, I know, that's what I'm saying. On the ICE Facebook page, they are posting pictures of individuals with their complete name and they're like charged, I guess. So even if it's like overstayed or a crime. So I'm really concerned about confidentiality and safety for those individuals. But for the most part, that's about all we can say to that question.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much again for answering the question. And also with this, I would also like to ask you that are there specific countries that restrict entry of individuals, who have been deported from the US?
Other countries that restrict individuals. Well, I'm hearing some reports that I don't know, because that's more of a relationship between the US and those other countries. But there are countries that we historically didn't send people to. There were times where we didn't send them to Vietnam or Cuba, now Venezuela. So there's been times where they're between the issues at hand. But then I think now the US is considering sending people to, even though they're national, going to another country altogether. So there's a lot of change going in that space.
Okay. All right. Thank you again for answering the question, Ruby. Vishwanathan is actually back and he says, thank you, that makes sense. Do we have another session plan? Okay, maybe we can. How about that, Ruby? We already have got a request, right? So maybe we should.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see.
We'll be coming back soon, Vishwanathan. But thank you so much for your message. Let me quickly take Ananya's question. Ananya says, I have heard that asylum seekers may be deported even after their claims are approved if their country of origin changes. How likely is this, and what protections are there to prevent it from happening?
So that's a very specific, tough one, but let's just walk through some ideas here. Like when I first read it, I thought you were talking about people who had asylum pending, being deported. I've started to hear stories about that, but in your story, you're talking about somebody who was approved asylum. Okay, well, let's just say when an individual is approved asylum, yay, that's hard. So great, congrats. But and of course, I know you went through a lot for that to even happen. But you really want to apply for legal permanent residency at your earliest availability. In fact, right now you can apply for legal permanent residency as soon as you get approved. And I once had a client, let me explain this, where he waited about 7 or 8 years to apply for legal permanent residency. And he wasn't my client for the asylum claim, but he was given a hard time about the green card because they started evaluating things about like whether the individual could return and some other issues about scrutinizing the case. And so I think maybe that's what you're talking about in this situation. And that you're explaining that because of the change, so that if things got better, the US government saying, well, wait, you can go now. And so that is possible. I haven't seen it happen a lot, but maybe it will going forward. So yeah, keep that in mind. I would say the way to prevent it from happening is apply for a legal permanent residency as soon as you possibly can so that you're in a green card status and not just asylum status.
Right. Thank you, Ananya. I hope you have got your answer. And if you did, make sure you like this video, share this video, and also subscribe to Immigration Talk Show. Let me very quickly take Kunal's question. I think did I already take his question? Yes, I think I already took his question. Lucas's question is also taken. So Ruby, I would like to now move to some of the Facebook questions that we get in our Facebook groups. People continuously post, Facebook questions in the Facebook group. So if you allow, I would like to share my screen and, read out these questions so that I can get an answer from you. Okay. So this person says, my I-140 got approved from my old employer and I want to port the same to my new employer, but the job titles are different. Would that cause any issues?
It generally can, but I think really the question is looking to the job description, because sometimes, like at banks, for example, they call everybody a vice president, but a vice president at a small business is a whole nother story, right? So I think it really would come down to what is the more of the job description and requirements. But it could be a little troublesome if the title is not pretty much in line. But that would be more of a case by case matter, and making sure that you're as close as possible, so there's no question of that success of the portability.
Okay. Thank you so much for answering the question, Ruby. Let's quickly move to our next question because we don't have much time. Brittany's here. Brittany says, hello, everyone. I got my OPT for 1 year and it expires tomorrow. Is there any way that I can stay without problem in my status couple days more in the US?
Tomorrow. This was from 7 hours ago. Well, I mean, if you just overstay by a couple of days, the problem is then you'll have to say that you overstayed, even if it's just by 1 day, when you ever apply for something again. So that's not really good. But if you didn't file for an extension at this moment, then if you're only wanting a couple of days, I mean, you're in this situation, so you might as well just leave as soon as possible and know that you're going to have to say you overstayed. But if you were going to file an extension and you're filing it late, you could maybe do a nunc-pro-tunc. But that sounds like pretty much a serious, timely question that you have. So if you're not planning to stay and you're okay with having overstayed a day or two, then I would just leave as soon as possible. But you sort of don't have a lot of time to do something about this particular situation other than to leave or file an extension. But you need to have a plan for what you're going to do.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much again for answering the question, Ruby. We still have a lot more questions, but I think that's all the time we have with you, right?
Yeah, sorry about that. But I mean, it was great when we could get some of these. Look, I would just say, bottom line, having a consult with an experienced immigration attorney is really where it's going to be at, okay? Because there are so many changes happening, and I really would suggest finding someone who has a big enough team that's keeping up on things, or primarily just does immigration because if they're doing a lot of different other aspects, it's going to be hard to keep up with, other areas of law, it's going to be hard to keep up with all the changes. But hopefully things start slowing down in terms of changes and updates. Fingers crossed, hopefully. But, it's not just you, it's the attorneys, it's the government. There's the changes for everybody. And so we're just trying to do the best we can to navigate that and get our clients in the best place possible. So thank you so much for having me, and I hope that this was helpful, and definitely feel free to stay in touch.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ruby, for being here. And guys, if you're looking out for help regarding your immigration cases, make sure that you get in touch with Ruby Powers, or you can give her a call on the number 713-589-2085. I would like to repeat her number, 713-589-2085. You can also email her. Her email ID is contact@rubypowerslaw.com. And you can also visit her website, which is www.rubypowerslaw.com. So make sure that you get in touch with her regarding your immigration cases, and especially asylum or deportation case. But thank you so much again, Ruby, for being here. Hoping to see you real soon. Maybe like, one of our viewers said, another session and another episode exclusively for L1A. So if you're available, we would love, you to come back.
Okay, well, that sounds good. Well, let's definitely work on that then. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, viewers, for being here and for joining this webinar, for posting your questions in the comments. And we have so much more coming up for you. For that, you'll have to stay tuned with Immigration Talk Show. But for now, I'll have to take your leave. I'm Rajni Bharara, your host. I'll be seeing you very soon. But for now, take care and make sure that you like this video, share this video, and also subscribe to Immigration Talk Show. Bye for now and take care.
Hello and welcome everyone to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. I'm your host Sam, and today we are back again with another very exciting topic. That's too very controversial and that's too very hot. So before moving ahead, let me read out this very important disclaimer. By watching our videos, you agree and understand that the information provided by our experts and attorneys, including comments and replies from users, is not a legal advice. So use of information is at your own risk. All right, once again, friends, welcome back everyone to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. And today the topic that we are going to delve, that is H-1Bs and legal immigration reform, Musk versus Mega. So this is a very hot topic, and this is actually creating a lot of buzz on social media and is on top of everyone's notification right now. So today we are going to explore lots of different opinions, a very eye-opening facts, a very different information that most of our viewers are not aware of. And as the topic is very interesting, and even to make this session more interesting, I have a very special guest for you, friends, and who has joined us for the second time in today's channel. So let me welcome attorney Amin Yaqub, an expert in immigration law with an impressive track record with a strong background in litigation. And before his current role at Bogan Months and Months, Mr. Yaqub also ran his own solo practice, helping clients navigate complex immigration and litigation challenges. So welcome, Amin. I'm really happy that you are here, and we are so grateful that for the second time we are meeting again, and
Yeah,
after
thank
again
you
a
for
very,
having
very
me.
insightful topic.
Yeah, thank you for having me for the second time.
Absolutely. So I think before delving into the topic, I would like to know it from you that what's the status right now? I mean, what's the current rule that's happening around Musk versus Mega? I mean, what's in the plate right now?
Yeah, so I believe before we delve into this, it's worth noting that there is the final rule for H-1B, which was passed and went into effect on January 12th, I believe, or 17th. Basically, it reformed somehow the H-1B to a great extent. So it made several changes to the old H-1B rule, and now, for example, the H-1B is eligible for entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurs can apply for H-1B for the first time ever, and of course that they have to meet certain requirements and they have to meet certain specifications. But for the first time ever, entrepreneurs can actually petition for themselves under certain conditions and apply for H-1Bs. So the Biden administration, before leaving, actually passed the final H-1B rule, and it went into effect on January 17th. So that is, I would say, a good way of starting this discussion, because the new rule was not reversed yet. So right now we still have the valid, effective new H-1B rule, and it was put into effect before Biden administration left. And it would be interesting to see what happens next regarding the H-1B. But for now, what we have into effect is the Biden administration's H-1B. Uh,
Um, I think due to some reason we have lost Amin, but Amin, can you hear us? I think, friends, due to some connectivity issue, I think Amin is here. Amin, can you hear us?
yes, I can. So what was the last thing? I've stopped that.
Yeah, you're saying about the rule that now we are going to look forward towards this year and
Yeah. So to summarize, there was the H-1B new rule, and it was passed under Biden's administration, went into effect on January 17th of 2025. And
mm,
it, for the first time, it opened the way for entrepreneurs to self-sponsor themselves. So that is a unique way of basically uh, sponsoring yourself under the new H-1B rule. It will be interesting to see what happens in the future regarding the current debate on H-1B under Trump's new administration. But until then, what we have into effect is the Biden's administration new and what we call final.
I think due to some reason we are not able to connect with him. But I think, friends, we should wait for some time so that I think Amin can connect with his internet again. And I think he's back again. All right. Amin, can you hear us right now? We can't hear you. I think your mic is off.
Yeah, I was saying if there's a problem in the connection, probably I will need the help of the IT, and I can be back in 5-10 minutes. Okay.
That's okay. That's okay. That's completely okay. I think our viewers can wait for some times, and till then, viewers, it would be great. We will connect back after some time. So prepare your questions. Prepare all the information that you have been going through related to this topic, And make sure to comment all those questions, because this 1 hour is going to be very informative, very insightful. So make sure to post all your questions and put the comments so that we can have a very lively discussion, a very healthy discussion. So stay tuned. We are coming back just after some time. So keep watching the show and we'll be right back.
Hello? Can you hear me again?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Perfect.
Sam will.
Yeah, hopefully this time it's not going to go offline. So the IT fixed something here.
No
And
problem, sir. Thank you.
yeah, apologies regarding this. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. After a short break, I'm so sorry that due to some reason we just need to take a leave. But that's okay. We are back again, and I think now I would like to welcome our attorney, Amin Aku. Please, Amin, come to the floor and let us know as you were explaining about the H-1B rule. So please go ahead. Our audience are really waiting for your insights.
Yeah, apologies regarding going offline. We fixed the problem officially. So going back to the final H-1B rule, so it went into effect on January 17th of 2025. And for the first time, it opened the floor for entrepreneurs to sponsor themselves. And it also included some changes to specialty occupation and the cap for the H-1B between basically going from F1 status into the H-1B status. It extended the cap for that and the gap between statuses. So it made several changes that are kind of positive for everyone. Now, it would be interesting to see what the Trump administration will bring to the table, uh, probably by an executive order, because he likes issuing a lot of executive orders. So we will be interested to see what's going to happen in the future. I just wanted to introduce this because this is a new development into the H-1B arena, and it would be a good kind of introduction to the debate about the legal reform and the H-1B that is going on between Musk and Trump, or let's say it's not Trump, it's MAGA. Trump sided actually this time in this administration with Musk's side. So let's see what happens in the future. But you can go ahead and ask me regarding the debate that is going on.
Absolutely. And my next question is to you, first of all. Thank you so much, Armin, for letting us know about the H-1B final rule. And that's also a very important news. And I'm sure most of our viewers know about it and, gets into the deep analysis of it. But coming back to our topic, Musk versus Mega, it's a very, I would say, a very controversial topic. And it's for the very first time, that our viewers are seeing that there's a division, there's a split between in the Trump's administration itself. So this is a very new thing, and this is a very, I would say, a different thing, and people are so confused. So to make them even more clear, and I would like to know it from you. Like, can you explain what is actually Musk agendas and what is actually Mega agenda? What they both are looking in terms of H-1B visas and the immigration reform?
Yeah. So to start answering this question, I would have to give a little bit of history about Musk. So he came here to the U.S. on an H-1B, and then he applied for the EB-2 and AW, and then he got it, and then he adjusted status accordingly. So he was a beneficiary of the H-1B program in the past, and he understands as an employer in the tech industry the importance of the H-1B program. So starting from this point, Musk's position is we need engineers, we need high-level engineers, we need high-level mathematicians and people in STEM fields. And his argument is mostly people come from India who are highly developed in these fields, and they are advanced way more than most other nations. So the argument is why not open the H-1B to the merit-based Indians who come here and benefit the U.S. Through our companies. And the reply from MAGA was, if we've done that, then they're going to be replacing Americans, and we should put America first. And the counter reply from Musk's side was, basically, what you're saying is wrong, because if we have expanded the businesses, if we have expanded the frontiers of human knowledge and tech, that means basically we're hiring more employees and we're getting more Americans hired, even in top positions. So no one replaces anyone in the system because the US is a capitalist country. It's not like we have limited pie for everyone to eat. It's like the more you work, the more you develop, you have a bigger pie, and that means more people are going to eat from that pie, to put it simply. So after some while, Trump engaged in conversation, right? And he was like, "Well, I've used many H-1Bs in the industry. I like them. I like the system, and we're gonna keep it." So he sided with Musk's side as opposed to MAGA's side. Now, MAGA did not basically stop attacking the other side because America's first, Americans first, and it's what everyone was voting for Trump for. So what happens if Trump sided with Musk and basically they expanded the H-1B rule instead of basically allowing Americans to assume the highest positions, they allowed foreigners to assume the highest positions. I would say 70% of H-1B holders are Indians. So it's specific for the population of the H-1B somehow. It's not their problem that there's more in math and tech. But the thing is, now the question is, should we remove the cap from the H-1B for Indians or in general? Because we have 65,000 for bachelor's degree holders and 20,000 for master's degree holders.
Absolutely, that's a very good point. And also, I would also like to know, Aman, from you that how could their views impact the future policies? I mean, what differences or what changes can we see in the future?
Yeah, that would be very interesting to see. But what I think is, or what I would predict is, the H-1B would hold its place, and it's basically for the functionality of most enterprises, high-level enterprises in the U.S. So there is, unfortunately, the way MAGA thinks about it is not accurate in terms of economic development of the U.S. and making the U.S. a leader in tech. So to maintain its position as a leader in tech and all basically the frontiers of knowledge, the U.S. needs the H-1B. I cannot get rid of the H-1B. We have also Professor Matthew Cook, who is a physicist. He spoke about the H-1B a long time before. He was at a conference and he said, well, that's the American weapon to get very highly talented people to the U.S. and to keep the U.S. At the frontiers of human knowledge and entrepreneurship and businesses and tech. So I would actually expect if something happened to the H-1B program, the U.S. would very much feel it as soon as they do that. And that for that reason, I don't believe that Trump will actually pass something that would contradict what I'm saying here. He's not going to go for basically stopping the H-1B program, but I believe there is going to be some kind of reform to the H-1B program.
All right. Okay, but also, Aman, I would like to know it from you that if we look into the first term of Trump, then he was quite against the H-1B, right? He was mostly, we have heard in his speeches that he has said that they're not going to have H-1B more. H-1Bs are not very much good for the Americans, for the nation, right? And in the second term, we are seeing a little shift on his ideologies. So he is right now, I won't say that completely in favor of the H-1B workers, but in the mega, they are the people who are a bit conservative. They are the people who are very much on their phones, and that's about America First agenda. So my question to you is that what do you think that during the first term till the second term, what made Trump shift his ideologies? I mean, why is he favoring right now the H-1B workers, and why was he so against in his first term? I mean, what can be the reason behind it?
Yeah. Personally, I think the reason behind it is Elon Musk again. Just the way he sees him. He invited him to see the SpaceX rocket going back and forth and landing back after it went to space. And Trump was mesmerized by what he saw, by what he saw, and he actually went back and in his rallies was talking about it all the time. It's like this guy is doing something above and beyond all nations combined, even the U.S. So for Trump, who is always in a position of power, and power seems a big aspect of Trump's administration and Trump himself as a person, he wouldn't like to lose power. He wouldn't like to lose. He would like to be at the frontier of power, no matter what the price. So if Musk is powerful and if Trump likes power, then he wouldn't basically let Musk down in this debate. That's why I believe he sided with Musk this time, as opposed to Mega. I mean, Mega or whatever, they're good people. They're trying their best and so forth, but they're not creating rockets that can actually basically put the U.S. on Mars or the most advanced technology on planet Earth. So it's for Trump. He sees that this term in his administration. The last administration, it was not that obvious. He was thinking of H-1Bs, unfortunately, in a lesser way. He was thinking of them as he actually spoke about it. Like they are the winemakers. They are people who come here with very specialty occupation, and they do a great job in creating wineries and stuff like that. But he saw the firsthand what Musk could achieve in different companies, and he was like, well, we can actually have a better America if we allowed more people like Musk in. And that's the way he changed his views, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And I think that's very well understandable because in his first term, we haven't seen Musk being more close to Trump. And in the second term, we have seen that they have a very good bond. They have a very close relationship. And it's very obvious that they both are businessmen. So they have a little common genre, common niche. So that may also be the reason. And also, Amin, my next question to you would be that, okay, fine, you're saying that Trump is going to support the H-1B workers. And in the upcoming year, under Trump's era, we are going to see a little, towards the H-1B workers, there will be little reform, but it won't be any restrictive kind of thing, right? But what can you say about ending the birthright citizenship? Because it's a very I would say a very difficult and a very challenging executive order that Trump has put up during his first day only. So it's affecting mostly the H-1B workers because they are the one who is contributing a lot to the US economy and they are the one who is going to suffer. So what's your
Yeah,
call on that? Do you think he's doing something but he's not saying something, or what Trump
yeah.
is actually?
It's a very interesting question, actually, because he cannot support H-1Bs on the one side and disagrees with birthright of citizenship on the other side, especially for Indians, again, because we're assuming that 70% of H-1Bs are Indians. And we Indians have a very late priority date for EB2 NIWs and EB1As. So when we're talking about H-1Bs, we're actually talking about mostly Indians, uh,
Yeah.
and that's based on facts. So that means he cannot basically support that and at the same time say, well, your newborn is not going to be a U.S. citizen. And once he passed this, for now, that's my view. Trump's view is there are two distinct matters. For him, he is trying to fight people who come to the U.S. and try to get their wives to give birth to a son or a daughter and make them Americans and then return back to their home countries. And they would be holding the U.S. passports for life. And honestly, and actually, it does not mean anything. I mean, someone who was born on the U.S. Soil, and he or she will go back to their home countries with their kids. So why you did it in the first place, and what is the meaning of the U.S. citizenship for that baby, for the future? He or she would be a different nationality. He would be belonging to a different country all his life. He would be actually fighting for a different army if they lived in their country all their lives. So he's actually trying to stop that from happening. That's why he mentioned tourism, temporary workers, and so forth. But I believe it was a rushed executive order because even the terms of the visas in the executive order was put as examples, but not limited to, and they were put and it's like tourists, students, and temporary workers, and then it was temporary people who are staying in the U.S. But it did not detail any kind of visa statuses. It did not detail what kind of temporary status versus permanent. I mean, like, is it a green card the only way to actually get the people who are born in the U.S. to get the citizenship? So it was very summarized and very rushed executive order. 2 days after Trump passed it, the federal judge actually issued a restraining order. So the restraining order legally keeps it blocked for 14 days. The next step is a preliminary injunction, which usually takes place before the end of the 14th day. And if the lawyers can prove that there is irreparable harm, and at the same time the petitioner will be able to win on the merits, the judge will be likely to actually block the order until further notice, usually after the Supreme Court is done with the review of the order. So I expect the order to be blocked until maybe a year or two afterwards, until the Supreme Court sees the matter and decides it. Now, if we talked about the Supreme Court and how it would decide the matter, honestly, I don't have a doubt. I mean, as the federal judge said, anyone who sees that kind of order as constitutional did not go to any law school. So it's just super obvious. It cannot contradict with the 14th Amendment in the U.S. Constitution. And if he needs to actually reverse to the 14th Amendment, he cannot do it via executive order. He has to do it through 2/3 of both the Senate House and the House of Representatives, and also the 3/4 of all the U.S. states parliaments. So otherwise, it's not doable. So that is the beginning of all problems. But again, going back to your question, if we have people who are on H-1Bs and they are having a kid, a newborn right now, the newborn will be a U.S. citizen. And in 14 days, he or she will be a U.S. citizen. And I believe in the near future, they will actually be U.S. citizens until the U.S. Supreme Court decides whether that actually holds up or not.
Mhm. Right. And also, I think Trump was about to end the birthright citizenship during his first term as well, but he didn't get the majority of support during his first term. And that's why he is right now. But also, we can see that most of the temporary workers, they are finding it quite unfair to have this ending the birthright citizenship. But I think we don't know what's going to happen. But I think the judge, he also said that it's unconstitutional, and it's not going to happen. But we can't. We can't decide anything. What's going to happen? What's not? But okay, that's all right. But also, I would like to know it from you. My next question: that how might this internal conflict in Mega is going to influence the future immigration reform? Yeah, about the future, I would like to know.
Yeah. So if we actually took a look at, so the new debate actually made us all think about the legal immigration system in the U.S. And that's a very, very important topic. So the first point of Trump was, I'm going to be fighting the illegal immigration into the U.S.
Yeah.
But this kind of debate about the H-1B was now it's talking about the legal immigrants in the U.S. And if we took a closer look at the legal immigration system in the U.S., it's kind of repelling. It's not actually designed to attract and keep and retain people in the U.S. Basically, you're a student here in the U.S., unlike Canada, for example, you have to go back to your country. You're a temporary worker, you have to go back to your country. So, unlike Australia, Canada, and other countries, you're not here to get a green card afterwards. you have to be some kind of special to obtain the green card. So the system initially was designed not to keep as many foreigners as we might think, actually. The exceptions are EB2 national interest waiver, it's a waiver. EB1 extraordinary ability, EB5 investment visa, which is $800,000 up to $1,050,000. And if we thought about all the immigrant visas, unless you're married to an American spouse, it's kind of very, very difficult to actually get the green card, as opposed to different immigration systems all over the world. So it's not that new of a discussion here. It's actually referring to an old discussion regarding what immigration should be like in the U.S. But since many immigrants are super successful right now in many positions, now people are reconsidering their positions into all of this. Should we keep the H-1B? Should we try to expand it or not? Now, a very important point is the H-1B is abused. Everyone knows that somehow. So the question here becomes, what can we do not to allow people or employers to abuse the H-1B system? So what kind of measures can we take to stop the abuse of the H-1B system? And if we can actually put forward those measures to fix the system, there's no way we Americans are not going to benefit from the H-1Bs. Again, it's H-1Bs create more jobs, at least statistically, to everyone else. So it's not that far away from seeing Americans benefiting from the H-1B as well.
That's right. That's right. Also, Amin, I would like to know it from you, as this ending the birthright citizenship is a very, problematic right now, especially for the H-1B workers. So, is it like the time there's 14 days of extension, right, for that decision, that final decision? And for example, if that gets implemented, for example, if that becomes in the constitution, so the people, those who are already the US citizen, those immigrants, especially the H-1B workers who already got the green card with the H-1B visas, do they also have to get worried after the implementation of this ending the birthright citizenship, or they won't have to worry at all?
Yeah, they don't have to worry because there is a rule of law basically that says you cannot apply the new law retroactively. So no matter what happens in the future, it will stay to the future, including this executive order, by the way. So it was not applied. It's not supposed to apply until March. So the judge stopped it anyway. And the opposing argument was very convincing, honestly. Was saying, well, even though it's unconstitutional, why are you issuing a restraining order for 14 days if it's not going to be applied in 14 days? So the law cannot apply retroactively because, again, that's unconstitutional. And there is no constitution in the world that I'm aware of that actually allows the law to apply retroactively. So anyone who has citizenship or anyone who has kids who have the U.S. citizenship, they all should be okay. Now, my advice is, if you do have a kid right now, you have a newborn, don't be late in registering, going for the U.S. passport procedures or whatever, or getting the birth certificate and going further with the procedures. There's nothing that can stop you from doing so, and probably the executive, again, the restraining order will extend into a preliminary injunction, and it all will stop sometime until the Supreme Court decides the case. But why risk all of this? Just go ahead and go for the U.S. passport for your newborns.
Right. That's very well explained. Also, Amin, I would like to know it from you, because most of especially the MAGA movement, there are people who are not in favor of the H-1B workers, and there is the other side, Musk, who is pro H-1B workers. He has, I think in Tesla, there are more than 70% of Indians who are working over there, and they all are in the H-1B visas. So it shows that, the one of the biggest companies in the whole world, that is Tesla, and there are lots of H-1B workers. So from my side, I don't think without the H-1B workers or without the immigrants, America can be that great. But I would like to know it from your end. Like, for example, if the H-1B visas are not very much favorable, then what challenges do US companies face if the H-1B visas are restricted?
Many challenges in my view, and in Musk's view, and in many leaders' view, and that's based on personal experience. So it's not like Musk is saying that out of like theory or something. It was in practice, in his experience, trying to hire engineers for Tesla, or trying to hire aerospace engineers for SpaceX. But again, SpaceX has a special occasion because it's funded by the U.S. federal government. He has contracts with the government, so he's not allowed to hire many foreigners. He's not allowed. I believe he's not allowed to hire, for example, pending Asylees and different categories of immigrants. It's like NASA, for example. So no one who doesn't have the U.S. citizenship can be hired in NASA. It's like a matter of national security. But otherwise, in terms of Tesla, he hired many engineers. If you actually heard the engineer beside him when he's testing the autopilot for the first time, he's an Indian engineer. The second one is basically most of the engineers, leader engineers at Tesla, they're mostly Indians, according to Musk. So he said basically, if we're retaining the best talent in the world, we're going to keep the US at the front of knowledge and tech. So we should keep doing that, and that's the main argument for Musk. And he also said that negatively, basically, if I could find people, find Americans who can actually do that, who can actually be at the forefront of the tech level and the engineering level, then I would hire them. But for now, I cannot find any, and that actually made many people furious, especially MAGA supporters. And later he said, well, maybe the H-1Bs can actually train the Americans in engineering and other fields so that they make progress in that respect. And then Vivek Ramaswamy, he wrote a tweet regarding the situation saying, well, in India, math and tech is encouraged among kids. People would actually be proud saying, well, I'm the first in my class in math or science or whatever. In STEM field, in America, the situation is not the same. And that actually got him out of Doge to some extent, and according to some people at least. So it's a very hot debate, and it's a very political debate. We cannot, unfortunately, in immigration, detach the politics of whatever is going on from the legal side, because usually the politics feed in the legal side and says, well, we're going to change the law in that respect. We have to go to the Congress. We have to listen to all points of view, and then they start drafting something new. But again, that happened multiple times in the past, not to the same strong extent. And the Congress has not changed the INA Act since 1990. Immigration is not that easy to change. It's very, very controversial and very strong topic to actually say, well, we're going to go right or we're going to go left. And no one will actually agree on right or left. So it's going to be a very hard debate in the Congress if Trump actually proposed something. What I expect to see is Musk trying to play a role using Doge in trying to actually do something regarding legal immigration and H-1Bs by basically introducing tech and other criteria to institutions like USAS, and probably trying to influence some changes in the final rule of the H-1B to make it suitable for the next generations of H-1Bs. But otherwise, through the Congress, I don't believe that it's a strong chance, but who knows? No one can actually predict the future for 100%, especially when it comes to things like immigration.
Absolutely. All right. I think that's a pretty lot of information that we are getting right from you. And thank you so much, Armin, for, making us aware about these political views, about these how the immigration reforms will take place, and also the future perspective. Following these questions, I have another question in my mind, and that's about right now. It's just few days, that Trump has sworn in as the 47th president, and in these few days only, we have seen lots of changes, and not only the changes regarding the policies, but also in Trump's administration, we have seen a little chaos, mega versus Musk. And before that, we haven't seen, the mega movements. They are having conflict, internal conflict. So, is it something that in the future, because now Musk is there, who is a complete supporter of H1B, and mega movement, I mean, mega people who are not the supporter of H1B. So, is this the beginning of the clash that we are seeing right now, or in the future also we could have more clashes between these two different ideologies in the Trump administration? I mean, how the administration would look like in the future.
Yeah. So again, no one can actually guess the future when it comes to immigration stuff like this because it's a very hot debate. But I would say the debate is right now it has cooled down to some extent, but it's gonna fire up again if anyone said anything about H1Bs again, especially Trump. If
Right.
he, for example, talked to the people in the upcoming month, for example, and said, well, I'm going to work on the H1Bs. I'm going to expand the H1B program for the talented and skillful immigrants. I believe MAGA is going to reply back, and we're going to see a hot debate again on this issue. Until then, I don't believe anyone's going to bring it up, especially after what happened to Ramaswamy, in my opinion. But again, it's just the way things are in immigration. It's very controversial and it's very hot always. And I believe Trump doesn't care much, to be honest with you. And if he wants to do something, he's going to do it anyway, since he is the president here. So he is not going to be taking care of what MAGA will think. And it's his second administration, so that gives him a lot of leeway of doing whatever he wants. So many people is questioning why is Trump different now than the first administration? Basically because it's the second. He can do whatever. And he doesn't care about a new administration in the future. So this is the final 4 years, and he wants to leave the best stamp possible on all issues in the U.S. And I believe he wants to leave a good legacy after he leaves as well. When it comes to maintaining the U.S. and retaining it as one of the leading countries in tech and all fields.
I think that's very well said. That Trump is like he can do anything whatsoever he wants, and that's very true because most of the time we have seen that he has been selling burgers in McDonald's. Then he is being putting a lot of things. His different comments, his most I would say hilarious comments also regarding Justin Trudeau by considering him the 51st state governor. So I think these are very witty comments that we get from his side, and it's too very interesting to watch. But I think that's so interesting contents, right? And I think I would like to know it from you, like which is your favorite statement from Trump?
Well, too many favorable statements. I think it's just like the getting Canada to be one of the U.S. states and getting it's just. But anyway, can he do it or not? Who knows? I mean, this guy is super serious this time, and it's like he's going to be having talks about this with the Canadian Prime Minister for sure. So he's not saying stuff this time. He's actually implementing or trying to implement whatever he says. And again, I'm saying this because in the first administration, during his first administration, he was not actually acting on many of his promises. But this time, since he took office, he is trying to act on most of his promises. And we shouldn't take that as a surprise because he was actually talking about all these issues during his rallies all over the U.S. So no one would be should be surprised right now saying, well, what is going on regarding the deportation of illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants, for example. So undocumented immigrants, because I get too many questions regarding that, are people who have no papers in the U.S. They have never passed through a port of entry, a legal port of entry, like an airport, or through the seas, or even the land border through CBP officers. So they have no papers whatsoever. And people mistake them with pending asylees, for example. So pending asylees have legal papers. They have a CO8 status. They have pending asylum case that allows them to remain in the U.S. and so forth. So Trump's focus is on undocumented immigrants, and he's trying to deport as many as possible, as we've seen yesterday and 2 days ago, and possibly every day until he has deported most of the illegal immigrants in the U.S.
Absolutely. And I think that's a very brave move that any president should look upon because, according to the stats, also, according to the Pew Research, also, we got to know that there are 4 million illegal immigrants in the US right now. And
Yeah.
these are like currently caught. We are not even sure that there can be more. They are hidden somewhere. They haven't been caught. But it's so unfortunate to feel that there are 14 million, and that's a big amount, big number, and that too illegal. So I think it's just that most of the people they have misused the immigration system, and that's why Trump is taking such a big and such a bold step. So instead of just cribbing, we should also understand that there's also misuse of the immigration system, and that's how it's going to get a better way until and unless there's a very strict rules applied on the immigration system. I mean, what do you
Yeah.
think on this? I mean, what's your call?
Yeah. I would say if Musk or anyone, even Trump, fixed the legal immigration system, that would actually prevent illegal immigrants from coming into the U.S. on the long run. So they're kind of correlated somehow, because if you stop immigration at all for everyone, even the talented and the skilled, basically people try to come in using different ways. And sometimes you would find that you never know. Sometimes a criminal, sometimes a PhD holder coming through the border because they were rejected like a tourist visa like 200 times or whatever. So you cannot fix the illegal immigration issue by just deportation. You have to do something regarding the legal immigration issue. And basically what I think is it has to be done when the person is at or in her home country. So if you want to get this system better, and basically, or you're trying to retain the best talent in the world, try to give them the green cards when they're back in the home countries based on certain criteria. I would say the expansion of EB2NW or EB1A or stuff like that, instead of getting people to be stuck in the US on H1Bs and then trying to wait for the priority date for EB2NWs and then wait for the priority date and try to apply and the combo card and then wait again until they get the green card process. And now the new idea of the citizenship and stuff like that, the executive order, people would actually have newborns if it applied without this restraining order, who might be stateless actually if the country of origin does not grant citizenship based on the right of blood, as we call it. So we have two systems, the lex soli and lex sanguinis. Sanguinis is the right of blood, and soli is the soil. So the U.S. and Canada and other nations are having the right of soil. If you're born on the soil, you get this citizenship. But what happens if someone is from a country that does not allow someone basically to pass by blood the citizenship to a newborn, and they're born in the U.S. and this executive order applied? Then we're going to be seeing some very, very difficult scenarios worldwide. It's not going to only influence the U.S., but also different countries in the world. Again, the deportation matter influences different countries' policies as well. So we've seen this yesterday with Colombia and the communication between the Colombian president and President Trump. And basically, the question becomes, is it about Trump deporting people, or is it about non-communication between Trump's administration and other countries' administrations? Because that becomes a matter of sovereignty. Each country has its own sovereignty. So basically, you cannot just leave people to go to a different country by force. It's like, it's not, you cannot force a different country to accept even its own nationals. So you would have to at least talk to the president of the other country and do that through political and diplomatic ways. Otherwise, it's going to be a kind of an affront to the sovereignty of the other nation. And that's what happened yesterday, until, of course, Trump used his power in negotiations and so forth, and it was resolved. So it's going to be interesting to see what's next. But my point of view here is, if the U.S. changed the legal system of immigration and influenced the legal immigration to attract the best talent in the world, and made the system very efficient, the U.S. will not have a big problem regarding illegal immigrants, especially if it had strong borders. So if it has strong borders plus fixing the legal immigration system, that's done.
Absolutely. And I think I also completely agree with these information that you have been sharing. It's more about like, if if the immigration system is going to be set up properly, then automatically the illegal ones have to leave the country. And I think that's very well explained, and that's very well, understandable what you are saying. Also, Amin, I would like to know it from you. Like, if we go ahead and if we also went through those news, like Trump is about to give green cards to the international students. So this is also a recent news that we have been through. And what's your views on that? Because Trump is on the other side. He is not favoring the H-1B workers. And on the other side, the international students, he said that he is going to give them the green card. And I mean, I don't know what to say, but what's your call on that? I mean, what it is? He's
Yeah.
okay to give green card to the international students, but not the H-1B workers. So yeah, please go
Yes.
ahead.
So it sounds kind of like he likes the legal immigrants. He sounds like he likes them. But at the same time, in his administration this time, he also likes H-1Bs to some extent, as opposed to the first administration, based on what as I shared my point of view, based on Musk and so forth. But the thing is, would it be possible to grant green cards based on education in the U.S.? To a great extent, the answer is no, because again, there is a lot of pushback, and the system will maintain its way of keeping only the best talent, or people who are spouses to the U.S. citizens or legal permanent residents. It's not going to be an open immigration system like Canada or other countries, in my opinion. It would be interesting to see something that is happening against my opinion, but it's in my opinion, it's kind of impossible to have a U.S. That is inviting everyone to be U.S. citizens by giving the green cards to every student who actually has a degree from a U.S. university, because millions of students come to the U.S. and study here. So unlike Canada, who can actually apply for the permanent residency afterwards and so forth based on different criteria, here it's if you're not talented enough, if you could not secure a position with a U.S. employer, like to get sponsored for an H-1B, you have no way of staying in the U.S. People actually try to do like a file for asylum and stay here, even the pending asylum application. The ENAC says, well, this is a legal authorization, not really a legal status. And there is a lot of problems that actually goes into this, because when you try to adjust status, you try to think about it. Have you maintained legal status since the moment you actually entered the U.S. until now? Now there's a matter of Orban decision and so forth, but 20% of USCIS officers have, they don't apply it, for example. So it's the way the system is designed is to keep only the best, and not necessarily the best, because if we took a closer look, actually, you're going to find the diversity visa that takes people randomly from all over the world and grant them the green cards when they're living in their own countries. So, like internally, the system seems like it only attracts the best and retains the best. But externally, it seems like the system attracts random people with very low profiles. I mean, who knows? Like some of them are very high profile, or very high profiles, but some other people are with very low profiles. So why are you stopping them from coming through the borders and allowing the diversity visa to take place if you just want the best to come to the U.S. and to be permanent residents here? So there are a lot of questions regarding the legal immigration system that I believe we can all cover in here. But it would be interesting to see what's next for Trump.
I think we all are waiting so much that what's going to happen next, because with these few days only, also, I mean, there are so many things that's covering a huge news, everywhere. So people are concerned, some people are happy. So there's a lot to discuss. But also, Amin, thank you so much for letting us know. And one thing I loved about is that you have been, uncovering all the positive sides as well, because most of the people, they are very afraid, they are very concerned. I mean, obviously they have to be concerned, but it's not that it's something negative they are going to happen, or it's not something that they are losing the hope. They should not lose the hope of permanent residency, because it's more about highly skilled workers that Trump is looking in his term. And that's one of the best way, because that's also going to improve people, as their skills are also going to develop, their degrees are also going to get better. So it's basically the competition needs to be tightened enough, and that's how, if you're best, then go ahead and come to the US. So I think that's very well explained, Alman. And I would also like to take up our viewers' question. So firstly, here's Bal Krishnan question. And he's saying that as someone running a startup, I'm trying to hire talent from abroad. With Musk advocating for easier access to skilled immigrants and Mega wanting to tighten the rules, do you think we will see more scrutiny or changes in the H-1B process?
Yeah, so for now, we are sticking to the law in effect, which is the final H-1B rule that went into effect on January 17th of 2025. Based on that law, you yourself will be able to sponsor many employees if you're having a valid job offers, valid contracts, and basically tax returns showing that you can pay them and so forth. Regarding yourself, you can actually sponsor yourself based on that rule as well. Now, whenever Trump passes something in the future, we will have to look at it, and it's going to be applying to the future, not retroactively. And that would be the time to actually answer your question, because until then, we're applying and we're abide by the new H-1B rule that was passed during Biden's administration before they left.
All right, so thank you so much, Balakrishnan, for your question. In case if you have any follow-up or want to know more about the scrutiny or the changes or the process regarding H-1B, then please go ahead and post it on the comment section. Let's move ahead with Anjali's question, and she's asking, I know Musk has been critical of current immigration caps. If there's push to lift or reform these caps under his influence, how soon could such a change realistically happen? And there's a follow-up question, and how would it impact industries beyond tech?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think there's going to be much change to the caps of H-1B. Even if they changed it and expanded it somehow to Indians and talented people, regardless of where they come from, it's not going to be a huge of a change. And the reason there is a cap in the first place was to maintain diversity in the U.S. nation. It's basically if we allow only merit-based people to come into the U.S. and let's say 70% of merit people are Indians, that means 200 years from now, the most population of the U.S. might end up as Indian race, So it was in a way designed to put caps on countries that have billions of people, like India and China. That's why we have a backlog as well. But the thing is, and I believe that would be the argument for the other side, basically saying, well, if you're trying to get merit-based people, we have to make sure that there is also a ceiling to that, so that basically not a quarter of India would be a quarter of India would actually flood the U.S., would actually replace all Americans, not Americans, everyone else. So it's like they would have to keep it capped. But honestly, I believe they're going to expand it a little bit because right now it's super low. Again, 65,000 plus 20,000, that's nothing. And the exempt from the cap would be non-profit organizations and community and stuff like that. So it's not efficient in terms of getting H-1Bs in the tech industry right now.
Absolutely. And there are so many H-1B visa applicants who have been waiting for 10 years, 12 years, so that they can just get the approval. So it's a very, I would say, a very lengthy process, especially in the country regarding India and China. There are so many people who have been applying for this, and it's very hard, it's very tough for them to get those, H-1B visas. So I
Of
hope,
course.
Anjali,
Yeah, I
if
just want to comment very fast on what you said right now because
yeah,
it's very important. So the people, especially MAGA, they assume that if you applied for the H-1B, you're going to get it. But they forget that it's a lottery process. Only 20% of people actually end up with an
right,
H-1B. So it's not that guaranteed to actually get the H-1B. It's super difficult to get an H-1B. So there's no way people like Musk and others who have used the H-1Bs in the past would actually agree to limiting the H-1B because they know that it's extremely difficult right now. If they want to do something about it, they're going to expand the cap a little bit, as I suggested, but I don't believe they're going to remove caps. That's what I'm saying here. And try to make the process efficient. So instead of having a 20% chance, probably the chance should actually transform into merit-based considerations. So instead of having 150,000, for example, instead of 65,000, they should actually check the merits of the 150,000 instead of do some kind of lottery and choosing those 150 instead of the others. So that's the kind of change we would like to see, and probably that's the kind of change Musk has in mind, or other people who are leading in the tech industry.
absolutely. And I think that's what, how it's going to make better the immigration system, because time to time we have to keep on changing. And that's very well said, Amin, that instead of focusing on the 65,000, it's better to look for the merit based. And also there's lottery system that's in the middle, and that completely depends upon your luck. So there's a lot of, I would say, a lengthy process, and even, very risky chance that there's no surety regarding the H-1B workers. So basically, H-1B workers have to, face a lot of challenges and look for lots of, they have been a concern on lots of different things. So I hope, Anjali, that, you got your answer. And in case you are looking towards applying the H-1B visa, then please let us know, and we can try our best to guide you, as attorney Amin Yaqub is here, so he will guide you the best. Also, let's move ahead with Hardeep question, and he is saying that I have my H1B and H4 stamped. Due to medical conditions, I am planning to travel in H4. Can I change my status later to the H1B after recovery? And how long does it take to change status? And I would really appreciate it if you tell me about the process. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, that would actually amount to a legal advice. So I would have to read the case and I would have to read the documents before I can actually say something regarding this factual scenario. Otherwise, I can be easily mistaken. So if she would like to, or if you would like to reach out, I can take a look and let him or her know as soon as I can.
Absolutely. I would like to suggest, Hardeep, that you can please go ahead and contact attorney Amin Yaqub. And given us the contact detail, you can call him 407-578-1334. You can also email him on ayaqub@boganmonths.com. And you can visit his website, that is www.boganmonths.com. So please go ahead and share the documents and share the details so that he can guide you the best. All right. Thank you so much, Hardeep, also for your question. And next is ZQ. So ZQ is saying that mass deportation is nothing new in America. It has been done before. Apart from Trump, has any other president of USA taken such strong deportation measures? Okay, let's answer this. What's your call on that, Amin?
Yeah, it has happened in the past. Usually, Republican presidents are known to strong deportation measures as opposed to Democratic presidents, for
Mm-hmm.
example. But we have to understand that Trump is the strongest Republican president who actually applied this measure to the extreme. So, to my knowledge, no one ever in the past uh, deported as many illegal and documented immigrants as Trump. Uh, so it's kind of interesting to see because he's an extremist. So it's kind of interesting to see again what's next in terms of the immigration policies that he's trying to reform. But I believe it's not going to touch the legal people living in the U.S. no matter what the status is.
Hope so. Hope so that happens, and the legal people, they are completely safe. All right. Here we have another viewer, and he is Ayan. So Ayan is saying that any thoughts on whether the new administration's policies will impact marriage-based immigration? I'm writing as a LPR who has been awaiting the approval of my spouse for past 16 months.
I don't think so. So the only kind of immigration that is not spotted as a problem or not contested in this scenario is actually marriage-based immigration, and basically that is because it involves a legal permanent resident or a U.S. citizen. So as long as someone has a legal status as a legal permanent resident with a green card or a U.S. citizen, it's very difficult for them, for the administration to actually disallow them from having a spouse who's from a foreign country, for example. So I don't foresee any changes to the marriage-based immigration system in the near future.
Okay, I think that's a good news. So thank you so much, Ayan, for your question. And in case if you still have any follow-up doubt, then please go ahead and share with our viewers. And also, I would like to take a permission from Armin. You know, Armin, we have been across 1 hour, but I still have some questions from my viewers. So it would be great if you could let us extend the session for 5 more minutes. Will that be okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right. That's so great. Okay, so here I have a question from Sagar, and Sagar actually put this question on WhatsApp. So he's asking that, hello, I'm Sagar. My I-140 was filed with employer A, and my wife's H4 EAD was filed with them with expiry date in March 2026. In January 2024, I switched to a new company B with H1B valid through February 2027. So this company did not agree to transfer I-140. Also, we didn't make any changes to my wife EAD that was issued while I was at company A. I have an offer from a new company C, and they are currently in process of filing the H1B and has agreed to support I-140 transfer in this year. So shall I request company C to file my wife's EAD to extend along with my H1B in premium, or do they need to transfer my I-140 first?
Yeah, again, that's a legal advice, unfortunately. So I'm not allowed to say it on a podcast or a broadcast. So he or she can reach out to me, and I will be able to answer them in hopefully in 24 hours.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, Sagar, you know, for to answer this very specifically, I think Amin needs to have a look on your documents and need to consult you personally. So please go ahead and contact him on the contact details, and you can also email him, and that would be more preferable. Or you can also call him on the given number as for your convenience, and you can share your doubts and you can share your documents. All right. Thank you, Sagar, for your question. And coming back to Akshay, Akshay is saying that, hi, I'm Akshay. I have a question. My wife's visa is valid until September 2026. She's on H4 visa. However, her passport expires in April 2026. So when we recently entered US, the USA Border Control Officer allowed her entry only till April 2026. She gave us the option to renew the passport and re-entry US before April 26 or go to LA. Can we submit our updated passport in USCIS office in LA?
Yeah, same thing. I'm not allowed to give any legal advice over
Mhm.
broadcast, but they should feel free to email me these facts and any documents, and I will take a look and answer them. And basically, the first answer via email and phone call even is for free, so they shouldn't be discouraged from communicating such information. I will try my best to actually answer them in 24 hours if that's.
Absolutely. And I think that's how it should be, because it's not that possible that just with a few details, the attorney can answer. It needs to be a proper detailed answers and need to look a lot of in the case. So it's a request, Sagar and Akshay, to please go ahead and contact Eamon's details so that you can have your answer. And it's definitely going to be very helpful. So make sure that you contact him on the contact details. And with that, we have come across more than an hour, and it was really insightful. It was so fruitful. But my last question from you, I would like to know that what advice would you like to give to those, especially the H-1B workers who are currently in the US, who are so afraid, who are so tensed, and what advice would you like to give them? Because just to make them little relaxed, just to make them what solution would you like to provide them?
Um, so I would like to say that you're lucky that you're having an H-1B. That's the first thing. You should actually be grateful for having an H-1B. Many people fight for it and can never get it. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, if you're having a newborn right now, uh, go ahead and get the U.S. passport for them. Even though I believe that is gonna the block is gonna remain in place until further notice. Uh, Third advice, I would say, the final rule of H-1B is expansive in nature. So, and Biden's administration made sure that it passed as law as opposed to an executive order. That means there is more protection to the final H-1B rule than being in an executive order, and it cannot be reversed by an executive order. So you basically future H-1Bs might actually be lucky that this H-1B final H-1B rule was passed and went into effect before Biden's administration left. And Trump was asked about it, and he didn't demonstrate any intent to actually reverse the final H-1B rule until now. Until he changes his mind in the future, you should feel safe about the H-1B and safe about the new H-1B rule, which actually allows entrepreneurs to apply and self-sponsor themselves. Just remain relaxed and see what happens, and hopefully nothing bad will happen to legal immigrants, because that's what Trump said, at least in different rallies.
Absolutely. And that's what we can trust on his statements also, because he also knows the value of the H-1B workers, right? And that's why he is in favor of Elon Musk as well. So thank you
Right.
so much, Attorney Armin Yakub. It has been really a great session, and I knew that it's really going to be a wonderful one, because our first session also was very amazing. So thank you so much for this, and it was really great to have you here. So I would say thank you to all our viewers who has joined us, and it was so good to have you also. Friends, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel, as we'll be coming up with more episodes and more insightful episodes. So stay connected, stay updated, and thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Evan, so much. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. It was really lovely. It was so insightful. Good luck. Stay connected, stay informed, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. Me, Sam, signing off for now.
Hi everyone, welcome to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. I'm Rajni Bharara, your host, and today we have a topic that strikes at the very heart of the American dream: birthright citizenship, a legal principle rooted in the 14th Amendment. It has long been a cornerstone of US immigration policy, but now it's under fire. Now, before I say more about it, I would like to read out this very important disclaimer, which is here on the screen. By watching our videos, you agree and understand that the information provided by our experts and attorneys, including comments and replies from users, is not legal advice. Use of information is at your own risk. All right, after this very important disclaimer, welcome back everyone. Today we are going to dive into a very important topic, like I said. And to talk about that topic, we have none other than Jonathan Wasden, a renowned immigration litigation attorney with years of experience navigating the complex intersection of law and policy. Together, we'll unpack the implications of the lawsuit challenging President Trump's policies and its potential ripple effects on immigrant communities. What's at stake? How might this case shape the future of citizenship rights in America? And most importantly, what does this mean for immigrants today and in the years to come? So, without any further ado, let me give a very warm welcome to John. So John, welcome back to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. It's always a pleasure having you. And today we have a very important topic to talk about. So welcome back again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. So John, without wasting any time, I directly would like to jump into my very first question, which is that is Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship constitutional?
I don't think there's very many people who think it is. I think the general consensus is this is something he did just to beat his chest and show his anti-immigrant following that he's doing something. So the general consensus, like I say, is that this will more than likely be invalidated by a court, and it'll be the end of it. Now, in the interim, until that happens, the real impact is going to be, if you're applying for a passport for a newly born child, the State Department may not issue it right away until a court order comes down telling them that, this executive order is unconstitutional.
Okay. But John, can a president really change who becomes an American president? Oh, sorry, American citizen?
No, it's governed by the Constitution and it's governed by statute. And to the extent that the Constitution doesn't contemplate every possibility, the statute takes over. What Trump and his administration are trying to do is they're taking the very, very clear language in the 14th Amendment that says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state where they reside. What they're saying is that and subject to the jurisdiction thereof clause somehow allows them to prevent the people being born in the country who are born to non-permanent residents and non-US citizenship. But when you look at the history of that clause, what they're really referring to is diplomats who have diplomatic immunity, who are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And diplomats' kids, when they're born in the US, have never been granted US citizenship. And so, they're really pushing against common sense, the plain language of the law, and also history. And there's just really no angle that they can take on this that's going to be appealing to a court.
Okay. But then why do you think they did it in the first place? Like, why did they think about doing it if it's not going to go forward?
Yeah, so I mean, Trump's base, they are very upset about illegal immigration from the southern border, and that's understandable. Especially, if you're living along a border state, that's an issue that you're going to be voting on and you want tougher enforcement on. They were also keyed in and aware of the fact that there have been clinics and hospitals set up, mostly catering to Chinese clientele, where the Chinese clientele will come on a visitor visa shortly before baby's due, have the baby here, recuperate, get citizenship for their child, and then go home. And those are the two scenarios that they're trying to prevent and they're trying to stop, is the illegal immigration and the birther tourism, for lack of a better term. But in the mix, anybody who's on a non-immigrant visa here legally and lawfully is also most likely going to be impacted by this executive order in the interim.
Okay. Okay. But then, John, also I would like to know from you that how could the government legally stop granting automatic citizenship to children born in the US?
So I think the way that they will do that, the only way they really can do that is through the issuance of passports or the non-issuance of passports. And so, if you were to apply for a passport for your child right now, proving citizenship would be an issue potentially if you're a non-immigrant or you don't have legal status, until that court order comes down saying, no, this is not legitimate.
Okay. But then has the 14th Amendment ever been challenged in a similar way before?
No, probably because it's so clear on its face, nobody's ever thought that this was a good idea to do. Just looking at the language of the 14th Amendment, it's abundantly clear, and it's the history of it shows that it was designed to grant citizenship to anybody born in the U.S., regardless of the status of their parents. So, the people that it affected back in the day were not documented aliens, right? They didn't come here with a visa. Their parents didn't come here with a visa, rather, and they were born to people who didn't have visas or legal status other than slaves. And so to say that the executive order has found some gaping loophole in the 14th Amendment is kind of stretching it a lot, actually. And so I just don't see a whole lot of courts having patience and time for this. I think it's going to be something that gets kicked out very quickly probably in the first month and a half of the Trump administration. They'll take a beating on this one. But it's more of a distraction, I think, from what's going on with the grander issues within the Trump administration on immigration. And it's also indicative of where he's headed. So, there's a lot of buzz earlier about, Elon Musk saying great things about the H-1B visa, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there was some optimism that maybe Trump's second time around wouldn't be so bad for immigration or legal immigration and high-skilled immigration. But, the birthright citizenship issue and the extreme vetting issue, all of that's lining up to show that no, it's just going to be just as bad as it was the first time.
Or maybe worse?
Yeah, it could be worse. I think what they learned from their last time around is, what not to do. They jumped in and rushed into a bunch of things without going through the right process. I think this time they've figured out how to game the system a little more effectively.
Okay. Well, let's wait what actually, happens there. And the first day itself had so many things coming. So we weren't really somewhere we were expecting, but we weren't really expecting this much to happen. But then let's see what really happens. But then, John, I would also like to know from you that, how might this challenge to birthright citizenship impact future presidential actions?
So probably not much, because the other court cases are going to be brought against his policies are on issues where the law is not so clear and potentially not quite so favorable to plaintiffs. The extreme vetting piece, that is something where courts are more likely to give the executive branch a lot more leeway and a lot more flexibility to accomplish their goal of protecting the U.S. So as obvious as it is what they're trying to do with that extreme vetting, I think the courts are probably going to be more inclined to let that happen. And let him have his executive order on that issue.
Okay. And, could this set a precedent for presidents to reinterpret constitutional provisions through executive orders? Do you think?
Where they're clear like this, I don't think so. Where there's a little bit of ambiguity, there's always the possibility that, they can find a loophole, or they can find some exception that a court's going to agree with. But with this case, the language is so abundantly clear, the history is so abundantly clear, and the reason for the amendment is so clear. I just don't see it, getting any traction with the court. Even if they get lucky and they get a Trump appointee from the first administration as a district court judge, that first trial court level, any court of appeals that hears this, I think, is going to shoot it down.
Okay. But John, even if, let's say, it goes through, and then what might happen to the children born in the US?
Well, that's a great question, right? Because they're born here, they've been here for a while, at least over 180 days, without any type of visa. There's no provision in the law that says that if you're born in the US, you're granted immediate or automatic residency status, right? Or non-immigrant status if your parents are non-immigrants. And so, what is their status? That the law doesn't anticipate what that would be, because the law has always assumed that they would be citizens if they're born here. So there's a lot of questions that are going to be raised if this was, allowed to go through. And you would find the odd circumstance, or the paradoxical circumstance, where an infant born here in the US who can't even speak would have a ground of inadmissibility for having overstayed and been in the country without authorization for more than 180 days. And that just seems incredibly crazy that they would do that, but that would be a natural consequence of, birthright citizenship being destroyed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And do you think, would this create a group of children, who don't belong actually anywhere?
Possibly, yeah. But again, I don't think this is going to stand. But hypothetically, yeah, it could cause problems like that.
Okay. So moving forward, I would like to also know about, how will calling cartels and gangs terrorist groups change immigration enforcement?
So when you throw out the magical T word, the terrorism word, it does loosen up certain funding within the federal government to do emergency, actions. It also gives the federal government a little bit more flexibility in what tools and what, things they bring to combat the issue. By labeling it terrorism, theoretically, they're opening up, activation of military to combat terrorism. Historically, if you look at it, it wouldn't be the first time that, the country has brought the military in to the southern border to fight what amounts to a terrorist organization. Back in the early 1900s, there was Pancho Villa. He was a Mexican rebel that was leading border incursions across and attacking settlements on the U.S. side of the border. And, we sent the American Army down there, and they had, the punitive expeditions fighting in Mexico, chasing down Pancho Villa. And so there is precedent for using the military along the border. Whether or not we're going to get into that remains to be seen. I would hope not. I think that would be a catastrophe. Having been in the military, in my lifetime, I just don't see that as an operation that we would be set to excel in, because we've learned one thing from the U.S. military over the past 20 years, and that is fighting an insurgency or fighting what's called asymmetrical warfare is something that we're just not very good at, and no country is terribly good at. So it would be a catastrophe if we sent the military south of the border.
Okay. But do you think also, this designation can lead to increased a legal risk of migrants, accused of association with such groups?
Hmm. Yeah, it does open up new grounds of inadmissibility, or it makes people, qualified to be in grounds of inadmissibility that would prevent them from getting visas or admission into the U.S. if they've been labeled. The problem with that is the way that USCIS in particular and DHS has been dealing with these issues of inadmissibility is completely illegal. What they're supposed to do when they take an adverse action against somebody is they're supposed to give them notice, they're supposed to give them opportunity to respond to the allegation, and then they're supposed to make a decision in writing and give that explaining the law and the facts that their decision is based on. What we see DHS and USCIS doing, however, is they're entering these findings in secret, not telling anybody. And the only time you ever find out about these findings is when you go to a consulate for a visa stamp or you go to the port of entry for admission. And that's when you find out that you've been listed as inadmissible for one of these categories. And I see that all the time in regards to alleged false statements, inadmissibility based on false statements. And I am suspecting that we're going to see that happening with the terrorism related grounds, is that they will just start using that incredibly freely without a whole lot of thought or discretion, and it's going to be a tool they use to eliminate a lot of people from the pool of those that can come to the US.
Okay. Thank you for answering the question, John. Also, what could happen if military is used for border enforcement?
So the border enforcement is an interesting question. It's an easier question to say, can we send the military south of the border to combat narco-terrorism? Legally, yes. I think we can do that. I think, practically it would be a horrible idea. Border enforcement's another issue, though. It's quite a bit different and it's more nuanced. So there's this thing called the Posse Comitatus Act. And it goes all the way back to post-Civil War when the U.S. Army was occupying the South. And they were the law enforcement, for the South in the Reconstruction era after the Civil War. And part of the compromise of ending Reconstruction, getting the levers of power restored to the civilians in the South, was the Posse Comitatus Act that said that the U.S. military will not be allowed to enforce civil law, and they have no authority to do that in the United States. And so, the question is whether or not border enforcement, which is on our side of the border, would violate Posse Comitatus. And I think, the U.S. military could serve in a supporting role legally to CBP, like logistics and things like that, because they're not enforcing law. But once they start putting the military into an enforcement role, there becomes a whole lot of problems with the Posse Comitatus Act. And I think that's something that it's a little bit more nuanced, but I think it's also something that the administration will lose in court.
Okay. So also, how might stopping asylum and refugee admissions affect international human rights?
Yeah, so the asylum and refugee issue, it's a program that in theory is very valuable and it's very noble. What the Trump administration, I think, is responding to is pretty well documented cases of abuse of that noble policy. And there are pretty good documented cases of people that are just running these asylum mills where they give people these backstories, they prep them for these interviews based on facts that never actually happened to the person, and then they send them for their asylum or their refugee screening. And that's probably the minority of cases by far, but it's something that has happened in the past, and I think that's what they're responding to, is the abuse in the asylum system. I think for the legitimate folks that are truly impacted by oppression in their home country, it's going to be a catastrophe. They're going to be stuck in refugee camps. They're going to be stuck in their home country with really no protection or no sense of certainty of what's going to happen in their future. But again, asylum and refugee policy is something that the law does give the president a lot of discretion over and how he administers it. So it's something that's probably not going to be very easy to challenge in court.
Okay. And John, with this, I would also like to talk about, the government and workplace changes. So I would like to know from you that what might happen legally if diversity and inclusion programs are ended in federal agencies?
If there are which programs, sorry?
If diversity and inclusion programs.
City inclusion programs?
Yeah, diversity and inclusion programs.
Oh. Yeah, so the DEI stuff, or I think that's any mandatory or encouragement on the federal level is going to probably end if it hasn't ended already. Individual states, individual cities, they're completely allowed to have their own policies on that. However, it remains to be seen how courts are going to handle challenges to that under the Equal Protection Clause. So as we look at the history of affirmative action and how that's fared in courts, the current Supreme Court, being very conservative, they have a view of the Equal Protection Clause that says that you can't give preference based on race to anybody, even if it is somebody who's been historically oppressed or disadvantaged. It has to be race neutral. And I think where these DEI policies are going to run into problems is, when they're giving preference to certain categories of folks and disadvantaging others, that's going to have equal protection ramifications. And that's something that, in theory, the federal government could proactively sue the municipality or the state on.
Okay, but do you think that cutting federal jobs, can face constitutional challenges?
No, it would. Let me put it this way. If Congress authorizes money, then the president's hands are limited because Congress has said this is how we want to spend our money, and this is the only way you can spend that money. So as long as Congress keeps pumping out the money, the executive branch, is in charge of spending it and has to spend it typically. If Congress is working with the executive in cutting jobs, it's very easy. There's no constitutional issue involved. The only time there becomes a constitutional issue is a separation of powers issue between Congress and the executive. If there's a disagreement there about how the law is being enforced and whether or not the executive is faithfully executing the laws that Congress has created, then that's an issue that can come about. One way that they typically are going to do things like this is not overtly. It'll be attrition, hiring freezes, pushing people out through retirement, just subtle changes in process as opposed to outright layoffs and firings to eliminate positions. So I would expect it to be death by 1,000 paper cuts as opposed to, chopping the head off the snake.
Okay. John, thank you so much for answering all these questions. With this, I would also like to know your viewpoints on the CBP app shutting down. So I would also like to know from you that how will the sudden shutdown of the CBP One app impact nearly 1 million migrants who had scheduled legal entry appointments?
Yeah, I think it's just indicative of where the Trump administration is headed. They want to make life as difficult as possible for people trying to enter the U.S. And, that's simple, full stop. They are under no obligation to make things easy. They're in charge of creating process. They're in charge of, dictating how services are delivered. And if they throw up obstacles or they eliminate efficiencies, it's annoying, especially if you're an immigration lawyer or you're the person impacted. But it's something courts are not likely to get involved in and tell the executive, no, this is the process you must follow. So as long as they're not overtly doing something illegal, those process type of issues tend to get a pass in court.
So then, what legal challenges can migrants potentially can take against the abrupt cancellation of their pre-approved appointments?
So not much on that. If they're outside the country, especially, you have very few rights when you're outside the country, and the executive branch is given a lot of authority to determine, who can enter the U.S. And if you don't have a right to enter the U.S., then you clearly don't have a right to a scheduled appointment. So I don't expect that there's going to be a whole lot of legal challenge to that aspect.
Okay, so John, also does the executive order violate any existing immigration regulation or international asylum protocols?
Well, the international asylum protocols probably, but the Trump administration has never really shown themselves to be big fans of international law. And international law is one of those things that is tough because it's all based on, agreement to cooperate and to follow. And if somebody opts out of following international law, there's really not a whole lot that you can do, especially when, you're the biggest kid on the block, you're the one spending money to support the UN, and you're the most powerful country in the world. There's not much people can do to punish you for violating international law and conventions like this.
Okay. And what immediate risks do migrants face after having their appointments suddenly cancelled?
Just being stuck in place where they're at. I think that's the unfortunate situation is just they're on hold and their lives are on hold while they're waiting for those appointments.
Mm-hmm. And how do you think, how might this action potentially increase unauthorized border crossings?
So, interestingly, right now, illegal border crossings that are kind of at a historic low, they're greatly decreased during the Biden administration. So I don't know how much of an effect it'll have, because typically the unauthorized border crossings are more a reflection of disruption and problems in people's home countries more than anything. And the lack of border crossings that we've seen, I think, is indicative of countries starting to get more stability and addressing their internal problems, which takes away the incentive for people to leave. So I'm not sure, how that'll play out.
Okay. And then how might courts also view the sudden revocation of scheduled legal entry appointments?
I don't think the courts will get involved in that one. I don't think there's really a legal hook to have a successful lawsuit on. Like I was saying earlier, the courts have historically given the executive branch a lot of latitude and a lot of authority to determine who is admitted into the United States. And if the courts have given that authority to determine who gets in, clearly the executive has the authority to determine who meets the first step in that process of admission, which would be those interviews.
Okay. And then how does this action align with existing U.S. immigration laws?
So in terms of the appointment cancellations, I think U.S., especially under Biden, U.S. immigration law had been trending toward a more user-friendly experience. And clearly under Trump, they're going to be retrenching. They're trying to make it as difficult as possible.
Okay. John, also, I would like to know from you that, all that this is happening, do you think, is this about fixing immigration or punishing immigrants? What do you think?
So I don't think the Trump administration and the Trump supporters have any desire to fix immigration. I think they just want to end immigration. And so I think it's all about making life as miserable as possible for people in the US or trying to come to the US is a way to discourage them from coming to the US or staying in the US. And I think that's a trend we'll see as long as Trump's in power, to be honest.
But then, US is a country who's built by the immigrants. And how will this work if this happens?
That is the grand irony. Not only are we a country built on immigrants, immigrant populations have historically spawned great innovation, economic recoveries, and success. And the problem we're having in the US right now is that we have a very small number of people that are going into the hard sciences, getting degrees in things that matter, and being prepared for even college and degree programs that are valuable to the economy. And so we're not generating enough brain power in the country to sustain the economy that we currently have. And the only way that we're going to fill that gap is, frankly, to poach the best and brightest from other countries to come to the US and work and drive the economy. And excluding immigrants, in the Trump mind, if you keep out immigrants, then automatically somehow some kid in the US in the Midwest that didn't study hard in school is going to be qualified to be, an IT professional. And that's just not reality. They didn't study hard enough in high school. They didn't study in college. They didn't prepare themselves. They got an English degree instead of a computer science degree. There's just not, qualified US workers to take these roles over. And so immigration has been a way that we've been covering that for a long time, basically since the early 90s. And if we cut that stream off, we're really shooting ourselves in the foot.
Okay. Well, also, John, with this, I would also like to know from you that do you think that with these rules coming in, we are actually changing the rules of who actually belongs to America?
So I think they're definitely trying to reshape the landscape. They want to decrease the number of people that are coming. And Trump's made no secret that some immigrants are good and then some are completely undesirable. And those good immigrants, are Northern Europeans in Trump's mind. And so, they would definitely like to change the mix of people coming to the US. But frankly, anybody who's been to Europe and has seen what life in Europe is like probably isn't a whole lot, doesn't have a whole lot of motivation to come to the US, where we have very expensive healthcare, we have ridiculous working hours, and the lifestyle is just not very good. And so I don't think we're going to be getting the immigrants from Northern Europe that Trump sees as valuable to the US.
Okay, and also very recently I saw, I think on the inauguration day itself, I saw a tweet from Elon Musk, and where he wrote from MAGA to MEGA, I think make America great again, to make Europe great again. So what do you think this means? What do you think he meant by this?
So there's an American perception of Europe. I don't think it's terribly accurate. But the American perception of Europe is they have let so many Arab and North Africans into Europe that they've destroyed European culture. And, basically they want to make Europe white again and eliminate those folks. And that's what you're seeing there when they make Europe great again, is they're saying, return back to your genetic European roots and stop letting those North Africans and those Arabs in.
Okay, so you mean that that whatever decisions this administration is going to take will not directly impact America, but the whole of Europe?
Well, I don't think they have a whole lot of impact over Europe. And I think most European leaders think that Trump's a bit of a buffoon. So I don't see him having a whole lot of sway over their internal policies. But the perception that certain Americans, especially in the MAGA crowd, have is that Europe is, somehow destroying itself internally by allowing immigrants to come in. That's their mindset they have about the US. That's the mindset they have about Europe. And, I think it's an unrealistic view of Europe, especially. Europeans aren't clamoring to come to the US. So they must be doing something right there.
Okay, thank you so much for answering the questions, John. I have a lot of questions from our viewers, so let me quickly take them. So I think AD Sterling is here, and AD says the ploy was to get thus into the courts so the SCOTUS can decide the matter. All I read is the term immigrants. If you cross into the US, that person is here illegally. Okay, I think this is a comment that he made. Do you have anything to say to him?
Is that in regards to birthright citizenship?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think what the Trump administration is trying to say is that U.S. citizens and permanent residents that have children, those children have automatic citizenship. But if you're a non-immigrant or you're an undocumented immigrant, then your children do not get automatic citizenship. And that's the spin that they're putting on this.
Okay, and Tricia is also here, and Tricia says 93 countries have ended birthright due to the abuse of the original meaning.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have to say?
So, most countries, the way they handle citizenship, it's through, their legislatures, and then their parliaments. And that's a very easy change to make. If the sentiment in the country is we want to change, legislatures can do that very quickly. Our legislature in the US, not quite as efficient. We haven't actually got anything meaningful done in Congress in at least a good decade and a half. And it's just mostly been the administration, the executive branch that's been running the show. But our Constitution is the one that creates the birthright citizenship. And historically, changing the Constitution has been a very difficult, very prolonged process. And the vast majority of proposed amendments to the Constitution have failed and haven't gotten off the ground. So because it's in the Constitution and because it would take, going through all of those incredible hurdles to get an amendment done, I just don't see it happening.
Okay. And Viking for Life is also here, and Viking says UK got rid of birthright citizenship a long time ago. Two illegal aliens couldn't. Oh my God, this is a big statement that he said. Okay, let me quickly take Monali Thakur's comment. Maybe. How do you think the outcome of this lawsuit will impact the lives of immigrants and their children born in the US, considering the potential consequences of denying birthright citizenship, such as loss of access to federal benefits, social security numbers, and voting rights? What do you have to say, John?
Yeah, I think the lawsuit is just going to preserve the status quo. So I think at the end of the day, we're going to see, people that are born in the United States getting citizenship, unless you're a diplomat's child. And I don't think it'll have any long-term effect, is my prediction. I think in the short term, the only impact that we're going to see is the State Department potentially not issuing passports. And so, people who have newly born children that haven't gotten a passport yet, they may have to sit in place before they can travel with their kid.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Monali, I hope you've got your answer. In case you want maybe more answers, you can continue writing or posting your follow-ups. Meanwhile, let me take Ram's question. Ram says, how does this lawsuit affect the immigrant communities who are already living in the US as permanent residents or asylum seekers? Could their children be impacted even if they are legally here?
Yeah, I again, the only thing that's going to be impacted, I think, long term is, or short term rather, is the issuance of passports. That's, the only thing that's going to be a problem. I think, at the end of the day, at the end of the lawsuit, we will go back to status quo. There won't be any changes. And, anybody born here in the US, except for diplomats' kids, will get birthright citizenship.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ram, for your question. Continue posting your follow-ups if you have more. And let me take Girish's questions in the meanwhile. Girish says, there are people saying that this lawsuit is just a political move. Do you think there's any validity to that argument, or do you believe there are strong legal reasons behind challenging birthright citizenship?
Well, so just to be clear, the lawsuit is challenging the executive order, and the executive order is the one that's attacking birthright citizenship. So do I think the executive order is a political stunt? 100%. I think any legitimate, thinking lawyer realizes that this is going to die, that the courts are going to shoot this down. So it's definitely a political stunt. And, in terms of whether or not ending birthright citizenship has merits, that's a question that is going to have to be resolved through a lot of debate over time. And it's going to have to go through a constitutional change that's going to require a lot of public participation and input. And, I think even if we did see changes to birthright citizenship, I think we're looking at years and years and years down the road.
Okay. Thank you so much, Girish, for your question. If you have follow-up, please continue posting them. Meanwhile, let me take Arpita's question also. Arpita says, what's the long-term impact of this lawsuit for immigrants who are still hoping to become US citizens? Would it make it more difficult for families to navigate the citizenship process in the future?
I think if you're here and you're on that path, it's not going to have any impact on you, because all the executive order is doing is trying to limit, going forward from the date of that executive order, who qualifies as a U.S. citizen, when you're born here. So the lawsuit, the long-term impact of that is just returning us back to where we were at the day before that executive order, and how citizenship is dealt with. Now, whether or not USCIS and the Department of Homeland Security are going to make the naturalization process more difficult for people and for applicants, that is a possibility. I mean, that's something the executive order can do, or that the executive branch rather can do pretty easily, just by saying this is a higher priority. We need to investigate people more thoroughly. We need to make sure they qualify. Yeah, all of those things can impact the naturalization process. But in terms of birthright citizenship, the executive order's impact is going to be very short-term, temporary, and limited. And I think we will return to birthright citizenship very soon.
Okay. Sarvesh is also here, and Sarvesh wants to know that what role do you think international human rights laws, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Convention on the Human Rights of the Child, might play in shaping the court's decision, particularly with regards to principle of non-discrimination and the protection of vulnerable population, including immigrant children?
Yeah, so when it comes to international law, the courts don't really give it a whole lot of credence, to be honest. Yeah, if you make international law arguments in a federal court in the United States, it's like, oh, that's cute, that's nice, that's interesting. But anyway, let's focus on the real issue. Very, very, very few cases in the American judicial process have ever turned on immigration or international law. And so I wouldn't expect those conventions to sway anybody in the court.
Okay. Let me quickly take Sanjay's question also. Sanjay says, how might the judicial outcome of this birthright citizenship case influence the evolutionary trajectory of US citizenship laws, and what potential far-reaching consequences could emerge for the future landscape of American immigration policy? What do you have to say, John?
So I think in terms of naturalization policy, again, the executive order limiting birthright citizenship, I don't think is going to stand. I've been pretty clear about that. But changes to the naturalization process could take the form of statutory changes, limiting who's eligible for naturalization. That is something Congress can totally do, and they're authorized to do. And frankly, if Congress creates rules on naturalization that are more difficult, those are going to stand. The courts aren't going to overturn those. And so, that'll just be at the end of the political process, the political debate and codification of the law. So, if you look at our Congress, we haven't really accomplished any major legislation or major policy changes, especially in immigration, in decades. So I'm not expecting anything, dire or dramatic to happen anytime soon, just because, the procedure used in Congress to get things done is very unwieldy, very difficult, and, hot issues, difficult issues tend not to get resolved because they're too difficult to resolve.
Okay. Thank you so much, John, for answering all these questions. I think we have covered all the questions from the viewers as well. But with that, I would also like to know from you that what more can we expect? It's just been a day since Trump has taken the office, but what more can we expect in terms of, what might happen to immigrants and immigration policies and visas? So what more can we expect?
I think if you're outside the U.S., you can expect the consular process to be much more difficult, much more limited. I think they will scale back appointments. They'll make everything as hard as possible to get a visa. And then at the port of entry, there's going to be much more scrutiny. So if there's anything in your immigration history that's been flagged, you're not going to know about it until you get to the port of entry. And you may face, questions about something that happened a decade ago, in your immigration process. So I think those types of things are what we should expect, especially for the H-1B population. I expect that the FDNS, which is a branch of USCIS that is like their immigration Gestapo, that goes out and does these visits and harasses H-1Bs. I think those investigations are going to increase dramatically. And the important thing for that population to understand is that they have a right to a lawyer in that situation. And having a lawyer represent you in those cases is about the only way that you can protect yourself from getting bullied and pushed around and, having your statements twisted and mischaracterized in some report that is going to impact your immigration future forever. So I would say get with an attorney immediately, have what's called a Form G28 signed between you and the attorney. And if there's ever a FDNS officer that shows up on your doorstep or comes to your work, give them a copy of that G28 and say, I have a right to a lawyer. I'm using that right. Please contact my lawyer for further inquiries on this issue, and leave it at that. And don't let yourself get bullied into talking further.
That's a great advice. Thank you so much for that, John. And guys, if you want to directly get in touch with John, make sure that you give him a call on the number 844-592-7336. Yes, I would like to repeat the number 844-592-7336. You can also email him. His email ID is support@wasden.law. And you can also visit his website, which is www.wasden.law. So make sure that you give him a call, reach out to him on his email, and you can also visit his website. Thank you so much, John, for being here. It was great speaking with you. Thank you so much for your insightful answers on all these trending questions. People are really looking to get an answer for these questions. So thank you so much for answering them in so much detail and depth. And we're looking forward to doing another great episode with you on another great topic. But until we meet again, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. It's good talking to you.
Likewise. Thank you so much. And to our lovely viewers, thank you so much for posting so many questions of yours, and we enjoyed taking them. Thank you so much for that. And we are going to see you very soon in another webinar. And we are going to have another webinar at 12, so make sure that you tune into that. And if you want to get in touch with me, my number is 732-707-9151. My email is rajni@staffingly.com. So if you have any queries for me, make sure that you give me a call, send me a text, or maybe email me. But for now, I'll have to take your leave. I'll be seeing you soon on another webinar. But for now, I'll have to take your leave. Make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share this episode with anyone looking for answers to these questions. But for now, have a great day. And I'm Rajni, signing off. Bye. Take care.
Hello and welcome everyone to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. I'm Nipasa, your host for today. And before we start off with today's session of discussion, and I have this very amazing guest, I want to read out this very important disclaimer. So, yes, by watching our videos, you agree and understand that the information provided by our experts and attorneys, including comments and replies from users, is not legal advice. Use of information is at your own risk. So, folks, once again, thank you so much for joining us. We are streaming live right now on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, and on X. So please feel free to join us by commenting. You can participate with your questions. And yes, we also have a phone number where you can join us. So all you have to do is call in this number, 425-436-6335, and the access code is 988-888. And once you're in, you can speak. We will be able to hear you. So yes, very, very excited that, our topic of discussion for today is facing deportation under Trump's immigration plans and what are your legal options. I know there has been so much happening ever since Trump joined a week back. And yes, we hear a lot of deportation news, a lot of scare that is, faced by a lot of immigrants out here. So yes, if you know someone who's in danger of deportation, this discussion is also for you. So, yes, we'll be talking about the latest legal options, possible defenses, and how you can protect your rights in this uncertain times, and I'm very, very excited because joining us today for the first time is a very distinguished guest, Isadora Valacuez, and yes, an AV rated board certified immigration attorney from ISA Law PA in Miami, Florida. And Isadora has years of experience helping clients navigate complex immigration issues, and she's going to join us, to shed some light on what steps you can take to protect yourself or your loved ones from deportation. So without further ado, a very warm welcome to you, Isadora. Thank you so much for joining us today. And
Thank you
how are
guys.
you doing?
I'm doing great. Great. I mean, despite everything, happy that I get to share some information with you and all your viewers.
I'm very excited, and this is our first time, so it'll be very nice to know from yourself about you. So, would you like to tell us more about yourself?
Well, in a nutshell, I am located in Miami, Florida, but immigration law gives me the luxury of being able to travel and represent people all over the world. My niche practice is actually in removal proceedings. So I tend to represent, although we bring investors and I help employees bring and employers bring anyone here into the United States, I mainly help you if for any reason you're getting kicked out. So that's my niche. And that's why this specific topic is so essential to what I do and why it's
And
such a
very,
privilege
very
to share it with
timely.
you. Yes,
Very, very
exactly.
timely, I would say. Yes. So we're very lucky to have you today. And I mean, it'll be so nice to know it from you, your experiences as we, get deeper into this topic of today. So, what can folks out there expect from today's discussion?
So you mentioned it a little bit in terms of experience. We've been through this before. This may seem new because Trump just took over as president, but he was our president back in 2017, and we got some lessons as to what we can expect. Also, we have his campaign promises to follow as a good roadmap as to how immigration may look under his administration. First, I'll start by remembering 2017. And in 2017, the most shocking aspect, at least for me, in the immigration practice was the Trump Muslim ban. Basically, for those of you who don't know, or for those of you who remember, it left many individuals with valid visas out of the United States simply because there was an executive order listing specific countries, for example, Nigeria, and stating that people who were out of the United States, their visas basically were no longer valid. This has created a new warning now for my clients in terms of whether you have a visa here in the United States and if you can travel. I have many clients with H-1Bs, for example, L visas, different types of visas, many students who now may be looking to visit their families, see what may happen. So far, President Trump has not signed an executive order similar to the Muslim ban that we lived back in 2017, but we did go through it back then. He did warn us that it could happen again. And most importantly, the Supreme Court here in the United States upheld such an executive order. So I would like to start by warning anyone who may have a valid visa that although it may seem absurd, the reality is that a president can't overrule and overturn and basically revoke your visa simply with a pen stroke through executive order. So keep that in mind when you're making travel arrangements, because it's something that we typically don't consider. We have our visas, everything's fine. And it was rather shocking experience back in 2017. And I would hate for anyone to go through that again during this next 4 years.
Well, thank you so much. Yes. Sorry, I interrupted. Please go on.
It's okay. As to the people here, I just wanted to warn. I know that if you turn on the TV, it can be scary, as you mentioned in the introduction. You keep seeing ICE raids, you keep hearing at least about executive orders that may affect people in the United States. I will gladly go into details as to who may be affected by executive order, but I'll start by giving the warning that immigration law itself has not changed in over 40 years. I've been practicing 17 years. It has not changed. What changes are executive decisions that may be temporary and have a very deep effect. Right now, the rates that you are seeing are being targeted to individuals who either have a criminal record or have a deportation order. That is the warning. However, when it comes to raids and ICE, anyone who may be without status could be subject to removal, and anyone in border states, Florida, for example, anyone close to the border by 90 miles is also subject to expedited removal. So just be careful, but understand that the law remains the same.
Thank you so much. I mean, that was a real great insight, and I'm really looking forward for this whole session ahead of us. So much to learn from you, Isa. So thank you. Yes, and like you've mentioned, ICE, and we've seen like DEA, FBI, everybody joining hands with ICE in this mission to really deport. I mean, everywhere you're bombarded with news of deportation. So I can only imagine how scary it is for all immigrants out there, status or no status.
It is terrifying. So for individuals who may be here, the reality is in the United States, the only individuals who are guaranteed entry at least and know that their status is safe are citizens. That is a truth. However, executive orders cannot get rid, for example, of your residency if you're an lawful permanent resident. But for any individuals who might be fearful as to what are their rights, how can you protect yourself, if you already know you have a removal order, then I encourage anyone to explore how they can reopen. Any removal order can basically laws change, they may change, and you may be able to go back in time and reopen your case before a judge. Anyone who does not know their status because they're afraid of finding out, now is the time to find out. It's best to know now and protect yourself. And lastly, for people who might be pending, it's good to explore what options may be available. You may still be able to seek, at the very least, withholding of removal if your circumstances in your country may have changed. So explore your options. They're out there.
Thank you. At least that was hopeful. Thank you, Isa. Yes.
tried.
And I think without further ado, I'm going to move on to the questions that I have, So my first question to you, Isa, is, with regard to the legal grounds, what are the main legal grounds? You've said it's not changed. But yes, when you talk about deportation, especially under this current administration, Trump 2.0.
So we have to distinguish between what is a revocation of a visa, which may be that you're here on legal status and you may receive an email or something letting you know that your visa has been revoked. That is not a deportation proceedings. That is simply warning you that you may not be able to return on that visa status. A deportation proceeding entails, a removal proceeding entails appearing before a judge. Individuals who come in under a status known as ESTA or visa waiver don't have that privilege. They have waived their rights, as the name says, so they will not appear before a judge. Only individuals who may be subject to deportation appear before judges, and these individuals tend to be people who have been in the U.S. for over a certain amount of time, who may have a remedy, and you may appear before the judge because you either don't have the correct status or maybe something happened that affected that status. Under the new laws, and this is a new act that was recently passed by the Senate in the first week of Trump being in office, individuals who have been accused of committing a crime could be held on immigration detainers for ICE to pick them up. So although they may not end up in deportation proceedings because of the crime itself, because they haven't been convicted, they may end up with their visas revoked or their status in jeopardy simply because of the accusation or the arrest. So this is the only expansion in terms of who could be subject to deportation. During the campaign, Trump focused heavily on people who were criminals, had criminal record, or had deportation orders in absentia, which means individuals who were supposed to go to court and simply chose not to go to court. Those were the main targets. But we have seen, like I mentioned in the introduction, that when it comes to raids, many people could be subject of the raids, even if they are not part of these two particular groups. So it's good to know your status and know your rights. Know that even if you are detained by ICE, you still have the right to appear before a judge, depending on how you enter the country. And the asylum right is a universal right anywhere in the world. So you can always let the government know that you have a reasonable fear to go back home, but you must show persecution from the government or from an agent that the government cannot control. It's a very difficult remedy, so it's best to explore all the other remedies first and use that one as a last resort.
Absolutely. And I think it's always best to consult with an attorney. And why not contact? The best for now in this case would be, of course, Isadora herself. And folks out there, she's based out of Miami, Florida. So her phone number is 305-938-0676. And you can email her about your case in case you need help, And her email address is isadora@isalawyers.com. And go visit isalawyers.com to get to know more about Isadora for sure. And with what you just said, this fear of deportation everywhere and with every individual, every immigrant. So I have my next question. What should one person do? The immediate steps that the person should take, facing deportation to protect their rights.
The first step is to find out your status in the United States. If you've been here for too long, you may not know. It's good to figure out what does immigration have on you. If you maybe submitted an application and thought nothing happened with it, oh, it's never processed, believe me, if you were submitted, it's there. So it's good to know. And you can find out directly from the Department of Homeland Security by submitting a Freedom of Information Act request that will give you your entire record. So you will know if you have, for example, an alien number, if you have a case pending, if it was denied or maybe approved. It's good to know your immigration status if you're in the country. For individuals who are in the US for more than 2 years, it may sound silly, but it's something new and it's something that you should do, especially if you live in a border state like I do, state of Florida. It's good to have record of how long you've been in the US. I emphasize this because during the Biden administration, we had certain benefits people allowed into the country of certain countries like Nicaragua, for example, Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, for 2 years. Now, Trump has announced as of Thursday last week that these individuals or anyone close to a border state could have their parole status revoked. And that is a process called expedited removal, which would apply only for people in the US for less than 2 years and who are, once again, in a border state close to the border. And the border includes the ocean. So it also includes California, Washington State. It's good for you to have your records. So that would be my other advice. If you filed taxes 3 years ago, may sound weird. You may want to carry a copy of that tax return with you to show that you've been here enough time to be able to go through any proceedings if needed, instead of to be placed in proceedings quickly when that shouldn't be the case. Lastly, explore options, and I'll repeat this. This will be a common theme throughout this presentation. There are options available. You may be here, for example, as a student, and you may be able to switch your visa. You may be here under temporary protected status. Maybe you can travel, and we can find another status, a more suitable status for you. Find your ties to the U.S., and let's find a way to make you more permanent in the country so you can rest at ease no matter who's president.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, for that hopeful message. And yes, look out for options. I think it's always best to do your research, know your rights, know what options you can have, and of course, consult an expert. An attorney would be great. And, I would also like to appeal to folks out there to call us up. We have Rohan, Bhavin, join us. So why don't you also, we will take up your comments for sure a little later in this show. But what I want to tell out to folks out there, yes, take this as an opportunity that you can call us and talk to Isa herself, and just call us on this number which is displayed on the screen above. And so now, moving on, Isa, I have another question, and that is, how can individuals determine, if they qualify for relief from deportation? And, there is asylum, as you mentioned earlier, then cancellation of removal, or even adjustment of status. So how can they know that?
Of course. I'm going to answer your question by, at the same time, addressing Rohan's question in the chat so that he gets a response. The best way to determine your remedies is to determine how did you come into the country. As you keep emphasizing, Nipas, and you're absolutely right. Speak with an attorney. And I give the warning that in many of our countries, for example, in Latin America, notarios may be considered attorneys. In the US, they are not attorneys. So you need to be very careful who you seek legal advice from. Attorneys have a license on the line to lose. And also, if an attorney gives you the wrong advice, there are actual legal remedies that you can use to fix your status, get some status in the United States based on that wrong advice because you relied on it. So that's the benefit of speaking with an attorney. The best way to know what remedy you qualify for is after having that consultation, determining how you came into the country. What ties do you have to the United States? For example, if you've been here for a long time and you're placed in deportation proceedings and removal proceedings, you may qualify, as Tipasa very well mentioned, for cancellation of removal. But to qualify for that remedy, you need ties to the United States, a family member. There may be waivers that may be available, whether if you have a criminal record, that would also require a family member. If you were a resident and you may be losing your status, either by a mistake or something that may have happened, waivers are also available that may not require a family member, but will be based on how long have you been here and your character. So because each case is unique, it's always good to have that consultation and know that there are many remedies that are available only if you are placed in proceedings. In Rohan's case, for example, without more information, it's important to know how we came into the United States, because coming into the United States legally, meaning with a visa or being paroled to the United States, meaning they allowed you to come in, may open the door to other remedies. For example, adjustment of status. That's what we call when you change your status maybe to a residency through marriage. You may marry a U.S. citizen. You may even marry a Cuban resident and acquire status through their marriage, but only if you entered legally. Meanwhile, if you enter irregularly through the border and you overstayed or you simply stayed too long, it may be that your only remedy is to seek asylum. If too much time has passed, 15 years or more, it may be that your only remedy is to seek withholding of removal, which means that you are basically trapped in the United States. You're allowed to stay, you're allowed to work, but you won't have the privilege of a residency and you won't be able to travel. So these are little caveats that are very unique to each person's case. And also remember, some of these remedies are only available, sadly, once you are in deportation proceedings.
Right, right. Thank you so much for taking that up, Isadora, and also Rohan's answering to Rohan at the same time. Hi, Rohan. I hope you've gotten your answer, and you can keep commenting and even join us, in fact, if you want to. So, Isa, I want to have ask you to explain a little bit. Why do you think people overstay or they fall out of status and still are in the U.S.? Why not find a solution before that? Play safe.
Lack of planning. I can tell you 95% of my consultations are people coming in and telling me, so I came in as a tourist and what do I do now? And not understanding that as a tourist, you only get merely 6 months. And without a proper plan, simply coming in as a tourist, it's not like the movies where you can just stay and things will be merry. You need to find a way to adjust your status. Or the other way is minimizing it. People simply minimize the consequences. They think, what's the worst thing that could happen if I just stay longer than I'm allowed? That later on, doors that may be available, particularly employment opportunities that are maybe available, are no longer options if you have stayed out of status. If you are in the U.S. illegally without status for more than 6 months and you decide to leave, you basically cannot come back for 3 years. If you're out of status for more than a year, decide to leave, you can come back for 10 years. Same applies for employment opportunities or other visas that may be available. If you're out of status for up to the 6 months, you may be able to change your status, apply for an investor visa, seek that job that you want, change your status. But the 6 month mark is crucial. So the lack of planning is essential. We need to avoid that, plan ahead of time. And also remember, there are other options if you still need more time to plan. You can always extend your tourist visa depending on the visa. And you can also choose to become a student, which is a very popular option, which people decide to embark on. It has many limits. You're not allowed to work, which is very burdensome, but it does buy you, at the very least, buy you time until you figure out what do you want to do in the United States.
Well, there you go, friends. I think it's also ignorance. So I think it's always best to do your research, learn more why you're there and what options you have, especially because that's not your own country and you wouldn't want to be kicked out. I mean, imagine, getting yourself paralyzed of options. I mean, greater options. So yes, play safe and all the best, I would say. So let's move on, Isa. I have another question for you. And, this is, what role do sanctuary cities, they play in protecting undocumented immigrants? And how effective are these measures under federal law?
So we have seen their role a little bit so far in this week. Granted, it's only Wednesday, Tuesday. We've seen it a little bit, particularly in Chicago. Chicago is considered a sanctuary city, and their behavior during the Trump announcements of the ICE raids in the city shows why they're considered a sanctuary city. They were very clear that the local police enforcement would not cooperate with ICE. However, there's only so much you can do. The reason Chicago was chosen to be the model city for these ICE raids is because of the high volume of Customs and Border Patrol officers and ICE officers that were already located in the city. So the city may be an advocate for immigrants, and they may be vocal in letting the federal government know that they will not cooperate with them. That does not mean that the federal government cannot come in and choose to enforce the ICE raids as they please. What the sanctuary cities tend to do, and we see this mainly in Chicago, we've seen it, and we see it particularly in cities in California, they promote individual rights. Immigrants in the United States have limited rights. It's not the same as what we see on TV. You have the right to remain silent. That does not apply in immigration proceedings. In fact, they're considered civil proceedings because the penalty of being deported is not considered as severe as the penalty of being incarcerated, for example. So you do not have the right to an attorney. However, when it comes to warrants, having to open your door for individuals to come into your house and arrest you, your boss having to open the door for an ICE raid, you do have rights. And you don't have to talk to anyone that you don't want to. You can always politely ask if you're being detained. And if you're not being detained, you can always walk away. Those are simple rights that everyone should know. Last, and I'll repeat that regularly, they have emphasized the right to a reasonable fair interview, meaning the right to an asylum. So for individuals who ultimate choice may be like they've been here way too long, there's no other remedy available, the right to an asylum is a universal right. And if you're able to express your persecution by the government or an agent that the government cannot control, you have the right for an interview. So sanctuary cities tend to repeat this to the immigrant community so that they know their rights, but they're very limited in how they can control the federal government coming in if they want to.
Very, very important points. And thank you so much, Isadora, for highlighting each one of them. And it's so important, to know your rights. And especially in these trying times, I'm sure people are, so anxious as in what is going to happen. They are all seeking help. They're probably Googling, which is not the right place, maybe right now. So I really hope that folks out there are not missing out this session. And yes, if you know anybody who's in this fear of getting deported or are on the verge, so please share this link with them, ask them to join. And even better that even after this session is aired live, we will still have this. So I hope that folks out there can watch this and don't miss out on the important points that Isadora is really sharing with us today. Thank you, Isa. And let's move on now to my next question. And this is, with regard to folks out there who cannot afford, what legal resources are available for individuals who cannot afford private representation during deportation proceedings?
The way deportation proceedings begin is that you receive what is called a notice to appear. That notice to appear tends to be attached to many documents, including a list of free or low bono providers in your area. So that would include here in Florida, for example, Catholic Legal Charities, that they work closely with private attorneys. We take on pro bono cases to help people. So if you're ever in deportation proceedings, because you'll receive the notice to appear, we call it an NTA because of the letters in English, know that you will also receive this list of attorneys. When you contact them, keep in mind from former experience, these are my colleagues and my friends, they may be overwhelmed, particularly during this time. But I will also give you the second part. This is going to be a very slow process. At least here in Florida, we're having individuals, which are the final trial dates, scheduled for 2028. So that should give you enough time to find the attorney that fits your needs to create your case. That is very different than what we may see, for example, in individuals during the COVID pandemic or individuals in the border. The border right now is in a state of emergency. Doesn't mean that the border is closed. We still have people coming in and out with visas. We still have goods coming in and out. It means that individuals who are seeking asylum might be forced to get this benefit in Mexico. They're not allowed into the US. That is something, once again, that we lived through during 2017 to 2020 in the Trump administration. Those individuals and other individuals who might be in expedited removal have quick cases before judges, and they have to rush to present their case, to hire an attorney. That should be a low percentage. We saw that increase during the Trump administration before. It's likely to increase now, but it should still remain a low percentage. So my point is, look at the list. If you're ever in immigration proceedings and you cannot afford an attorney, look at the list you will receive with your charging document. They may be there, they can help you. And in the alternative, explore how long it will take so that you can find an attorney who can give you a hand. Last disclaimer for anyone seeking asylum. Asylum itself needs to be requested upon a year of entry. So if you've been here for more than a year, you're not seeking asylum itself, you're seeking withholding of removal, and that's based on the fear that you may have of going back home because of the circumstances at your home. So that's something good to distinguish, because sometimes we take a little bit too long to file for asylum and we're out of it, or we get promised that we're going to file for asylum, but we've been here for 15 years, so we no longer qualify. So be aware of the remedy and talk to an attorney. These are complicated cases. It's good to speak with a lawyer.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Isadora. And I think, we should quickly take up a few questions from our audience, and that way we can jump back to our questions as well. So let's take up Bhavan's question. I've been detained by ICE before, but was released under an order of supervision. If there's a shift in enforcement priorities, could that put me at risk of being detained again?
Pavan, I hope I'm wrong, but if you are under an order of supervision, typically that happens because you may have a removal order, meaning a deportation order signed by a judge, or your court case may have been closed and administratively closed for whatever reason. If you have a removal order, technically you are already part of the priorities that Trump has already mentioned. So you should be very careful. Right now, my point is, if you have an order of supervision, you don't really have status in the United States. They're giving you the courtesy of letting you stay. That's why you have to report every so often. I highly encourage you to find out what exactly happened. How did you get this order? What was the final decision that led to this order of supervision? See if you can reverse it, reopen it, try to find a more stable status. In 2017 to 2020, we didn't see the Trump administration go directly after people with orders of supervision, but we did see them work closely with countries that were not taking people back to revoke these orders of supervision and send people back. I wouldn't want that to be you. So see if you can fix this. An order of supervision is not the best status. And yes, you could be subject to one of the priorities in the future. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Isadora, for taking this up. And Bhavin, if you were happy with the answer, it's great. But otherwise, we would like to know more information about why were you, put under supervision. So tell us more. And otherwise, why don't you contact Attorney Isadora herself? Yes, and let's go on to Anusha's question. I am an Indian citizen who has been living and working in the US on an H-1B visa for the past 5 years. Recently, my employer filed for my green card, but the process has been delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the Trump administration's immigration policies. Okay, I'm getting married to a US citizen soon and am worried about my immigration status. What are my options for obtaining a green card, and how can I expedite the process given by my circumstances?
So I'll go through each step. First, if you're here on an H-1B, you should be okay. As you know, the H-1B, and if you don't know, now you'll find out, you have a limit of 6 years. So eventually you need to know how long have you had this visa, and it will only count the time that you've been physically in the United States. So if you're close to the time and maybe you spent 6 months out traveling, you can renew for that amount of time that may be left on the visa. As to applying for the green card, when an employer files for the green card, they have the choice of doing it in an adjustment packet, which would mean doing the petition with the residency petition all together at once. Or the way I prefer to do it is to split up, to do the petition first, get that approved, good for you, and then apply for your residency. And the reason I prefer splitting it up is that if anything happens with that first petition that is not approved, I can fix it. So instead of having it all denied. So it's good for you to know, how did your employer apply for this green card? Did they do the entire packet? Was the petition will be called an I-140 petition for employment, employer petition. So if that I-140 was already approved and they filed for your residency, you can relax. You're here pending adjustment. So congratulations on your marriage, but you're okay. You will eventually receive your green card through your employer if the I-140 was already approved. If they was filed in a packet, same thing. You can just simply wait for the decision. But you asked about expediting. If it was filed in a packet and you don't have a decision on the I-140 petition, you also could file through your marriage. You can have many petitions running at the same time. You can have a petition through marriage. You can have a petition through one employer, two employers, three employers. You can have it through many spouses, but you could have it through several employers. So you can have many petitions running at the same time and see which one gets to the finish line first. Typically, we've seen the marriage petitions tend to be quicker. We've seen that. In 2017 to 2020, petitions that were taking 2-3 months during the Obama administration, that were also taking 3 months during Biden, back then were taking 2 years. So I can't guarantee filing through your marriage will expedite it, but it's definitely something you could do and just have them running at the same time and see which one gets to the finish line first. As long as you file any petition for your residency, which is the I-485 application, as long as you file that application while you're here on your H-1B, doesn't matter that your H-1B expires, the time that you're waiting, you're here legally. And you can apply for a travel permit if you need to go home for any reason.
There you go. Anusha, thank you so much for participating with your comments, and I hope you got your answer. Thank you, Isadora, for taking that. So would you like to tell us also, how important is the I-140 and the I-485?
So first, I wanted to emphasize that as to how some people do it, because I know that many of my clients many times want the entire petition together. They want the I-140 petition for the employee filed simultaneously with your I-485. It's very important for you to know which category you're applying under. If you're an EB1, meaning you are, and we're not very creative in immigration, so the letters and terms that we use are very boring. And EB1 means employment-based. So when you hear EB for any term, for immigration at least, that's residency-based, employment-based petition. EB1 are the bosses, the big boss, the one that never answers the phone. He just tells people what to do. If that's your case, then you may be eligible to file the entire packet together all at once. If you're in the second category, which is EB2, that tends to be extraordinary individuals or individuals who are going to be working for the common good, something in the national interest. It's good for you to follow exactly, it's called a visa bulletin, and it will have dates letting you know if your application is what they call current or if you're going to have to wait. Because I also wouldn't want you to waste money filing an entire adjustment package with an I-140 and I-485 application for residency only for it to be rejected because your application is not up to date. I can tell everyone here who may be in the most common category, the EB3, which is for the regular day-to-day employee who has a degree and is needed for the economy, but simply can't be found in the U.S. economy to work the position. Those individuals will have to wait. Right now, they're processing the applications from 2022, if I'm not mistaken. It could be 2023. So it's not current right now. So it is best to file your I-140 petition first, no matter what, because you're going to have to wait. And as it is pending, once it is approved, you will know the date when you can file your I-485 application for residency. While you're waiting, you need to keep legal status if you're in the U.S. Otherwise, you can always do a consular process and receive your green card in your country through the embassy.
Thank you. Welcome back once again, everyone, to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. And it's really exciting today that we are having a great discussion with none other than Isadora Valaquez. And yes, we are here talking about a very, very important topic today, facing deportation under Trump's immigration plans and what are your legal options. Well, thank you so much, Isadora, for being here today and for patiently answering, taking up so many of our questions and making this discussion a very interesting one so far.
It's my pleasure. I see that Pratibha has a question about
Right.
overstays, which I asked before, Nipasa. What happens if you overstay? I don't know if you want to read it, and I'll gladly answer it.
Sure, I can read it. I overstayed my student visa years ago, but I've since started a business and contributed to my community. If deportation becomes stricter, can my contributions or business ownership help my case? Pratibha is
Under
asking.
the law, and like I said before, this is over 40 years that the law has not changed. Your contributions while out of status will always be beneficial. The same, it's called the ties to the country. So the contributions, your business, any family you may have, the amount of time you spent in the United States will always be, they will be considered beneficial factors for you to present your case. And depending on how long you've been in the US, you may qualify for some things that we discussed before if you're placed in deportation proceedings. Now, please understand that contributions alone are not sufficient for you to seek a legal remedy by yourself. It might not be enough. So you may need a little bit more than simple, than a business. And I'm not doubting your business is very successful. I'm not doubting they're contributing a lot, but you may need more, especially if you want to seek business by yourself, if you want to seek a visa or more control by yourself. So the ties tend to prefer family ties. Business will definitely help you fight for your right to stay, but it might not be enough to actually win your right to stay. So keep working on it, keep building it, and in the end, they may help work on your favor.
Thank you so much, Isadora, for taking that up. And Pratibha, I hope you've gotten your answer, and you can keep asking more questions if you have any further questions. So, Isa, we also have more questions from our Facebook group. So I think we should quickly address them, and then when we get time, fall back to our questions again. So, Control, if you can display them, please. Let's take up this first one. This is from Krishna asking, hi team, H4 to F1 transition. Could you please zoom in a little bit? What are the best options to choose for changing to F1 from H4? Her F1 visa is rejected in India and she came back to USA on H4.
If the F1 visa was already rejected at the embassy, the F visas, and for those of you who don't know, the F visas are student visas. The student visa, in my humble opinion, should always be processed by the school that is issuing you the visa. As international students, you will end up paying much more than residents or citizens of the United States. And the reason why your tuition is so much more expensive is because the school has to be heavily involved in the visa process. They have to apply for the visa for you. So if for any reason India rejected your F1 visa, you can always choose to change your H4 status in the United States locally to an F visa. The big caveat here is that when you choose to travel for any reason and you go back home in India, you'll need to get your F1 visa on your passport. That's the difference between what we call a change of status, changing your status from H4 to an F1, than to acquiring status. You cannot come back after you change your status under an F1 visa if you don't have it on your passport. So you will have to go back to the embassy. They may reject it again. Very helpful to know why they rejected it so that you can fight it here and be ready to get it again after you change your status in the United States.
Thank you so much. And I hope, Krishna, you've gotten your answer. I think this was a question for somebody else, but yes, great question. Let's go on to our next one. This is from Sachin. Hi, all. I am currently on STEM OPT with my end date in February 2026. I have one more chance to apply for the H1B lottery this year. If my H1B gets picked and approved, will I be able to travel to India in August and return to the US by October 1st? H1B deactivation date.
So I'll explain the H-1B lottery visa process. You will know if you were chosen by this lottery basically by April. You should know by April. And hopefully your employer will be applying for your visa by the summer, before August when you leave. Because ideally, you will be coming back to the United States after your trip in August by September. So to answer your question, yes, you can leave in August and come back in October. That's perfect. But you may want to come back a little bit earlier, maybe a month earlier, before what we call the fiscal year starts, and get settled up, find the apartment, get set up to begin working. And you should be allowed to return in September if you're picked up in the lottery for April. So good luck. Hope it happens.
Yes, all the best. Since it is lottery, I think you need all the luck. So all the best, Sachin. Let's go on to our next one. This is from an anonymous member. As an H-1B holder, I avail Medicaid for children and premium discounts, tax credits from state on health insurance purchased via marketplace. To my knowledge, it doesn't fall under public charge category. And will this cause any issues in future visa extensions or green card process? Any expert opinions are appreciated.
Great question. The marketplace, also known as Obamacare, is private insurance. The only reason it's called the marketplace, Obamacare, is because of the law that forces these companies in private insurance to give us that insurance, even if we have pre-existing conditions, and for the government to subsidize that insurance if we cannot afford it. But it doesn't mean that it's a private company. So it shouldn't affect your public benefits, because you're not receiving any public benefits. I would encourage you to try not to accept any government subsidies when it comes to paying. If you can pay it out of your pocket, that would be best. But feel free to use the marketplace for your insurance needs. You're entitled to it. You should be okay. It should not affect any visa or future green card process.
Great. Thank you so much for taking that up, Isa. Let's go on to our next one. And this is also from, okay. My H-1B extension was submitted on August 2nd, 2024. H-1B expired on September 30th. Until today, it's been in review status with no update.
You have the option, and you may not like it because it's pricey, but you have the option of paying $3,500 more. It's called premium processing, and that will force the government to give you a decision on the extension in 15 days. Make sure you have the option available. You have to let them know ahead of time, send them a check. It is a good option if you want peace of mind. However, technically, under the law, during the time that you apply for the extension, it's the same as when you're applying for a change of status. So you are technically, legally in the United States until a decision is issued. So be on the lookout for that decision. If you really want the peace of mind, it's worth it to pay a little bit more, but be aware that technically under the law, you should be okay until you get a decision.
Okay. Thank you so much, Isa, for taking that up. Now let's go on to our next one. This is also from an anonymous member. Planning to travel with family from US to India this year after a long time. H-1B, H-4 visas have expired on our passports, but have approved extensions, I-797 petitions. Travel costs seem exceedingly high to travel with family, but routes via Europe seem relatively on the lower side. Question is it possible to travel via Germany or UK, etc., with an expired visa? And the second question is, would a transit visa help? And next is, don't bother, take a different route.
The answer I'm going to give you, what they will call in the US a very legal answer. It depends. What are you coming to do in the United States? If you're coming to work, you can use your H-1B, H-4 expired visas because you already have the extensions. It doesn't matter if you come through the UK, Germany, it doesn't matter. You should be okay because you have extensions on your H-1B and your H-4 visas. Mm-hmm. However, if you're coming as a tourist, you will be asked why you're coming to the United States. So if you're not coming to work, then yes, the best way would be to apply. I wouldn't call it a transit visa. I would call it a tourist visa. We also call it the B1, B2 visa. B1 is for employment purposes when you come maybe for trainings or for a conference. B2s when you come to visit Disney World or to check out how California is doing. So if you're coming as a tourist, that's the way to go. If you're coming to work and your visa has been extended, you should be okay. Doesn't matter where you come from.
Okay. Thank you so much, Isa, for taking that up. And let's go on to our next one. I think this is the last one from our Facebook groups. This is also from an anonymous member. Recently got a Canada PR and have H1B job in Seattle, 2 days a week in office. Employer doesn't care if I spend remaining remote days in Canada. So for H1B stamping, is it okay to disclose I may work remotely from Canada regularly or occasionally? Wondering how to answer the question, will you be working remote or hybrid from your work location?
Answer yes. And the main reason I would say answer yes is because now that you have the permanent residency for Canada, you may be seeking a more permanent status in Canada. And you'll find out that once you have Canadian status, you can come in and out of the US for 6 months per year, no questions asked. It's actually very flexible. Being candid and honest now, letting them know that you have your Canadian permanent residency, that you will be working remotely from Canada, will also help them relax a little bit whenever they see you and asking you questions if you choose to come in through the Canadian border. So answer yes, you will be working remotely. That's still your H-1B visa was still approved under the same conditions, so it shouldn't be an issue as you come in and out through the border. You'll also notice that the Canadian border is very flexible. If you have to renew your visa, you can do so through ports of entry through that border. So it's good to be honest with them and letting them know that you're spending time in your new home of Canada.
That's great. That's great. Thank you so much, Isa, for taking that up and so patiently answering each one of our group Facebook group questions as well. Yeah, and brings me to another question that I have for you. I have prepared some more questions, and this is with regard to mixed immigration statuses. So families with mixed immigration statuses, can they take proactive steps to prevent separation or deportation under the current policies?
Yes. So if you have children over the age of 21 who are US citizens, I don't care if your mom and dad don't want to live in the US. If you are in the United States and you're over the age of 21, give your Mother's Day, Father's Day present by simply filing for your parents. The reality is, children, we have the control. It's our petition when we're petitioning for our parents. So we can be proactive, we can file for them. And later on, when mom says, I don't want to move to the US, I don't like that country, it's okay. At least you tried. You have it there. It's ready just in case. If you're in the United States, you can also file for your parents. And if you enter the country legally, it doesn't matter if you entered 20 years ago or actually 22 years ago and you were born the year after you entered, you will be able to give your parents legal status through this petition. So for children over the age of 21 who are US citizens, petition for your parents. For spouses, any spouse who's a US citizen can petition for the other spouse immediately. They can get them status. I say immediately because technically under the law it should be available immediately. You may have to wait a couple months until it's processed. So if the individuals are in the US and they came into the US legally, you will be able to help them adjust their status to a residency fairly quickly. If they came through the US illegally, meaning through the border or something happened, they may qualify for waivers. These waivers are scary because they force you to leave the country, leave the United States, and get your residency in your home country, but they're worth it. Because if you already qualify for the waiver and you're approved by the time you leave, it should be just coming back with your green card. Scary to leave, but definitely worth it. Now, Trump knows this is happening and he warned us. Part of his campaign promises were that he was willing to separate families that were mixed, as you mentioned, individuals who may have children in the United States, but the parents don't have status. And he warned us of this because back in 2017 to 2020, we saw family separation in the border as a deterrent for people not to come in. So he knew that it was going to be very shocking especially for US citizens, for his voters, to see children separated. So I know it is extreme, but I have been warning my clients to, if you know you're going to leave your child or you may be forced to leave your child, or that could happen, that if you have an encounter with immigration, your child is a US citizen, but you are not, it's good to have a plan. So I hate to send that answer in a sad note, but it is helpful to have a plan. Who will care for your children? Power of attorney if you may need it, because he has made it clear that he's willing to go forward with this, even if it's something the U.S. Citizen is against. It was part of the campaign promises, and so far he has delivered in the past 2 weeks.
Thank you, Isa, for that insight. Really, very helpful. And now let's move on to our next one. We see that there are a lot of changes. It's just been a week with Trump hitting the office, but then how have these changes, whether you talk about visa or green card policies, how have they impacted these deportation risks for non-citizens in the U.S.?
So the main impact that we've seen, of course, is fear, because we don't know. And that's why I start by always warning everyone to at the very least know your status. And after you know your status, meaning know if you have a deportation order, know if you have been in here illegally but you enter legally, and you have a business here, you have a spouse here, you have a child here. Know your circumstances, know it well so that you can present it. Know your country. So know that if you have an encounter and they want to send you back to Nicaragua, now there's a dictatorship there. You cannot go home, and then you can articulate the reasons why you cannot go home to you, not to the country in general, to you. They will follow me or persecute me because I am a woman, because I am gay, because I am religious, whatever it may be. Make sure that you are able to explain it if needed, because that's what we've seen, that these are encounters that, although he warned they would happen, people are not ready for them when they do happen. Lastly, if you have the relationship with your employer in which you can be fully honest with them and have them understand both your rights and their rights, an employer is very limited sometimes in their rights depending on their state. For example, the state of Florida gives a lot of leeway and authority for inspectors to come into my workplace. So there are limits, but you typically require a warrant. And if typically a warrant is not available, these ICE visits, these ICE raids are done on a whim. We assume this person's here. They may be looking for somebody else who's not you. So request that document. It may seem simple, but it's important and very helpful.
Thank you, Isa, for taking that up. And now that everybody is facing a lot of fear of deportation, what would you advise employers of undocumented workers who are really concerned about potential workplace raids as well and deportations? What do you suggest they do?
For the employer on a personal level, I know the concern, for example, Florida, the main concern is whether we're going to be fined, and the fines can be steep, but the fines are available everywhere, doesn't matter where you are. And they tend to be related as to having individuals work for you who don't have the proper documentation. What I've noticed in the past, doesn't matter the president, from Obama, from George W. Bush, that's when I started practicing, to now Trump, when you're able to show that you've consistently paid the correct wages, meaning that you were not underpaying your employee because of his status, they tend to be much more flexible with the fines. They tend to lower them because they understand that maybe you hired out of necessity, which tends to be the case, or maybe you hired out of ignorance. You didn't know that you had to request all those documents to hire somebody. Now, to protect your employees, a warrant is needed to enter your place of business. In Florida, an inspector can enter your place of business to check out if you have 25 employees and to determine if they're here legal or not. That's a local law. But under federal law, to enter your place of business, it's like entering your home, and you can reserve the right of admission. You can call your business a club, and you can simply say, I'm not letting you in unless you have the warrant that forces me to let you in. And check out that warrant. Be able to give that employee a warning, a heads up. For employers, the reality is that we know when they're coming. We know, and they tend to come to us normally not for immigration reasons. So if you have a heads up, be nice. Let them know, and they'll be out of there.
That's a nice one. Thank you so much, Isa. Yes. And I have another question, and this is with regard to legal protections. We've been hearing a lot of raids in schools, even in worship places. I mean, recently, even a Gurudwara was raided in New Jersey and New York, I think. So, what legal protections are in place for students and families affected by school raids, and how can these institutions respond to such incidents?
Well, sadly, the same way I started with the sad news that a president can get rid of your visa by simply signing an executive order. In this case, sadly, for the legal community, for the immigrant community, the legal protections can also be eliminated by signing an executive order. President Trump recently signed one of memorandum executive orders saying that ICE raids can occur, as you mentioned, in schools. They can occur in hospitals. However, there are some places that tend to be considered places of business, and they can be protected. Churches are the most common one. So you can seek protection there. That would be, we're talking here of extreme cases, but we've noted that tends to be where people feel the safest. And in reality, that is another place in which you would need a warrant to enter. But public spaces such as schools and hospitals can no longer afford the protection that we typically associated with these areas. So we have to be mindful. A little trick: when we have minor children, we sometimes don't apply for them to have a work permit because they're little. Why are they going to work? Who cares? But now I find myself warning my clients that it might be a good idea to have their child, if they're here on a status that may be temporary, like temporary protected status, or even under particular visas, like the H visa. Of course, your child's not going to work, but maybe you want to pay the $500, $600 and get that work permit so that he can carry that ID showing that he's here legally. It sounds weird and not needed because it's not needed, but these rates are terrifying even for attorneys. And the fact that they can go into schools, I would like to protect my child if that were the case.
Yes, for sure, for sure. And talking about Miami and your place out there, I'm sure it's been very busy. I mean, the past week must be crazy. How is it? Would you like to share some cases or incidences? Anything you want to share with us would be great.
So Miami has one particularly notorious ICE station. It's called in Miramar, and it's fairly busy. Typically at 9 a.m., we have people who will be showing up in orders of supervision. During the Biden administration, it became routine. They would get a new number. Miami also has the little caveat or the little additional flavor of the Cuban community being very, very famous here. We have a lot of Cuban communities, many Scarface, believe it or not, from that back in the day. It's very interesting that many countries that back then were not accepting people, deportees, I emphasize Cuba in particular. Now you're finding that when you're reporting, there is a sense of fear that Cuba Cuba has accepted deportees since the Obama administration. That's something that changed. It has since stopped during this Trump administration, Venezuela, Nicaragua. So we have this new flavor of people who are coming in with deportation orders, order supervision in the morning, who are routine up to the point. And then you have the second wave that comes during the day, and that's where we see the ICE rates. And it is a little bit like Top Gun, the Miramar station, but it's not as cool. We don't have good-looking Tom Cruise-looking guys. It's just a simple building with no windows, very terrifying. But we do see the wave in the morning of the people reporting who regularly report, and in the afternoon, we see the effects of the ICE rates that are very notorious in Miramar.
Well, I think, all I can say, it's getting scary, and I think it'll be best to stay safe. So, maybe last but not the least, if you could wrap up by giving a few tips to folks out there who are facing fears right now, and tell us what should we do next.
I'll begin and end with the same note. Anyone who is subject to removal, who may not have any legal remedy, maybe you have a deportation order, maybe you already tried to reopen that case and you failed, maybe you appealed it and you failed too, you stayed too long, you came in through the border, there's really nothing you can do. Asylum, you may not be able to qualify for asylum itself, meaning you won't get a green card, but the asylum right, the right to seek asylum, protection from going back home, is a universal right. So you can always say, I'm sorry, I messed up. I've been here for 25 years. I have no papers. You're absolutely right. But I'm terrified of going home. And this is why. Asylum must be from the government or from an agent that the government can control. So if the police is going to be looking for you because you're a girl and they don't like girls and you know it, and you can say, hey, my country, women are persecuted and I'm a woman, verbalize it. Second, and I've mentioned this before and I'll mention it forever, at least for the next 4 years. Know your status. Sometimes we ignore it because we're afraid. We think if we ask, we're going to expose ourselves. It's good for you to know. By knowing how you came in, you may be able to fix it. Deportation orders can be reversed. The law changes. People may get deported for something they did 10 years ago. The best example, marijuana. Huge deal in the 60s and 70s. Not as much right now. So if you were deported in the 80s because you were smoking a joint, maybe now you can get rid of it. So it's good for you to keep that in mind. Know your status. Know your family. Who do you have in the US? Siblings, you may love them. Aunt, auntie, uncle, you love them. They're not going to give you anything. You want your mom, you want your dad, you want that. Siblings, they might give you something, but it's going to take like 20 years. So, and you want your children. So know your family and keep being like your listeners. Keep growing your businesses, keep growing your ties to the US. They may help you if you end up in deportation. Remember, asylum is a right. You can ask for a reasonable fear interview. Just remember that if you forget everything else I said.
Thank you so much, Isa. That was really very helpful. And I think if we still got some time, we should take up Ansa and not leave her without an answer. So Ansa's asking, what can I use as ID for my daughter who is a pending H4 dependent visa? And can the letter I received from USCIS be used as evidence?
Yes, Ansa, it can definitely be used as evidence. Anyone who has any letters from immigration, make a copy, keep them with you. It's good to have them, especially if that letter has any dates for over 2 years, because then you will not be subject in the worst case scenario. You would not be subject for something called expedited removal. So keep that in mind. You can use that for the time being. You can also check in your local DMV department what they can accept as documents for your child to get an ID. And maybe they can get our local state ID. That would make it easier for all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for taking that up for Ansa. And Ansa, I wish you could join us on call. But yes, if you're still available, 425-436-6335, and the access code is 988-888. Join us. But nonetheless, it's been a really very insightful session so far, Isa, and really great having you. It's our first episode together. And folks out there, you can call Attorney Isadora herself, and you can also email her with regard to your case, your status, and with all the details, write to her. You can call her on her number 305-938-0676, and her email address is isadora@isalawyers.com, and go visit her website www.isalawyers.com to get to know more about Isadora. Well, do you still have anything else to share? I mean, this last week, do you have any deportation case that you're dealing with that is interesting that probably you want to share with us?
Yes, I do. I have many of them actually. And that's why I started by mentioning that many of these cases are being reset. What we notice is some judges, Miami is a very busy jurisdiction, as you can imagine. So we have some judges resetting the final hearing dates for 2028. These notice in the mail, if you are to be placed in deportation proceedings, you could receive a notice in the mail where we mentioned the notice to appear. And it will have a date in the bottom. And it may seem very simple, minimal, something that you may want to ignore because what's the big deal? Don't ignore it. It's best to show up, even if you don't have an attorney. It's best to show up and simply ask for more time. Most judges, 99.9% of judges will give you time to find an attorney to move your case along. If you talk to an attorney ahead of time, they might be able to explore options to close your case or maybe see if there's something that can be done so you don't even have to show up. But most likely you will have to show up. So it's good to simply go. Don't ignore it. As to interesting cases, that's where it's good to know that the law itself, once again, has not changed in over 40 years. I'm getting the same cases under the Trump administration that I would get under the Obama administration. What changes are the discretion that some prosecutors may have. So it's good to have a good report with the court. And what I'm finding now is that simple cases that are maybe, it's a deja vu of 2017, simple cases that I would have gotten dismissed or resolved because I gave the example of marijuana. Not a big deal right now, big deal before. It could definitely get you deported. now I find that prosecutors, and it's not a fault of their own, I don't have the privilege of negotiating with me and getting the case dismissed or getting the case closed. So it's good to speak with an attorney and show up no matter what. Even if you're alone, show up. The judge will give you more time, and you will have time knowing that cases might be set for 2028. So you have 3 more years to figure out what we can do for you.
Yes, that is it. Thank you so much. Thank you once again, Isadora. It was really, really very insightful, this whole session today. And I wish we could go on speaking, but, I will save some, so that you can join us very soon again, maybe discuss on another very important topic. Since changes are happening, it's just so dynamic. Every day we hear new news, everything is, popping up every time, and everywhere we see is Trump, and whatever Trump is doing is affecting so many people out there, immigrants, America, or even the world. So there we go. So I hope that you can join us soon again. And thank you. I hope you have a great day ahead today.
I would love to join you, please, whenever you need me. Lastly, for your audience, you may hear about getting rid of the 14th Amendment, which is the birthright citizenship. That is
Yes.
still pending. The Supreme Court is likely to hear it. So the law remains. People who are born in the United States are citizens as per the Constitution. Just last thought of the day.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that too. Yes, I think we're going to hear soon about that also, probably another 10, 11 days we still got in hand. And let's just keep our fingers crossed until then. Thank you so much, Isadora. Really great having you. See you soon.
Same here. Take care.
You too. And folks out there, thank you so much for joining us. And please feel free to contact Attorney Isadora herself. And you can email her. You can even call her up. Go visit her website as well. And her website is www.isadora isalawyers.com, and you can email Isadora at isalawyers.com, and you can call her up also at 305-938-0676. And you can also call me. You can even WhatsApp me. I have a phone number, 408-335-6444. That's my number. And you can also email me about your case. And, that way I can forward the emails to Attorney Isadora also. My email address is nipa@staffingly.com. Thank you so much for joining us today. Y'all out there have a great day ahead. And stay tuned on Immigration and Jobs Talk Show, because at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, I'm going to be back with my co-host Sam on Daily Immigration Dose. And yes, keep watching our space. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. I'm really happy to be here. I'm Napasa, your host for today's session. And before we head on with our webinar for today with our amazing guest, I have this very important disclaimer to read. And that is by watching our videos, you agree and understand that the by our experts and attorneys, including comments and replies from users, is not legal advice. Use of information is at your own risk. So, once again, folks, thank you so much for joining us here on Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. We are streaming live right now on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, and on X. So, please feel free to join us. It'll be really nice to have your participation. All you have to do is comment wherever you're watching us. And also, if you are in America, you can call us on this number 425-436-6335, and the access code is 988-888. Take this as an opportunity because we are going to be joined by a very familiar face who has been with us, for I think almost a year now. But it's really great to keep having him because he has such great insights to share, and he is none other than immigration attorney from SPB law firm, Attorney Chand Parvathaneni from Dallas, Texas. So please help me welcome him back once again. Hi, Chanda. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you're doing great today.
Thank you, Napasa. Yeah, I hope everything is good on your side, and thank you for inviting me to be on the
Thank you
show.
so much. And I'm pretty sure you know that it is a very busy schedule for you, especially with the Trump 2.0 and this past week, with all executive orders being signed. So I'm really, really honored, and I truly appreciate that you have taken some time out of your busy schedule to be with us. So I'm excited for today's session. And if you could tell us what can folks out there expect, on today's discussion.
Sure. So we have seen about, a week of President Trump's administration, the second term. And in the last couple of days, we've been seeing a lot of issues. We are seeing a lot of media articles and news reports. Some of it is real, some of it is fake. We're seeing all kinds of news. And I think today, what I want to discuss is the trends in the last 1 week or so. We have done H1B filings, we have done I-140 filings in the last 1 week. We have seen approvals in the last 1 week. So I want to discuss about what are the recent trends we are seeing in terms of employment-based cases, and also compare that with what's happening on the deportations, because the deportations have started. People are getting arrested, and what's going on? What kind of people are getting arrested? What kind of means is the administration using to send people back? How quickly are they doing it? And so we'll discuss things around it, its impact to legal immigration, its impact to illegal immigration. Because when we talk about immigration, we see two kinds of situations. One, somebody is actually entering into the country and properly inspected by CBP, properly going through the visa process. And we have those kind of immigrants who are in the country who are also concerned. Then we have other side where people have entered into the country without any kind of inspection. So we don't even the government does not even have a proper data on them, and they're not inspected. So the rules are different when somebody is coming into the country through an inspection, and the rules are a little bit different. What happens if somebody overstays their visa? They can come into the country legally. Probably they're not in the country legally right now. And then there is this other aspect where somebody just came into the country day one itself, they were illegal. So the current regulations, the current law, it has uh, various laws on all these situations. And I think we'll talk about the legal immigration part and also the illegal immigration part, and it's like impact all across the board, because in the end, a lot of these people are actually contributing to US economy. They are actually working in United States, whether it's legal or whether somebody's working in illegal status, they're still contributing by working for the local economies. So definitely, I think there'll be impact, and what kind of impact is expected, and what are the legal rights for people in various situations. I think we'll probably use that this time to discuss those things. And the goal again is to educate people with the importance of compliance, with the importance of following the rules and doing everything right, so they're not even in a bad situation where they have to worry about deportation.
Absolutely. And thank you so much. Those were great points to keep in mind. And folks out there, today we are going to, revolve around whatever Chan has just mentioned just now, because our topic of discussion for today is how are Trump's deportation plans reshaping immigration and employment cases in the US. And as we see, whichever side we look, whichever site we visit, everywhere we see is Trump, his decisions, his orders, and we hear about a lot of deportation cases, immigration, not just being affected in the United States, but the whole world is getting affected by, all these laws and orders that Trump has passed on. So it's going to be a very, very interesting topic. Stay with us, friends. And I'll quickly say hello because we have Sunita who has joined us with your comments. Sunita, stay with us. We are going to take your comments. And if possible, anyone out there who's watching us, do join us on call. It'll be very nice to have you join us. So, with that said, let's jump into our topic for today and talk about deportation. So how do you think, Chant, that Trump's deportation plans, like using military planes, reshape the future of U.S. immigration policies?
Sure. So in general, like when we talk about immigration, illegal immigration or deportation in United States, so the way it works is immigration comes under the federal law. And what that means is the local state police. So like every city, you'll see the police departments. The police departments don't enforce the immigration law. And what that means is if the police stops somebody and they don't typically ask about immigration, they don't typically enforce immigration rules. It's the federal government that typically enforces immigration, and that basically boils down to ICE, called Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or CBP. So they are the people that typically enforce the federal law. So a CBP officer, a federal government officer, the ICE officer, so they have the power of actually asking people about immigration and enforcing the immigration rules. So nowadays, what we are seeing is in the way of doing things. President Trump has stated that people who have criminal backgrounds, they are the ones that are going to be targeted. And in terms of what is happening is ICE seems to be specifically targeting people with criminal background. So I think they're not going after people who don't have criminal aspects. When I talk about criminal, a part of the administration is talking about anybody in the country illegally, technically has broken a law, so they are criminals. But I think in reality, I think they are actually targeting people with a real criminal background. But what is happening is there is collateral damage. And what that means is when there is a raid, a nice raid, they're going after people, they have information that they have some criminal background on their records. But unfortunately, the people around them, even if they don't have a criminal background, they will have collateral damage, which means when ICE is picking up a person who has criminal background, at that time, if they see somebody around who does not have criminal background but is illegal, they're getting picked up. And in the recent times, in the last week or so, what we have also seen is military planes are being used for deportations. So military apparatus is getting used. And normally it doesn't happen that way, because the way the deportations happen are the federal government, the federal officers, they do the deportation, but typically military planes are not used. But because President Trump's administration, I think their focus on deporting people, specifically people with criminal background, what they've said is they're going to spend money, they're going to start using military planes. And that has already started. And we are seeing military planes being used. And what that means is you can see significant ramping up and enforcement using military planes. And it's a standard shift from the standard way of doing things. So in reality, that leads to a quicker and a faster deportation process, because normally it's a very slow process. You have people in detention centers. It's a very lengthy process. Nowadays, using military planes, what that means is people are getting deported very quickly. And using military planes, is it a good way or not? There is a lot of debate, and a lot of countries, the countries where these planes are going into, they've raised concerns. They're raising concerns that these people are not really criminals. They are people who just went for looking for better options for their family. So it's a bad message when people are actually put in handcuffs and sent back in military planes. So I think that's a debate that's still ongoing. But at this point of time, we do see that there is a militarization of immigration policy using military apparatus. And definitely there's going to be impact on immigrant communities. There is a lot of fear. There's a lot of anxiety in immigrant communities because what happens is we're seeing a lot of mixed families. Somebody's a US citizen. They have US children, US citizen children. And then say one of the people in their family is illegal. So now it's causing more fear, more anxiety, and it's leading to a chilling effect where immigrants sometimes probably are even avoiding to seek help or reporting crimes when they are really like a victim of some crime. I think the reason is they don't want like the federal officers to come and then deport somebody in their house. So even if some people are a victim of a crime, I think they're just hesitant to ask for help. So these are the kind of consequences we can see. And since it's just a week, I think we just have to see how things will go in the future. But definitely we're seeing the trajectory of US immigration policy shift. And right now, I've never seen enforcement so aggressive. Yes, enforcement was always there. And I think we talk about the last 4 years of Biden administration, and that administration, I think definitely, I think we're not as aggressive as the current administration, and that led to more problems because I think it led to more people with criminal background slip into the country, which I think caused this whole issue right now with aggressive
Yes.
enforcement. And we'll have to see how things will go into
Yes,
the future.
absolutely, Chand. Very well put. And when you talk about aggression, yes, it's like never before. And not just that, I mean, ICE raids are so frequent, and it just started, I think, the second day or the first day itself when Trump joined office.
Mm.
And not just that, ICE are also being joined forces by FBA, DEA. They've just become stronger, and they have been doing these raids right, left, and center. So it's really scary a situation out there.
So typically they're using like various. Yeah, I think it's not just ICE. I think they're using all federal officers from various other departments. So it's like multiple departments from the federal government, I think, that are working together to deport people. But I think the goal, I think, it's still to deport criminals.
Yes,
I think they're like talking about like hardcore criminals. But unfortunately, I think some other people are
affected.
getting impacted because of collateral damage. But I think at least the goal is like be very, very aggressive with people with criminal
Yes,
backgrounds. Because unfortunately, I think there are some people who are like murderers, who are child rapists out there who are illegal. And I think nobody wants people with such criminal backgrounds. But because of focus on these guys, some people who don't have any criminal background are also getting
so true,
impacted.
so true. And yes, the discussion is on full, so keep joining us. It'll be really nice to have you comment and join us on call. The phone number is 425-436-6335, and the access code is 988-888. I mean, you can even join us to tell us if you are facing any such issues with yourself, and maybe, yes, join us. It'll be very nice to know your story as well. So, yes, Chanda, thank you for that highlight and a good start to our session of discussion for today. Moving on, I have another question, and that is, these deportations already started to happen. And how do you think these deportation policies are impacting immigrant families also who are really dependent on US jobs, and maybe they're sending money to their home countries as well, to their families?
Sure. So most of the immigrants are actually like hardworking people. They actually come here to work hard and provide for their family. So a lot of people, majority of the people are of that attitude. And unfortunately, now what's happening is, I think people who are impacted. I think they will have profound impact on their families because there is going to be economic disruption. These immigrants, they depend on working in US. They support themselves and they also support their families back home. And these mass removals there and this increased fear of deportation. Sometimes people are losing jobs, and it's a sharp loss of income. And not only that, I mean, again, people who are legal, who are actually working hard, the whole uncertainty and anxiety and job security, things like what will happen when I apply for my visa extension, my H1B extension, will I get a denial? So I think that uncertainty and anxiety is like increasing even among people who are having a legal immigration status, people on F1, for example. They're worried, what tomorrow when I apply for H1, will I get an approval or not? What is going to happen? So all this anxiety, will there be a backlash against immigrants? So all that uncertainty and anxiety, I think what's causing is people are not able to perform to the best of their abilities, because people are depressed. People are sometimes not sure what is happening. And this, I think, will definitely have an impact on remittances, not only remittances, their own productivity. I think the productivity is going to get impacted. There's going to be psychological and emotional strain. The whole this daily news about deportation, it's creating an environment of constant stress. This is for people who are legal and also people who are not illegal. Even because people who are legal, they're just worried because I mean, sometimes the media makes it sound like there is so much of backlash against immigrants. It may or may not be true, but the way the media, when I talk about media, even the social media, because social media, not everything that shows up in social media is the truth. And I've seen like so many reports where people called our office about something they heard on social media, somebody getting deported, even if they had a visa. So all these kinds of stuff. So definitely, I think we are seeing increased psychological and emotional strain. And it's not only going to impact the immigrants, it's also going to impact local economies, because these people work in the local areas, they contribute to the economies, they rent houses, they spend money, and they do all these things because people want to work hard. Majority of the people are working hard. I think eventually, I think what it's going to lead is, it is definitely going to lead to labor shortages. And we're going to see some impact on local economies if things are not done right. If all they're focusing is on people with criminal backgrounds and that is their focus, I think we will not see a major impact. But if they're like focusing on everybody, and again, we don't know where it'll lead to, but there is a good chance of an impact on the local economy.
Them would be people who are falling out of status, maybe people who are, you know, I mean, I think I was, sorry, my audio, I was muted, but I was saying, very well put. And I think, yes, very surely that the worst are going to go out of the country first. But following them could be, people who are going, maybe getting out of status, people who have overstayed, people who, they really need to get their visa aligned with their status, right? They have to be in status to be able to be there. And another thing which I wanted to ask is, Chand, you have mentioned about the fear of being caught, if you are illegal in the country, and even more that you are a criminal. I mean, Trump or no Trump, right? Wasn't that fear always there? Like, what if somebody catches that I am out of status? Didn't they have this fear already?
Yeah, I think, I mean, we have not seen ICE raids and these kinds of stuff on a large scale previously. And now what's happening is, I think there's a lot of rhetoric in the media. And not only that, all of a sudden, like somebody's putting a post in the social media saying like there was this raid, that raid. Some of it is true, some of it is false. So I think the fear was always there, but I think illegally. Um, I think I mean, it's a little different because people who are into the country in a legal fashion, what happens is they
Yes.
have an I-94. They know how long they're supposed to stay. They know that before that day they're supposed to apply for an extension. So there is a process. And those people, because they've given their fingerprints at the port of entry, so a lot of it is trackable. And for the people who have slipped into the country without any kind of inspection, it's a little different because the country, probably a lot of them, they're not even recorded. Their information is not even recorded. So I think
Yes.
there's a little bit of difference between these two sets of people who came with inspection and who did not come with inspection. So people who
Yes.
came into the country with inspection, typically they have the record out there because uh, there are fingerprints with CBP, there are fingerprints with the federal government, and so on. So it's a little bit of different. And I think the people who are in the country illegally, who don't have any record, because nobody even knows where they are unless somebody has done some criminal act and there's some record somewhere. If not, it's a little bit of challenging effort, which is what I think the government is trying to do. I think they're trying to kind of at least figure out initially as a priority people with criminal backgrounds.
Yes. 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 Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chand, for that, detailed explanation. And I have more questions. So, but before I think we move on to our questions, I wanted to take up this question we received on, I think, WhatsApp. If Control can put it up, it's from Megha, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Megha. So it's a WhatsApp question. So Megha is asking, "Hello everyone. I need to ask a question. I am on day one, I think D1 CPT, but I need to go to India for family emergency. I'm planning to come on H4. So, do you think is there any possibility to get my visa rejected, my H4 visa, as I am on day one CPT? Really appreciate it."
Sure. I think in general, when somebody has a valid visa and they're entering into the country on that valid visa, on the terms of that visa, and they have not violated their status in the past, usually they should not have a problem. Again, the entry is never 100% guaranteed. That being said, uh, usually they are not going to have a problem. So if somebody is coming on H4 to be as a dependent, they should, and their goal is to be uh, living in the country as a spouse of some H1B holder, they should not have a risk. And even if somebody has taken day one CPT, as long as they have uh, properly been admitted to that school, they have actually studied in that school, attended classes, and taken the CPT program in a legal way, going through the school DSO and all those things, they should not have any problem. So CPT by itself is not illegal. The only thing is CPT has a lot of requirements that they're supposed to keep and maintain F1 status. And as long as somebody is going through the process and properly maintaining a valid F1 status and properly working on CPT, their future entries should not be impacted. So if somebody wants to come back on H4, I don't see it as a problem. Usually, you should not have any issue. And people do it all the time. I mean, somebody's on F1, they get married, they go to the country, they come back on a different visa, in this case, H4. So I don't expect issues. That being said, uh, an entry is never 100% guaranteed, so you can always expect questions at CBP. That being said, legally, it is totally allowed, and people should not have any issues coming back on H4.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Megha, for participating. And my WhatsApp number, I think I will just say so that people out there, can even call me there, or better just message me also. My phone number is 408-335-6444. So please feel free to join me there as well. Otherwise, the number is 425-436-6335, and the access code is 988-888. So, yes, that was Megha's question on WhatsApp. Thank you so much. So, now, Chand, I would really like to know, what challenges do you think individuals and families are facing, after deportation under stricter and even these sudden immigration rules?
I think the immediate and the devastating challenge is getting separated from the family members, because I think sometimes when uh, they have a family here, one of them is illegal, one of them is legal, for example, and they get deported. I think the fact that they're going to be separated from their family, I think that separation, I think is going to be huge, and not only emotional and psychological trauma for that individual, but also for the entire family members. So that is like the biggest thing. And then the financial hardship, because somebody who's working is leaving and they cannot work. So if part of the family is like back in US, and that somebody has to leave the country or deported, I think definitely that financial hardship is a problem. And then I think another thing a lot of people are talking about is reintegrating into the home country. So if somebody has been in this country for a long time, and now they're deported back to their home country, so the whole thing about um, reintegrating in the home country, I think it is going to be difficult. And because there are going to be cultural barriers now, again, going back and all those things, so it is going to exacerbate, I mean, it is going to like increase their struggle. And so we don't know. I mean, again, there are more than 10 million illegal people in the country, and I definitely don't think that everybody is going to be deported back because of practical obstacles and the realistic way of looking at things. But I think the last count I heard was about 5,000 people uh, are being deported, are caught so far in the last a week or so. So I think I don't really think it'll be like millions and millions of people at this point of time. So that being said, I think whoever are impacted, I think are going to face a lot of obstacles, and uh, I think there is going to be an impact on children, especially if they have children, and a lot of emotional and mental health struggles for those folks. So, and that is why I think the one thing is I think yes, people have broken a law, but I think what normally people expect is the federal government is a little bit more shows a little bit more empathy and kind of focuses on people with real criminal backgrounds, not just go after everybody like immediately, but
Mhm.
at least immediately, I think kind of show some empathy to most of the normal people. Maybe just target people with huge criminal backgrounds, at least initially.
Yes, yes. And also with regard to birthright citizenship, right? I mean, there was that whole news, and though it's on hold right now, I think people are very much still worried, anxious as in what's going to happen. So I'd really, say to folks out there, stay strong.
Yeah.
And if you are abiding by the rules, there's nothing to be afraid of. Right, Chan?
Yeah, birthright citizenship, I don't think it'll pass because
Yes,
we have this constitutional amendment that is out there from 1868, and we
right.
also had the Supreme Court deal with this issue in 1898, a long time back. So the case is properly decided. So I don't think the courts will do anything different. And I
Mhm.
think the only way to do that is through a constitutional amendment, and that's the only legal way to do it. And again, a constitutional amendment is not easy. It requires
Yeah.
like a whole big process. The states have to agree, the Senate has to agree, the House of Representatives has to agree. So there is a whole big process. So for all practical
Mhm.
purposes, I don't think it is happening anytime soon. But as far as the courts are concerned, they have a temporary restraining order. They have not given a long-term injunction, but temporary orders are passed. And even if it
Yes.
goes to the appeals court down the line, even if it goes to the Supreme Court down the line, I don't think the courts will do anything different because we have a legal precedent in the United States. It's already decided by the courts previously. So I'm a
Mhm.
little skeptical that the courts will even interfere. I think the burden will fall back on the Congress and the states to pass a constitutional amendment. If that passes, yes, it is possible. But for that to pass, I don't think there is a easy route to that.
So that is at least one good news, I think, a little relaxing and hopeful. So, folks out there, I think, yes, that's some good news for you. So, if you want to actually have a one-on-one consultation with Attorney Chand Parvataneni, you can even call him up or email him about yourself, your status, and it's always best to consult with an expert, an attorney who's going to be able to guide you best with your immigration status. So his phone number is 817-523-8247. And you can email Attorney Chand Parvataneni by emailing him at law@spblawfirm.com. And go visit www.spblawfirm.com to get to know more Attorney Chand Parvataneni and Sim Parvataneni and Brown Law Firm in Dallas, Texas. So, yes, those were a few updates, and it's been a great session so far. We also have Nilanjana join us. So, Nilanjana, just stay with us. We will take up your questions a little later in the show. So, now, though, we should quickly take up another WhatsApp message which we had received, and this is from Kakoli. Hello, I have a B1 visa applied by my current employer, Amazon. Now I would like to visit my family in USA for a small party. Can I use the same visa to enter? If so, what documents do I need to carry with me?
So one of the things that will happen, even if one has a visa, is at the port of entry. So whenever somebody lands in United States, they have to go through CBP inspection. And one of the things that the CBP is going to do is ask questions and see what somebody's intent is. And if somebody's intent is not matching the terms of that visa, they might have a problem. So in general, if somebody has a tourist visa and they go for tourist reasons, they should not have a problem as long as the intent is disclosed and the officer is okay. So in this case, if it is a business visa and somebody is going on tourist purposes, again, in the current way of doing things, because now rules have changed a little bit and now things are looked at a different way. So so the entry is at the discretion of the CBP officer. So what they're saying is admission into United States. It's a privilege. It's not a right just because somebody has a visa. That's the way of looking at the current uh, the way of looking at things. So what that means is at the end of the day, it is that the CBP officer, and if CBP officer feels that somebody is not doing something that is a requirement of that visa class, they could deny entry. So just having a visa is not enough. The actual the entry and the intent and the purpose should match the purpose of that visa class.
There you go, Kakoli. You have your answer. And always consult an attorney. So we have Attorney Chand's contact details scrolling on the screen. You may note it down and contact him as well for further details. And for now, Chand, we also have a lot of industries like farming, manufacturing, IT also. They are all being affected by this mass deportation policies. So, what do you have to say about the impact on these and also the target immigrant workers?
Sure. So I think every industry is different because in the United States, when we take a look at IT sector versus a farming sector, you're going to see uh, completely a different impact based on the current rules. Because if you look at the current the policies, so President Trump last week, even after his swearing-in ceremony, he stated that he likes H-1Bs. He clearly stated that the country needs H-1B, and what that means is so when you look at the IT industry is heavily staffed by people from other countries. A lot of Indians work in IT. So IT by nature of the industry heavily depends on H1B employees, probably also L1 employees, probably also O1 employees. So IT sector typically does not have a lot of people who are illegal working in the industry by the nature of the industry. And to me, based on the current news that is coming out of the Trump's administration, his advisors, there might be scrutiny on H1Bs, but they have no intention of completely removing H1B. So sectors like IT, I don't think they will see a lot of impact. The reason being, people already there is a process for the H1Bs, and the industry is not heavily staffed by people without a legal status. On the other hand, when you look at farming depends a lot on immigrant labor, and a lot of them are undocumented workers. So things like harvesting, planting, packaging, these kind of industries, they have hired a lot of undocumented workers. And the current administration, they're focusing more on undocumented workers, people who are in the country illegally. So these are low wage positions, and these are positions that a lot of US citizens are not willing to fill. This low wage agricultural jobs. And when we're seeing mass deportations typically happen in these kind of fields. So I do think that you will see a labor shortage if mass deportation continues for a long period of time, and we might see labor shortage in, say, farming industry, or probably some areas of manufacturing industry. But on the IT sector, I don't think we will see a major impact. Uh, but what we will see in IT sector is a lot of people, they're seeing wrong news in the social media. So they are probably going to be so scared. They probably are going to see this as something that is very scary. Like they probably will think that, is it even worth going to US and working in IT sector? So what I see is, if the rhetoric is bad and if the media projects these deportations in a wrong way, the talented foreign workers more than likely will be deterred into coming into US in the first place, and that would definitely stifle growth and innovation in the tech industry. So I think in general, I don't think we should see an impact in the IT industry for people who are already in the country, but people who want to come to US to work in IT industry, highly talented people, those people might be second guessing in immigrating to United States. So we will have to wait and watch and see how this rhetoric continues and so on. But I do see this risk that some people will be hesitant to immigrate to United States.
That is very much happening. I think people out there are probably looking out for more options because they wouldn't want to go to the US and then know the next thing that they cannot stay there anymore. It's going to be very, very expensive for them, right? So yes, moving on, since they're all facing individuals, I mean, individuals or families are facing all these sorts of deportation or are on the verge of facing one. What options do you think are available for them, under these new plans? Maybe you can keep it short and just give them some points what they can do, Chan.
Yeah. So I think people who are in the country, anybody who's especially who are in the country through a legal process, like showing a visa, what everybody should do is they should take a look at their I-94, and they have to make sure they file an extension before their I-94 expires. That is very important. So that is the first thing that anybody in the country who is in a legal status should do. The reason is if somebody accidentally forgets to file for an extension before their I-94 expires, they will become illegal in the country. So that is one thing that people can do to ensure that they don't even have to go through this deportation mess. That's the first thing. And for other people, they might look at temporary protected status. Some countries, some individuals from some specific countries, they get this thing called temporary protected status. So one of the things that people can do is see if their country is designated as a TPS country. If so, they might get some relief. And right now, DACA, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. So people who qualify under DACA, they have temporary relief. So they probably will not be deported right now. So anybody that is eligible under DACA, they can use that as relief. And some people who are inadmissible, they might be eligible for some waivers. So one of the things that people who are subject to deportation should do is see if they're eligible for any waiver. Waivers are extremely difficult, but under compelling circumstances, some people might be able to get a potential path. So that is one way. And another way is if somebody has a US citizen spouse, they might they might be able to apply for adjustment of status. Again, everybody's case is different, but one of the things that people can explore. And asylum, again, asylum is a program that sometimes people tend to misuse, but again, there are some people who genuinely will qualify for asylum. So that's another thing that people can take a look and see if they qualify for asylum. And asylum is only limited to people who fear persecution in their home countries due to some specific factors. So those people are allowed to file an asylum application, but there is a very strict process. So again, something for people to explore based on their scenario. So these are a couple of things that people can always explore, and then see if they come under any of these circumstances.
Thank you, Chand. Thank you. Those were very important points, and I hope that people out there, you heard what Chand has said and have noted down, and will look out for your options. Quickly, I will take up Suresh Kumar's comment on YouTube, and then we can take up some more of the other comments as well. So Suresh is asking, according to the new provision of H1B, I can start my entrepreneurship. What would you like to say on that?
Yeah. So I think that's a great feature that a lot of folks out there should explore. And this new rule that just got into effect since January 18th, what it says is if somebody starts their own company, they own 100% stake in the company. Those people can have that entity, the entity that uh, they started. That entity can sponsor them. So it's like I'm an entrepreneur. I started my own company. Now the rules allow that company to sponsor your own H1B. The only thing is your initial visa validity will be only for 18 months, but that's still a good option. And you still have to pay yourself. So the company will still have to pay you. You still have to demonstrate how the company will have money to pay you, and what your idea is, what your company is, and all those things. But at least now we have a pathway. So for a lot of folks out there who are budding entrepreneurs who are starting their own companies, you should explore this option. And legally now it is possible, and you will be able to file for a H1B. And if you're able to convince USCIS that this is a legitimate company, that it has a proper business plan, that it has the ability to pay you the salary, because the salary does have to meet the LCA obligations. If you're able to do it, you should be able to get this H1B. And it's a very new thing. It just started on January 18th. So something out there that everybody who has a very good business idea, who have started their company, they should start exploring this option.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Suresh, for joining us here on YouTube. And you can also join us on call. The number is on the screen. And yes, to know more, maybe you can even contact Attorney Chand Parvataneni. His details are scrolling on the screen below. So, Chand, we also have some questions from our Facebook group, so we would quickly like to address them as well. And when we have more time later, we can come back to our questions. So, Control, if you can display, yes. The first question we have is how many months it takes for I-797 approval for H-1B visa extension?
So when we talk about H-1B visa, we have multiple service centers. We have California Service Center, Nebraska Service Center, Vermont Service Center, and Texas Service Center that are currently handling H-1Bs. And what we are seeing is it is taking anywhere between 1 month to 6 months for majority of the cases to be adjudicated. And you're going to see this little bit of variation because it depends on which service center your case is, which officer is looking at your case, and so on. But starting from a month, we are seeing approvals or adjudications. And normally, what we suggest is if it is taking more than 6 months, maybe it's time where you explore the premium processing. And the rule for extensions is that once a company applies for an extension, there is something called a 240-day rule. So for a 240 days after your H-1B expires, you are allowed to work in the country. Your I-94 automatically gets extended to a max of 240 days. So theoretically, even if your case is still pending, you can work for a maximum of 240 days when your H-1B extension is filed. So normally what I suggest is wait up to 6 months. If it takes longer than that, don't wait until the 240 days, but right after 6 months, try to upgrade your case. So you definitely have an answer before your 240-day deadline is over.
Thank you so much, Chand, for taking that up. And I'm sure that was very helpful. And going on, let's move on to our next one. This is from an anonymous member in our group asking approved I-140 for H-1B EB-1C. PD is not current. Can I switch company?
So, so because the priority date is not current, you cannot file the 485. And what that means is if you switch your company, the new company will again have to do the EB, the I-140 once again. The only thing is when the new company does the I-140, you can recapture your previous priority date. But in terms of applying for a green card, if the prior company where you have the I-140, if that company withdraws the I-140, you might not be able to file the 485. So if you want to do the 485, eventually you will need another I-140 approval. The only good thing is that you can recapture your previous priority date. So remember that one thing, if you do switch, the new company will have to do an I-140. You can still get the old date back, but without the new I-140, the new company will not be able to sponsor your 485 and sign off on the supplement J.
Very important. Thank you so much, Chand, for highlighting those very important points. And thank you, anonymous member, for participating by commenting in our groups. So, folks, we are on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, and on X. Our handle is Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. Please feel free to connect with us, join us by commenting, follow us, and yes, participate. Thank you so much. Let's go on to our next one. And this one is how many days is premium processing for H-1B transfer taking after January 18th executive orders? I know they don't impact directly, but I'm concerned because I am due for a travel to my home country. Any leads will be very helpful. Thank you.
So our office, we had a couple of cases filed after January 18th, and we got approvals for a few, and for a few they're still pending. So from a legal standpoint, it is 15 business days. So anytime now you should see some answer, but they can take up to 15 days. So every case is different. We've got a few approvals, few are still pending.
There you go. But do you suggest premium processing though than the regular ones?
At this point of time, I would say that premium processing is probably a good idea because there is so much of rhetoric out there and people are getting scared. So it's one thing out of the way. So you do a premium processing and the case is adjudicated. It's one less thing to think about. And in this current scenario, the more you wait, the more somebody else is going to stress you. You're going to read news and so on. So the way I see it is a premium processing is one way of getting peace of mind. It's very expensive process. You have to pay government a lot of fees. It is $2,805 to the government. It's a lot of money, but again, to a lot of folks out there who think that they're restless because of all this news out there, I do not see any problem. We're not seeing any bad uh, adjudications or policies being changed. So we're still seeing approvals even in the last 8 9 days, and even the RFEs that we're seeing, they seem to be the standard kind of RFEs that USCIS typically asks, because there are certain things that even USCIS has to follow. So other than the regular issues that they are raising, we're not seeing anything majorly different so far. So if anybody has a pending case out there, I definitely suggest getting it done in premium and getting it out of the way.
Thank you so much, Chand. Thank you for taking that up. And now let's go on to our next question. And this is also on our Facebook from another anonymous member saying, "Hi, my mother and mother in law both are coming to Chicago as my wife will be giving birth. I did a one-way ticket for them as we didn't know if they can or could not stay for 6 months or how long they can stay. Is it necessary to have a return ticket? Will they have issue at port of entry? If yes, is there a way to get fully refundable tickets that I can cancel as we are not sure about the return dates?"
So one of the things is the port of entry. Definitely, the office is going to question them on their intent and what they want to do, and what their goals are. And this is what I see. If somebody's intent is not to stay temporarily and leave the country within their allocated time, which is usually 6 months, I can see the officer trying to cause an issue. And in this case, if somebody's intent is to stay longer for more than 6 months, more than likely the officer could cause an issue. And this rule, like the return ticket rule, it is never a written rule, but it's always been there, because I've always seen the officers ask about a written ticket, even prior to President Trump's January 20th swearing in. So this rule was always there, that the officers can check and see what's going on. And if they suspect that somebody's intent is not to leave the country in about 6 months, more than likely they will cause an issue. And we're hearing about people being sent back. So something I think everybody should be cautious about. The intent should be for a temporary purpose. And if you're not able to demonstrate that, a written ticket is one way to demonstrate your intent, what exactly your goal is. If not, the first thing that the officer is going to think is that, yes, you don't intend to leave the country in about 6 months, which means you are a high risk candidate to be sent back.
So true, so true. And we even heard the news a few days back about an Indian couple, old couple actually. They were going to go visit their kids in the United States, but because they did not have a return ticket, they were sent back. And it was very harsh and unexpected. So,
Yeah.
I mean, to avoid all of that.
Yeah, and I think this rule was always there. Yeah, because this rule was always there, because I've seen this issue pop up a lot of times. It is just that it got highlighted recently. The reason is because of all this immigration rhetoric, that thing got highlighted.
Yes.
Even before, the officers were like heavily scrutinizing this aspect, because what has happened is during COVID time, a lot of people came into the country and filed for extensions. During COVID time, yes, they had a valid reason. And after that, I've seen a lot of people come into the country and apply for extensions after 6 months. They're seeing more and more of those situations. So for that reason, I think the scrutiny in general is that they want to make sure somebody is leaving the country uh, in a short time. And short time for them is less than 6 months. So the scrutiny is there. Not only that, another thing that people are going to have a problem with is if they leave the country and try to re-enter the country on a tourist visa immediately. So they left the country, and in less than 6 months, somebody's trying to get back into the country. Even those cases, we expect to see issues, some people being sent back. So I think, as a good practice, a written ticket is important. And also, um, don't come into the country too often. So which means that at least keep 6 months of gap between entry to entry. Otherwise, somebody is going to argue that you're misusing your tourist visa and probably cancel the visa or send you back.
Thank you so much, Chant, for taking that up. And those were great details that we really need to keep in mind. Thank you, anonymous member. And let's go on to our next question. So this one is hi, my visa will expire in February this year. Extension is in process since last 3 months with no status change. I don't expect to get the renewal by Feb looking at the current trend. My question is how people manage without driver's license. There are tons of things we need a car for here in America, and without availability to drive would greatly impact the day-to-day activities. Is there any alternatives apart from under and carpool? Is there any consideration by authorities?
Um, Again, so driver's license is like a local state thing. So every state is different. And what we are saying is some states, you take a receipt copy and show that your H1B extension has already been filed. We are seeing some states issue temporary licenses based on that receipt copy for your extension. Some states are refusing. And I think what I suggest is uh, the premium processing. It costs about 2,805. So look at that cost versus carpooling or going in Uber and all those things. And if you feel that premium processing is going to be cheaper, I definitely suggest getting the case upgraded to premium, so you can get an answer quickly and then not have to worry. But before doing that, go to your local state's DPS office and see if they can use your receipt copy and give you an extension. Some states are doing it based on that extension receipt. They're getting a short-term extension. So that is the first thing probably you can try. And if they still refuse, the other option is probably go back to your employer and insist on premium processing. And that is probably the fastest way to get your approval and then get your
Yes,
license.
and I think you would also know your status with premium processing. It only takes about 15 days or so, right, Chand? So, yeah, so yes,
Uh, so the bad thing is it used to be 15 days until
okay,
April 1st last year. Starting from April 1st, now it is 15 business days. So not calendar
business
days, but it is
days.
business days. So they changed it a little bit
Thank you
last
so
year.
much, Chand. I mean, another point to keep in mind, folks. So 15 business days. Thank you. And I think with that, we have completed our Facebook group questions. And I have a few more questions, Chan. So if you don't mind, telling us, what should employers also
Hmm?
know about compliance and risks while hiring immigrant workers during these changing times?
Sure. Uh, so one of the things we hear about is the illegal immigrants being deported. But what's also going to happen is any employer who knowingly hires somebody who's not legal, I do expect criminal penalties for them. Some at least some penalties, maybe even criminal penalties for them, depending on how they're hiring people they know that are not legal in the country. What that means is every employer should follow the process. There is something called I-9. I-9 is a mandatory thing uh, for every employer like Microsoft, Google, or even a small consulting company. It doesn't matter. Every company that hires employees, citizens or immigrants, they are supposed to do and verify the I-9. So I-9 is very important. So what we suggest is every employer should be completely complying with the I-9 provisions. Make sure they have an I-9. Make sure they check the status before hiring somebody. If they don't do it, more than likely they will be at risk. If there is an audit down the line, or DOL visit, or a USCIS visit, or an ICE visit, they will be in risk. And sometimes, if the employee does something wrong, gives them a fake document, it's a different issue. But knowingly, if they hire somebody who's illegal, it's going to be a upfront. They are liable for major issues. So the good practice for every employer is adhere to the I-9 provisions, and as long as you keep doing it, you're relatively going to be safe. At least the government is not going to come after you.
Well, there you go. Thank you so much, Chand. And my next question is about these international agreements that are happening. With Trump putting up executive orders and so many changes, tariffs going high for different countries. So, how do these international agreements, such as between U.S. and Colombia, affect immigration enforcement and even employment policies?
Yeah. So one of the things is for people who are in the country illegally, I think the administration has already stated that they're going to start sending them back to their home country. And we have few countries who cause a problem. For example, China. China, I think, normally doesn't take people back that easily. So I think what President Trump is trying to do is trying to work with all the governments and trying to make sure that they take their citizens back. And some countries are agreeing because I think some countries see that as their moral obligation. It is somebody, the citizen of their country, they see it as their moral obligation. They're ready to take them back. For example, if you see India, India clearly stated that yes, they're going to take back their citizens once verified into their country. So most of the countries in general, what I am seeing is they are willing to take their citizens back. Some countries, I think, are trying to cause a problem. And last week we saw this news about Colombia. So Colombia initially stated that they don't want to take their citizens back. I think then the administration, I think, put some pressure and they try to put some visa bans and other steps to pressurize them. And at this point of time, looks like Colombia, they agreed. And not only that, they did say that just don't do it in military planes, but as long as it is civilian planes, do it in a decent manner, we will take them back. So it looks like that issue is resolved. And that is what's going to keep on happening. What's going to happen is the administration is going to try to work with all these foreign governments to make sure that there is an agreement and people are sent back and those countries accept them back, which is what I think we will keep seeing in the future. And majority of the countries seem to be willing to take their citizens back.
So true. And we are seeing, many countries, even India is one of the major ones who are, joining hands in this deportation process. So, let's wait and see. We really need to keep, illegal immigrants aside and economic policies, on the other hand, totally different. So, yes, thank you so much, Chand. And I also got a couple more questions if you still got some time to be with us, if that's fine with you. Okay.
Sure, sure. Yeah.
So, my next question is, you as an immigration attorney, and I'm sure many folks out there, your colleagues as well at SPP law firm, and there are so many community groups also. Maybe you can tell us what are you doing, or how can, attorneys like you or community groups help individuals prepare for potential deportations that are happening and the changes in their legal status.
Sure. I think we get a lot of questions, and I think my practice is a lot on the employment side. And I work with a lot of employers, and the main cases that we see are like people who are wanting to work in this country on H-1B, or somebody who's a student on F-1 trying to work on H-1B, and so on. And what I see is, unfortunately, most of the people, they're highly qualified, but what they try to do is sometimes they don't follow the rules. They don't comply with the immigration rules. So what we try to do is we try to educate people and talk about compliance. And because we don't want somebody to be in that situation where they are scared to be deported. I think our goal is to educate people so they're not even in that situation where they will have that risk of getting deported. And what that means is making sure you're always maintaining valid status in the country. So every visa class will have a set of rules. Always adhere to those rules. For example, if somebody is a student, the typical issues lately that we've been seeing is people are doing some part-time jobs. These students, they're like, for example, master's students, they already have a very good education. They're getting a master's degree. They are going to be highly skilled down the line once they get their degrees. So we don't want them to do anything that will jeopardize their career. And what that means is we discourage people from doing unauthorized employment. We discourage people from working in restaurants or working in the jobs because it is short term. Very soon they'll graduate. Very soon they'll have such a good career. Now, doing these kind of things now, they are stressed on what's going to happen and all these things. So rather to be in a situation where somebody is doing unauthorized employment or doing anything that is against the regulations, I think our goal is to educate people, let people be aware of the rules. We encourage people to go through USCIS website and keep following up the regulations to ensure they are not even accidentally not complying with anything. And one of the things that a lot of people we have been seeing is lot of people on H4 or sometimes even on H1B, they forget to check their I-94 every time they enter the country. Everybody is supposed to download their I-94 and look at the I-94 end date. Sometimes people don't see it. They assume that they can stay in the country until their visa is valid. Sometimes their I-94 is shortened for various reasons. Maybe their passport is expiring. And by the time they come to us, what happens is they're already they are out of status. So at least our work is heavily involved in educating people to make sure they are able to figure out their status, figure out their identity for end dates, and do these extensions, do these things that they're supposed to follow before they go out of status. So our focus is entirely on how do you maintain your status, how do you do things that are compliant with the law, and at the same time we also want to make sure that people, sometimes what happens is on the social media they get scared with things that are not true. Yes, there is a problem, but not on such a large scale where people have to be worried, because we've been getting calls this week, and one of the questions was, is everybody getting deported back who's on F1 and traveling out of the country on OPT? Things are not that bad. It's just that there is scrutiny, and their goal is if somebody is following the rules, they will not have a problem. So things are not bad, or things are not anything where people have to really worry. It is just that there is going to be scrutiny, and what that means is watch out what you're doing, watch out what you're doing on the social media. Always follow the law. Don't drink and drive. Don't steal in the departmental stores, because we had some cases where somebody got drunk, drove, got caught. Now they have a big mess because now they have a big RFE and all those things. So it's more about things that you can easily avoid, because half of the problem is people accidentally getting into some issues that they don't really have any intent. So at least a lot of things can be avoided by getting properly educated about the rules, and that's the goal. Doing so, I think you will keep yourself safe, because if you don't break the rules, nobody can even touch you, because this country follows due process. Due process works as long as you follow the process. You break the law, that is when you can't really use due process, because the rules
Right, right.
say
Very
something.
well put, Chand, and thank you so much for that. And I'm sure that folks out there are able to take notes down, because these are very important points. And you are educated, you know what you're doing, and just don't act stupid. Don't do things that will make you fall in trouble. And with that said, Chand, we have a caller actually. She's online, and she's Satya. And Satya, please go ahead. Tell us where have you joined us from, and ask your question.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Hi, Chand. This is Satya here. I'm calling from Michigan. I have a quick question currently. I'm on my OPT. Initial OPT is going to be closed. But the question was a bit different. So I came to US in the year 2022 August. And initially when I entered, while filling my DS 160, from 2015 to 17, I did my master's in India. But I did not mention that while filling my DS 160. In the place of 15, 17, I kept it that I have already working in some company since 2015. Now, like my current company informed that they wanted to make me as a full-time employee for them. So now the question is, because in future, if my H1 got picked up and if I wanted to, go for stamping while filling the DS 116, so do I need to mention everywhere that I did my MBA in past, or I should completely remove that? So I don't know. So I just have a question on this.
Sure. And I think from an immigration perspective, if that omission was material to your visa, it could cause a problem. But I don't think it is material, because I don't really think you gain any advantage by omitting that information. That being said, I think what you should do is, at the next given chance, you should correct it. And what that means is, eventually when you go back to India and you're going to apply for your H1B, definitely put that information on your DS 160, because that is your chance to correct. If you correct something before they catch you, you should probably not have any issue, because this is such a simple thing and it is not really material to your case. So that accidental mistake that you did, next time correct it. Make sure the next time you do the DS 160, correct it. Okay, and put it. And if somebody has a question, you can answer it. And if they don't even question you, you pretty much disclosed it to them. Okay, so at next given chance, definitely disclose it. And I think you'll be fine, because I don't really think it is a material issue to
But
your
I can't change the past
class.
one, right? I can't change the past one. But I have to accept that it
Um,
was done by all of a mistake, but it's a typo mistake, right?
right, because one time you make a mistake, that's okay. But again, the next subsequent chance that you have, where you will be able to correct it, you should correct it, because you don't want somebody to say that you misrepresented it even after knowing about it. Now that you know about it, I think put on your DS 160. I don't think it is material. I mean, you did not gain any advantage with your admission by omitting that information. Say, for example, you put fake experience, and because of fake experience, they thought you're qualified and gave you the visa. Then I see a problem. Yeah, so I don't think it is material, whatever that omission was. But again, definitely, I think next time, definitely include that on your DS 160. So nobody's talking about any kind of a misrepresentation in the future.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, but yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Okay, so Satya, is that all? Or if you have any other question, you can go ahead. Otherwise, thank you so much for joining us from
Yeah,
Michigan.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to us. And folks out there, you can also join us on call. And our phone number is 425-436-6335, and the access code is 988-888. I think with that said, we should wrap up our show for today, Chand, and maybe leave our folks out there with what strategies that immigrant workers or immigrants they can adopt to stay safe and compliant with all these. The existing law, and the changes as well.
I think the main thing is, again, ensuring that you don't overstay your visa. And again, if somebody has overstayed their visa or did something, there are potential waivers that some people could be qualified. So at least, even if somebody is in not in status, try to kind of at least make sure you do something to proactively uh, get some relief under the current regulations, but don't just not do anything. So if you accidentally did some mistake, try to kind of figure out a way and see if you can get some relief using the existing regulations, and follow the law. And for everybody else who is in a legal status, make sure you accidentally don't do anything to jeopardize your legal status, and keep following the rules, keep applying for extensions on a timely manner, because if you miss filing for extensions on a timely manner, you will jeopardize your legal status and future entry into the country. So just try to be compliant and don't do anything very stupid, because some things are like very it is like just common sense things, like should you work illegally, like off campus, things like can you work for some employer for cash illegally. So these kind of things, some things are common sense. So just I think try not to kind of do anything that is going to jeopardize your legal status in this country. And I think people who are actually following the rules, I don't think the administration is probably doing anything drastic. I think they're only talking about people who came into the country in an illegal way, and again focusing on those who typically have criminal records. I think if people don't have criminal records in general, I don't think they should have a lot of issues. So people who are currently in the country, make sure you even accidentally don't do anything that could have criminal implications. And to me, that means speeding, DUI, theft, hitting your spouse, hitting your girlfriend, because even those things are big issues. Anything that is illegal, stay away from it. And I think that should kind of safeguard everybody's status.
Absolutely. And these are all very easily avoidable things. So folks out there, play safe, stay safe. And thank you so much, Chand, for joining us on this amazing, insightful session. So much you have shared with us. The knowledge imparted, I'm sure, has helped everybody who joined us today. And really great to have you. I'm looking forward for February for another great session with you. So soon we are saying bye to January. So really great that you joined us today, Chand, and I'm hoping to see you soon.
Yeah, thank you, Dipasa. Thank you all.
Thank you, friends, and thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to us. We are Immigration and Jobs Talk Show, and folks out there, who got your answer. And Satya, thank you so much for joining us on call from Michigan. All the best for your future endeavors. To all you folks out there, stay tuned to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show, because we got a lot more content coming up, and we also got Daily Immigration Dose that's coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And yes, it's Nipasa saying bye for now, and Chand also saying bye and thank you, everyone.
Hello and welcome everyone to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. I'm your host Sam, and today we are back again with another very exciting webinar that is lined up just for you today. So make sure to watch this video till the end, because today we are going to have a very insightful and very impactful session. And before moving ahead, let me read out this very important disclaimer. By watching our videos, you agree and understand that the information provided by our experts and attorneys, including comments and replies from users, is not a legal advice. So, use of information is at your own risk. All right, after this very important disclaimer, friends, I would like to welcome you all once again. And thank you so much for joining us. We are live on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, and on X as well. So go ahead and join us from whichever platform you can, and post your comments, post your questions, because we are here for an hour. So make sure to question each and every section of your doubts so that you can get the best solution of your doubts. Okay, and today the topic that we are going to have a very insightful discussion, that's about how to prepare for Trump's new immigration policies in the barbed wire era. So it is again a very timely topic and a very essential topic, because most of our viewers are very much concerned regarding Trump's administration. And as Trump administration is fully active and aggressively throwing away the illegal immigrants, so we need to make sure, we need to be aware, we need to be very much concerned about the latest updates and how you can protect yourself. So, without any further ado, let me welcome our today's very special guest who will be joining us in this webinar and even make this webinar more impactful and more insightful, who is none other than Attorney Uma Mantravadi, a leading immigration attorney and an expert in US immigration policies. So, welcome, Uma, and thank you so much for joining us. We are really, really happy that you are here, and we are super excited for this session.
Afternoon.
All right. So I hope, Uma, you are doing great, or anything that you would like to tell our viewers about how you are doing.
Well, I have a bad sore throat. I just want to tell the viewers, I'm going through a severe bronchitis, but, the show must go on. We have made a commitment, and so the show will go on. So if I'm coughing in between, pardon me for that. And we will discuss all the questions that people have, because this is a time of fear, chaos, frustration that people are going through in the United States, particularly. Any immigrant community, I'm not talking one community. Anybody is from Jamaica, or somebody is from Colombia, somebody is from Brazil, Venezuela, Singapore, Malaysia, Dubai, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, doesn't matter. I think everybody is in a chaotic situation, and we'll go through bit by bit.
Absolutely. And I hope, Uma, that your sore throat gets better, and we all are hoping that it's not much painful and it won't hurt you when you speak, because
Thank you.
we are really hoping. We were waiting for this session for a pretty long time, and that's okay. I think our viewers can understand it. We can take a break in between for your comfort, and after that, we can get back to
Sure.
our session.
Thank you.
Okay, so I won't, delay this session anymore, and I would directly jump into my very first question, Uma. So, can you provide an overview of the recent executive orders and policy shifts in immigration laws?
Sure. The very first thing on January 20th, when President Trump was sworn in, the first executive order that he had signed was to decline birthright citizenship for those children who are born to parents who are not here in the United States legally, uh, and anybody who's also born to parents who are non-immigrants.
Mhm.
The only exception he gave the birthright citizenship is for those people who are children of legal permanent residents and US citizens. However, Sam, this has been met with a lot of um, litigation. 22 states have filed lawsuits, and the federal judge in Seattle has blocked this case. There is an injunction pending against the executive order issued by President Trump, and we will come to know the future of it. My gut feeling is this is probably going to go all the way to the Supreme Court, and it is the Supreme Court who will make the decision. And I hope intelligence prevails with the Supreme Court justices to make the right decision on this case. So that is the first executive order, and there were several other executive orders, but the DHS passed a rule called the expedited removal, which is what is creating a chaos in the country. Previously, we had an expedited removal policy or a regulation which said that if anybody who is crossing the border from into the United States from any border, could be from Mexico, from any other country, from the northern borders, if they are caught within the 100 miles, then they would be placed into what's known as expedited removal. But that has been changed to a new policy which says anybody can be caught anywhere in the 50 states. They can be in school, they can be in a hospital, they can be in a church, they can be in a mosque, they can be.
Uma, can you hear us? Uh, I think due to some technical issues. Uma, can you hear us? Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, okay. All right. Yeah, please go ahead, Uma. We lost you in between.
Okay. So they can go to a school, they can go to a hospital, they can go to a church, they can go to a workplace, they can go to a mosque, a temple, gurdwara. There is no sanctuary cities anymore. There's no sanctuary places anymore. With this expedited removal, what they are saying is if we find anybody who's here illegally and has not established that they've been here for at least 2 years or more, we can actually pick you up and place you into expedited removal, which means that individual does not even get a chance to go before an immigration judge. These are the regulations and the orders passed. However, what's happening is different. So we'll get to that.
Definitely, we will. And I think thank you so much, Uma, for making us aware about the executive orders. And I think our viewers should also get to know that we already had a discussion on birthright citizenship. So, friends, on 23rd Jan at 2 p.m. EST, we already had a show on this topic. So if you are, confused about this topic, or if you are really going through it, then please go ahead and watch that session. That will really be helpful for you. And with that, Uma, you mentioned about some of the executive orders, and that too very important. I would like to come to my next question and want to know that what are the immediate implications of these policies for undocumented individuals and also mixed status families?
It is not looking good, Sam. There's been a lot of raids by ICE at workplaces, at schools. Children are fearing going to school. A lot of parents are not dropping the children at school because of this. And we've seen that the school authorities are sending out letters to parents saying that you need to bring your child as per the school requirements. But the parents are scared because they're worried that if they go to drop off their children, who are possibly US citizens, the parents can be picked up and they can be deported, and this child will be left at school, no one to, take care of this child.
Oh my God.
So they're worried about that. A lot of people are not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
So employers are calling us, complaining that they're not able to get their workers back to work because, they are fearing that people will come pick. Some of them have, even US citizens have been picked up and placed into removal proceedings because the ICE is not doing their due diligence in following the regulation. They're just indiscriminately picking up people. What has happened is the Trump administration has told ICE authorities they have a quota. They have to pick up at least 75 people, each officer in each city, state, county, have to pick up a minimum of 75 people. So what started out as picking up criminals and deporting them has now become indiscriminately picking up people, even US citizens, even people who've been approved of asylums. A court has given them an approval, but nobody is going to be carrying a court order with them. And even some of them who've shown their documents have been told by ICE that those are fake documents.
Oh God. Mm-hmm.
I had a child who came yesterday to my office, Sam, 10-year-old child, telling me, "Ma'am, can I go to school? Is it safe for me to go to school?" I came here when I was 6 months with my parents. I didn't know until a few days ago that my parents are illegal and I'm illegal. I had no clue. I was brought here. Now I'm going to school. I'm following what I'm supposed to do, which is go to school. And will I be deported? These are the kind of questions we are facing. And it's very, mind-boggling to people like me as attorneys to see this kind of reaction.
Right.
From the public, from children, from parents. There are people who are sick, who are not going to the hospital. I had a parent who called me and said they've been diagnosed with a bladder infection. Liver enzymes have gone up and they need to actually remove their bladder because they found stones also. And this man is refusing to go to the hospital. He's just sitting at home suffering in pain because he's scared to go there. He thinks he'll be picked up. So there is a huge impact on the communities. There was an ICE raid about 1,000 feet from my office.
Oh, okay.
The people in my building are getting scared if they should be coming to work or not. There were a few attorneys in Rhode Island who were picked up. All their computers were taken away because they're representing illegal or undocumented workers.
All right.
Yesterday, an attorney commented in one of our groups that she's in Georgia. She saw the FBI truck parked right in front of her building. They have 5 attorneys in their building. And all of them are worried why this truck was parked there. And possibly they think it's because a lot of clients come to them who are undocumented. So they're trying to possibly come to an attorney's office and pick them up. So this is how chaotic it is right now in the United States. I cannot say it's one city, one state, but it's happening everywhere.
Yeah.
Some of the offices are locking their doors, saying we're not going to allow anyone to come in. They're losing business. They're doing what they have to.
Right.
There are a lot of cooks who are not going to work.
That's so sad.
There are a lot of restaurants that are suffering.
Yeah.
Because they can't find people to come and work and replace them. A lot of farmers who are complaining. So what's going to happen is with the tariffs and with the lack of labor, we're going to see a spike in the pricing.
Right.
So it is not a comfortable situation right now.
Absolutely. It's very chaotic right now, and it's so sad, when a 10-year-old boy come to your place and he's just confirming that he should go to school or not, only for these things. So I think people sitting outside the US, they have no idea like how everything is going, because we are just getting to know that ICE is arresting these many people, these many illegal immigrants are being deported, but we actually don't know this situation right now, like how they are deporting, how they are connecting with those people. So we'll be coming to that question, and we'll be understanding in every way, how do they detect them. And I think thank you so much, Uma, for letting us know and giving us really a very personal touch on that. Like there are people who are being diagnosed, but still they are not preferring hospitals even to go just because they may be deported. So, Uma, I mean, for the illegal immigrants, we understood, okay, it's been a very tough situation right now. But what about the legal ones? I mean, why are they being targeted under ICE?
Well, that's why I said, ICE is not following the policy that the government has implemented. And since they have been given a quota to pick up, they're not following the regulation. They're just following that we have a quota and we just need to pick up people. And let's say about 75 people were picked up in New York or New Jersey area. Out of those, only 2 or 3 they were found to be criminals.
Yeah.
Rest were not criminals. Rest were just people living their lives. They do have some immigration pending with the USCIS, with the courts, and the ICE is not willing to even listen to them, not look at their documents. They're just picking them up and placing them into expedited removal proceedings. They're not being allowed to talk to their attorneys.
So, is there any way that they can try to protect themselves? I mean, is there any advice that they can try to make their situation a bit safer?
Well, we are giving out, as an attorney, I have sent out letters to my clients saying, know your rights. What is it you can do? If you're pulled over by a local police, and if you're not carrying any drugs or any illegal paraphernalia, you can always take the Fifth Amendment, which is you have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. You can show your insurance papers or driver's license, or if you don't have one, if they give you a ticket, do not fight that. If the officer is asking for your immigrant status, you don't have to respond.
Oh, okay.
And we've told people if they come to your house and knock on your door, you don't have to let them in because they don't have a judicial warrant.
So now the ICE officers, those who are those who are arresting those illegal immigrants, are they going with proper judiciary warrant or not?
We have not seen them carrying any warrants.
Oh, okay.
We have not seen any federal judge issue warrants to them.
That's a big
So
thing.
they're just going as ICE officer. Most of the time, people are scared. So they'll just talk. Sometimes they sweet talk to people saying, oh, we're just here saying hello to you. How are you doing? How's your day?
Mm-hmm.
How are your kids? How many kids do you have? So they sweet talk.
Mm-hmm.
In that way, in that fashion, also they're collecting information.
Right. That's the
And
motive behind.
determining. And sometimes people fall for that and then start talking. Once you start talking, you give information, then they've taken everything from you. We're also advising people not to carry their original passports, foreign passports. If you have a work permit, I would carry the work permit or at least a copy of it to ensure, to show them that you are legally working. If you have a court hearing, we tell them to carry a copy of the court hearing, immigration court hearing.
Right. Absolutely.
Do not carry any originals because once they take that, you're never going to get it back.
Oh God.
And if they take your passport, it makes it much easier for them to place people in deportation proceedings.
Okay. I think this is a whole process, and passport is one of the easiest way to deport them. And it's so tough, but all right, Uma, I would also like to know it from you, and that ICE main agenda is to deport all those illegal immigrants. But I just want to know it from your end. Like, what's your call? Because ICE is aggressively, just detecting those illegal immigrants and picking them up and throwing them away. It's like that. It's a very aggressive rule that they are applying right now. So, do you think that those illegal immigrants they are right in their side? Because somehow legally we also see then they are not legal in that citizens, right? So it's not very much fair enough to support them also and to support ICE as well, because they are also taking a very major step. They are also taking a very bold step. So what's your call on that? I mean, who was right, who was wrong, or why the situation is being so chaotic? Do you think the illegal immigrants, if they would have been following the rules, then the situation might be little better or different now? Or, I mean, what's your call on that? I would just like to know your views on it.
Well, I'm not saying, I'm not encouraging people to come illegally. I always encourage people to come legally.
Absolutely.
But once they've already come, let's say somebody's come 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 20 years ago, 30. So whatever the laws were at that time, they filed their applications based on that and they're living here. Whether it's an asylum, whether it's a withholding, there's something called as cancellation of removal, or they filed for adjustment of status. Their cases are still pending because there are backlogs with the USCIS and ICE. Immigration courts are flooded with cases and they're moving slowly. So each time an administration changes, the policies change, it affects them. There are a lot of these people who are actually paying taxes to the government. They don't have social, yes, in the US.
Oh, okay.
They don't have social security numbers, but the IRS has issued something called as, temporary identification numbers. Based on that, the government is also collecting taxes from them.
Okay.
They also pay sales taxes. When anybody goes to purchase a jeans or they're buying a Coke or they're buying medicines or they're buying anything, they are paying the local city, state taxes.
Yeah.
They're filling up gas, they're paying a tax.
Right.
So the government is collecting all this money from the illegal immigrants over so many years. So it is also unfair if you collect money and now tell them, get out of here in just a flash like that. I would say if somebody is a criminal, yes, you gave them an opportunity to live in this country and they didn't do very well on that. They've committed crimes. They don't deserve to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
That's
But
true.
don't apply that indiscriminately to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a very un-American policy to do that. You may say, why am I saying that?
Yeah.
I've been here for almost 4 decades, seen different presidents come and go. President Reagan is the one who passed an amnesty, giving people amnesty back in 87, 88. If he thought it was not the right thing, he wouldn't have done it.
Mm-hmm.
Because he wanted to make sure all those who were illegal at least get an opportunity, get a work permit to begin with, pay all the taxes, carry your insurance, health insurance, car insurance, so that the local citizens and the residents are not affected by this. America has always been a melting pot, Sam. It's all about immigrants coming to this country.
Absolutely. That's true.
The actual Americans are the Native Americans who are living somewhere
Yeah,
which we don't even see much.
that's true.
The rest is all a melting pot, including so many of the congressmen, senators. Their parents are immigrants who came to this country.
Trump's wife herself is an
Yes,
immigrant.
Elon Musk,
Is an immigrant.
a
That's true.
great businessman, he
Mhm.
came. So he brought in businesses. He's doing so well. So similarly, we have so many people. And again, Indians are one of the top tax-paying people.
Mm-hmm.
Indians contribute a lot to this community,
Right.
whether in the form of taxes or whether in the form of services, whether it's in the form of labor.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of Indians who are here illegally, but they're all paying taxes. They take the ITIN number from IRS and they want to follow and pay the taxes. And government is collecting that. So it would be unfair, in my opinion, as an immigration attorney, for the Trump administration to just indiscriminately deport everyone.
That's right. I think that's very informative and that's very eye-opening, Uma, that you are letting us know because most of the time we have this a very negative impact towards the illegal immigrants. Mostly we think that they are criminals or they can't do anything, and that's what we have the perception. But as you mentioned, that they also have been paying taxes, so this is something that I don't think that most of our viewers knew about it. But thank you so much for letting us know. And Uma, as you are saying that you have been familiar with so many illegal immigrants, right? So I would also like to deep dive into this segment. That why is it like these illegal immigrants are not legalized till now? Because they had a lot of time, right, to work on their documents, to visit courts. So why is it that till now they are still on that status, and that's the illegal one? What can be the reason
It
behind it?
takes a lot of time for each case to be adjudicated, Sam, and each case is different. For example, somebody is coming from Ukraine, somebody is coming from Russia, somebody is coming from Pakistan. We have a lot of people coming from Afghanistan, and those are real asylum cases from Afghanistan. And yet they don't get their asylums approved like that. They don't believe them. I have a client who told the officer, she's from Afghanistan, that her father and brother their necks were chopped off right in front of her by the Taliban. The officer was asking for a death certificate. Now, where is she going to produce a death certificate? Is the Taliban going to give her a death certificate? There is no government right now in Afghanistan who can give any documents.
Right.
So these people are all suffering with all these situations. When it's chaotic countries, you can't get documents. You can get documents. The government is saying we can give you asylum.
That's true.
So it's a catch-22.
Mm-hmm.
So even when the government knows fully well that Afghanistan is facing this, Pakistan is also facing a lot of chaotic situation with ISIS, with whatever's going on. The local people are faced with a lot of problems.
Right.
Bangladesh is facing a problem. You look at Sri Lanka, there's still a lot of fighting going on.
Mm-hmm.
So cases take a long time. Somebody's come in illegally and they want to marry a US citizen, they can, but they cannot get a green card right here. It takes at least 4 to 5 years before they can go back to their native country, get a green card, and come back because they have to file a waiver. And these waivers can take year, 2 years, depending on each case. As attorneys, we try to file them as quickly as possible.
That's right.
But we cannot move the system. So what would be the advice from attorneys like me? I'm not talking just myself. I know all my attorneys, friends, colleagues would be in agreement with this, is for the government to hire more people.
Yeah.
In USCIS, in ICE, in courts, so that they can expeditiously move the cases.
Absolutely. I think that's so much.
People should not be waiting for 20 years and 30 years.
That's true.
Or the alternative would be for the government to implement some kind of a temporary amnesty
Mm-hmm.
where they're not giving green cards to people, but they only give a work permit for 1 year and renew it based on the fact if you don't have any criminal background, you don't owe any taxes to the government, you're paying for your children's birth in the United States. Forget about birthright. I'm just saying having a child there.
Mm-hmm.
So the government is going to get money based on all this. The Treasury, the US Treasury, will have more money.
Absolutely. I think that is so much to process, and that was a great advice, Uma. That you said there should be a work permit, and according to their criminal records, according to their background, it should be provided to a green card. I'm sure our viewers or somebody who is related to this. I mean, legal advisor or any legal expert may understand these things and definitely going to implement these advices in the administration if it goes. And I really don't want to take a break, Uma, because I'm so much into this conversation. I'm sure our viewers are also. But I think let's take some breaks so that you can have a little hot water and can give some relief to your neck. So I think, Uma, let's take a short break. And friends, don't go anywhere. We'll be coming back with more informative and with more eye opening topics. So please go ahead and watch this session till the end. We are just coming after some time, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. I'm your host, Sam, and today I'm joined by none other than attorney Uma Mantravadi. Until now, we have explored a lot of different information, very eye opening facts, and something that we all are not very much aware of. So stay tuned, friends, and we are back again. So thank you so much, Uma, for being here once again, and we are loving your insightful, advices that we are learning from you today. So thank you so much for that. And meanwhile, I would also like to welcome our viewers. I can see Roshni, I can see Subhash, and Sneha as well. So thank you so much, viewers, for being here. I think Uma, let's take one question from our viewers so that we can proceed with our own one. So Sneha is here and she's asking that I came to the US legally on an H-1B visa, but with Trump possibly reinstating stricter immigration policies, should I be worried about my renewal next year? How can I prepare to avoid last minute problems?
No, if you're on an H-1B and you're renewing your H-1 in a proper time, I don't think you should be worried about it. But of course, as Sam and I went through some of the H-1B regulations in one of our podcasts, we talked about it.
Yeah.
The extensions may be getting a little bit easier because there is a policy they brought about where they said they will be deferring to the previous H-1B approvals, which will only make it easier for the extensions. However, I'm not saying they're not going to look at all the documents. If you're going to be placed at a third party location, they'll want to see end client letters, MSAs, work orders, all of those. So you need to be prepared for all that. I'm sure your employer is preparing for that. So, make sure you comply with the regulations.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sneha, for being here and putting up this question. I'm sure you got your answer in case if you still have any follow up question or still having any doubt regarding the H-1B visa, then please go ahead and put it up in the comment section. We will definitely try to give you the best answer for it. Also, Uma, here's another question that our viewers are very much into this and they're very much worried about buy American, hire American policies, right? So they just want to know that how Indian Americans, especially the Indian Americans, can increase their chance of being selected for an H-1B visa under this policy, hire American and buy American.
Well, the H-1B is a lottery, as everyone knows.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got nothing to do with the buy American or hire American. There is a lottery. You have to go through, the employer has to go through a registration. And if you're lucky, you get picked in the lottery and your employer is ready to move forward with it, then yes, you will be filing your H-1. When they're talking about buy American, hire American, they're talking generally, Maybe, let's say there are a lot of federal projects that are going to come out. Maybe the projects will insist that they cannot place an H1B in that project. Maybe they can insist that the project has only, the worker has to be a US citizen or a permanent resident. So we may see those restrictions coming in place.
Mm-hmm.
And there are thousands and thousands of federal projects.
Yeah.
So we may see those kind of restrictions because that is in the hand of the government. Now, but if it is a job with Elon Musk, with Tesla, or with Microsoft or Google or Yahoo, I don't think they're going to place those restrictions because they have seen the worth of H1Bs.
Absolutely.
The foreign workers, they have seen the worth of it, how good they are.
Yeah.
And those are individual companies. So the government has no say in who they hire and what they do
All right.
at the moment. At the moment. I'm using that word at the moment.
Absolutely. We can't predict for the future, but at the
I
moment,
don't
I
know
think
what's
it's
going to come tomorrow. I don't know what's going to come day after.
that's right. That's absolutely correct. I think we have
And
to
I don't
stay
know
on.
if a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people have seen on, this was on Tuesday, today's Thursday. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The government brought in a freeze on all federal
Yeah.
projects, like including, grants, including a lot of, proposals that people, everything was frozen, including Medicare portal
Mm-hmm.
was shut down.
Right, right, right.
Then a court came back and told the Trump administration they cannot do that, at least not with the necessary federal allotments that were previously made. They cannot hold it back. But we've seen that too.
Absolutely. We can't assure, our viewers that this will be remaining for this year because we already have been seeing lots of changes, that too it's just been a week that Trump is here in the office and there's a lot of changes, there's a lot of implications, that we have been seeing in the Trump's administration. So I think for now, especially for now, Indian Americans can have this relief, and I don't think that there's much to worry about, like Buy Americans and Hire Americans policies, because they are being very much concerned, Uma. So that's why, I just wanted to be.
Everyone is concerned. Everyone is worried. Everyone. Let me also say something. Yesterday, the Trump administration announced that they are looking at deporting some of those students who were protesting the Palestinian and Israeli war.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if you remember last year, a lot of universities had to shut down
Yeah,
because a lot of students were protesting
testing, huh?
when a lot of Palestinians were being killed,
Yeah.
a lot of bombs being attacked, by the Israelis. So
Mm-hmm.
yesterday, Trump announced that he's looking at deporting all those students, foreign students, who were in those protests.
Oh, God.
So when will this implementation happen? We don't know that. This was
Mm-hmm.
barely announced yesterday. So every day we wake up, we see something else coming.
Right.
By the end of the day, we see something else.
That's true. I think that's how, that's why people are so worried. And that's why, especially the immigrants, because they don't know what time they can get deported or what time they can have a different news about the immigration system. So it's a very high time. It's a very, people are so scared and people are so worried. I hope that this session will be helpful for them, and I hope Attorney Uma Mantravadi is, going to provide such insightful answers that will definitely be helpful for your cases, for your problems, and for the situation that you might be suffering from. Also, I would like to tell our viewers that, friends, you can also call Attorney Uma Mantravadi on the given number so that all the problems that you are facing right now, you will at least have a better outcome for that. So please go ahead and call her on the number that is 713-787-5297. You can also email her on uma@mantralaw.com. and visit our website, that is www.mantralaw.com. So make sure, friends, to call her on this number or to mail her on this email ID, and that will be easier for you all only because it's really going to be very helpful. Okay, so with that,
And continuing with that,
mhm,
Sam, I'd like to say something
sure.
that this is not a time for people to experiment with the law and do something on their own. I'll definitely say that this is not the time. This is not the time to experiment things. To say, you know what, I'll go and Google, somebody said this in a vlog, in a blog, and I'll just apply that to myself. I'm going to save some money. I would highly advise, please don't do that. I just had a student who called me, and I'm meeting her this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
She was on an OPT, then she had a STEM OPT and applied for an H1. Her STEM OPT expired. She didn't realize when it expired, and she thought she applied for an H1, so she's in legal status.
Oh,
They did it on their own. Neither the employer nor the employee knew. And all of a sudden, today they realized she
mm-hmm.
doesn't have a STEM, she doesn't have a status. So these are the kind of mistakes we see that people make over and over again.
That's right.
So this is my sincere advice to people. Please consult an attorney, even if you don't hire an attorney. Talk to them. Find out what are your options, even in this chaotic condition.
Mm-hmm.
And we are also advising people who don't want to come in person, Sam, to do a call over Zoom.
Oh,
As I told you, people are scared to be on the streets.
yeah.
People are scared to come, drive and come. So we're telling them, don't come. Sit in the comfort of your home and do a Zoom call. Find out what your options are, whether you're here legally or you came, you overstayed, you fell out of status, you're a student, you didn't take the required 12 credits.
Mm-hmm.
Anything can happen. I
Absolutely.
have a student who failed in one class and she had an F1 visa stamp valid until 2027. So
Mm-hmm.
she thought it's very easy. I'll just go to Mexico and come back and they'll reinstate my F1. She was coming back. They placed her into removal proceeding. She's right now sitting in a jail.
Oh, God.
This is why, because we hear these kind of real-time stories. These are not reels. These are real-time stories
Right.
from people that are facing. And based on that, I advise people, please don't take a chance if
Absolutely.
you want to be here.
That's true. And I think now it's very important to stay vigilant, to stay careful, and absolutely, if you are not hiring any attorney, then make sure to contact her at least so that you can get some better advice, and that would be more than helpful. Okay, all right. And let's move ahead, Uma, for my next question. And that we got from Roshni. So, Roshni is here. Thank you so much, Roshni, for your question. And she's asking, I have been waiting for my green card through EB2 for years. And now I'm hearing about potential restrictions on employment based immigration. Should I speed up my process or consider a different route like EB1 or NIW? What's the safest move?
Well, NIW is the same as EB2. A lot of people get confused with that.
Mm-hmm.
EB2, NIW comes in EB2. So if you're in the same line, you're not gaining anything. Now, if a person qualifies for EB1, I would surely say please go that route. Or if you want to go work outside for 1 year with a multinational company and come back on an L1, you can come on an EB1. I mean, you can come on an L1A and then convert that to an EB1C. That's an option. Right now, Sam, I'm working with a lot of employment-based Indians who are on EB2s and EB3s who don't have a scope of getting an L1A. or even if they do have an L1A, the employer is not willing to do a green card for them. So they are jumping into EB5. And I work with at least 2 regional centers in Houston who provide, green cards for EB5 investors. And they've been doing this for over 11 years. So my advice is if you have the money, jump into EB5.
All right. So thank you so much, Uma, for making that advice, and thank you so much, Roshni, for putting up that question. Next up, let's take Subhash comment, and he's saying that I have been living in the US on a visa waiver, but I overstayed by a few months due to family issues. If Trump reinstates strict deportation policies, could I still fix my status, or I am at risk at immediate removal? Oh God, this
I
is what
have
we
no
want to
idea
hear.
what visa waiver removal that
Mhm.
he's talking about. Unless I get more details, I
Mhm.
cannot answer this question. So I would advise Subhash to contact me so that I get more details before I can respond to his question.
Absolutely. And Subhash, please go ahead and you can get this number that is on the screen, or you can also email her if that's pretty comfortable to you. Okay. All right. So I hope that our viewers, we already collected these questions, and now, we have some questions from our Facebook group as well. So
Sure.
there are people who really pose so many questions over there regarding H1B, regarding F1. So I think let's take some Facebook questions from our viewers as well. So control, please share the screen. And this is the first question that we got from Facebook group. How many days is premium processing for H1B transfer taking after January 18th executive orders? I know they don't impact directly, but I'm concerned because I am due for a travel to my home country. Any leads will be very helpful. Thank you.
Premium processing is 15 business days, not 15 calendar days. It used to be 15 calendar days. It is now 15 business days. So after January 18th, there's no executive orders on H1Bs as such. Jan 17, there was an H1B modernization rule that was passed during Biden administration, nothing particularly that the Trump administration has come up with. So what will happen in the future, I don't know. But if you've already filed it, you should be getting an answer in 15 business days. I would advise please contact your attorney who filed your H1 so they can give you better answers.
All right. So let's move ahead to our next comment that we got from our viewer. And this is from Dia, and she's saying, hello everyone. I got my H1B approved on 30th December. The status of visa changed to issued on 31st December. I still didn't receive an update, neither could see a change in status on my visa. As it's been a month, I'm worried. Can someone please advise or let me know any information regarding to this? Yes.
I don't know, it's kind of confusing. She's saying it was approved on 30th
Mm-hmm.
and the status changed. So her attorney should have received an approval. If they have not, they should be receiving it soon with the change of status or whatever they have requested. So I would advise you to contact your attorney and find out if they have received the original I-797 with the approval notice.
All right. I hope you got your answer. It's best to, get in touch with your attorney, and she will definitely help you out. All right. After Dia, I think we should move ahead to our next question, and that we got from Ram. So Ram is saying, my wife has H4 independent visa, but she does not have her EAD approved yet. Her H4 visa expired a couple of months back. An application on behalf of her was supposed to be applied before the expiration, but the immigration lawyer screwed up. After the screw lawyer has informed us that she cannot cross 180 days of overstay in the US under any circumstances. There is no information regarding this grace period for a person who is on H4 visa, but no work authorization in USCIS or anywhere else. The question I have now is, what is the grace period for someone with a H4 visa without an EAD?
The EAD has nothing to do with the H4 visa. The EAD is only incidental if you have an I-140 approved, the spouse has an I-140 approved, then the H4 dependent spouse can apply for an EAD. But the EAD has nothing to do with the H4 visa status. Now, they can file something if they messed up. We usually file something called as a non-protunct filing, which is a legal term to say, a mistake happened, please put us back in this, as though we filed it in a timely manner. And we show the USCIS the extenuating circumstances leading to why it was not filed in a timely manner, where the mistake occurred, and things like that. Now, I don't know if she qualifies for a non-protunct or not. I would advise Ram, please reach out to me. This is a very concerning matter. You are not just writing emails writing these on any Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn is not going to help you. You need to reach out to an attorney to find out how you can resolve this.
Absolutely.
A
So I
lot of
think,
times I see people complaining, but they're not taking action.
yeah.
You got to take action. If I say I feel like I'm sick, the action I have to take is go to a doctor. I can't say my doctor is not curing me because I haven't even gone to the doctor.
That's right. I think that's
My
beautifully explained.
my email, my number is there. Reach out to me. Send me all the documents. Let's see if we can do a non-protunct filing to bring your wife back onto the H4. Don't worry about the EAD, that is incidental. You don't have to have an EAD. There are a lot of H4 dependents who don't apply.
Okay. All right. So I think thank you so much, Ram, for your question. And here we have another comment from, I think let's take the Nidhi's question after some time. I would like to take up our viewer's question first. And this is, we received from RB Bites. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing the name. And he's asking that what was Biden's policy regulation on H1B extension? Can you please elaborate it? Also, what is the future on H4 EAD? Will it be challenged, though it's a regulation? Thanks.
Anything can be challenged by the Trump administration. When they came in, they rescinded all the executive orders passed by Biden. Just one scratch, on all the executive orders. But H4 EAD is not an executive order, it's a regulation. So will they pass a regulation? We don't know that yet. Is there a possibility? Yes. Now, what about Biden's H1B modernization rule? It's a whole big topic to talk about. And I think we'll have to do a session on that, Sam. We did one. We'll do one more as a continuation for a lot of the viewers. If we have a lot of viewers asking for this, we can do a repeat session.
Absolutely. I think that will be very important, and most of our viewers are likely, for the H1B visa mode. So we are definitely going to have another session. So RB Bitails, please stay tuned, stay connected, because with Uma, we come on every Thursday at 2 p.m. EST. So make sure to join this session and put up the questions. We are definitely going to answer it, and that will be very helpful for you. So thank you so much for your question, and let's go ahead. And Uma, I would like to know it from you. The other question that right now we have been seeing that Trump's immigration policies is actually leading to deport many illegal immigrants to Mexico and India. So, do you think that this deportation process, especially regarding Indians and Mexicans, is going to cause some tensions between these countries?
Well, I don't know if a lot of people have seen Originally, the president of Mexico, she refused to allow the plane full of people coming to Mexico who were being deported. She said, I'm not going to allow this plane to land. And President Trump then told her, if you don't allow, I'm going to put a lot of tariffs on you. And those will impact the Mexican government. So based on that, she allowed the plane to land. And Indian government also agreed to take back, I believe initially they said 18,000 Indians.
Yeah.
And India has been told, if you don't take back your people, you're going to face the same thing. We are going to place tariffs on you. So this is being threatened to a lot of countries, including Colombia, a lot of countries,
But
where they said,
yeah, please go ahead.
Even Canada has been threatened with tariffs.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a lot of these bully tactics.
But Uma, if we look into the current news also, I have been through that. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that they are going to do what's right regarding the illegal immigrants. So they have been saying that they will accept those illegal Indian immigrants back to the country. Even the Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar, he also said. So, isn't something that we can expect? I mean, how the relation with India and US will be after this deporting? I mean, do they have any hostile or will it be a normal one?
I don't think it'll be a very pleasant one. And I don't think Trump wants to have a hostile relationship with India. India is one of the biggest democratic country in the Asian continent. And both the countries have a lot of business trade dealings going on. India has one of the largest population where, a Verizon or a T-Mobile can come and set up businesses, have set up businesses. Google has their offices there. Yahoo does. Microsoft does. I'm sure, many other giants will be. Deloitte has offices. Uh, Ernest and Young. So they're not going to completely mess up their relationship. Maybe there will be some strained relationships between the two countries, but I don't think it'll be to an extent where it's going to be strained. But yes, if H1B is completely eradicated, or EB2, EB3 for India, nothing has been done, I think there will be a little bit more strain when it comes to that, because H1B is predominantly used by Indians. And the same with F1. If F1 is affected, Indian students will all suffer. And I don't think the government will do that. I hope not.
We absolutely hope not. And I don't think that if there will be something against from Trump's administration towards India, then it's automatically will not benefit USA as well, right? Because India and US, they have something like trade is a good relation. Then immigration is also a very, I mean, important factor in USA. So it's not that easy that their relation will become hostile. It may be a little strained, as you mentioned, and let's see what happens. And we can hope for the best as it goes on. Also, Uma, it's already 1 hour, but there's a last question that I would just like to know it from you because our viewers are very much concerned about it. Like, what tips or how can you say that how to prepare for Trump's new immigration policies in this barbed wire era? Any tips, any pointers that you would like our viewers to know about it?
Like I mentioned earlier, Sam, all my clients, we are giving out this know your rights information to them, especially undocumented people in the United States. Doesn't matter they're from India or any other country. And we're asking them to connect with us, have a consultation, talk to me, find out what are your options, how best you can protect yourself and your family. We have a lot of people who are undocumented but have children born in the United States, and they're worried what will happen if all of a sudden the parents are picked up and deported. So we're asking them to have a family member become a legal guardian through a guardianship process in the state courts, so that the children are just not left abandoned due to the deportation of the parents. So if they have a legal guardian who's willing to take up guardianship of these parents, of these children, we're telling them to do that. Or if somebody wants to adopt these children, we're telling them to do that. There are many, many options that we are telling people to take. And it's not a blanket thing that I can tell people.
Mm-hmm.
It's a case by case.
That's true. Absolutely.
Talking to an experienced immigration attorney is going to help people. And as I said, don't come to the office, don't drive. Sit at home and do a Zoom call.
Wow, that's so good. I think that will be so
People are
helpful
scared
for
of
them.
driving. People are scared to be in a parking lot. People are scared to go shopping. If you
Mm-hmm.
believe it or not, we have spoken to some of the gas station owners, most of them being Indian Pakistani, and they
Mm-hmm.
said their business has dropped by 50% since the executive order of not executive order, the regulation of the expedited removal has been passed. Their businesses have come down by 50% because people are scared to
Mm-hmm.
stop by, fill up gas, go
Yeah.
buy a beer, or, get a
Mm-hmm.
pack of chips and Coke, which they would do. They're not doing that anymore. Restaurants are seeing a
Mm-hmm.
slowdown. So this is affecting a lot of businesses too.
That's right. And somehow it's not also being very much beneficial for us as well, because as you said that they have been collecting taxes, so they also might see a little shift towards their us economy as well, right? And there are lots of things like Trump has said that there won't be any income tax, there will be tariffs. So I think with that, Uma, we really need another session, and we have so much to discuss. I still have so many pending questions for you, and I'm sure our viewers are also having so many questions, those intriguing questions that they have right now. So, friends, don't worry. We'll be coming back again next Thursday at 2 p.m. EST. So, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show, because it's very important to stay vigilant this time, knowledgeable, stay updated with every news, every statement that Trump is putting on in the media. And with that, we are definitely here to help you out. Attorney Uma Mantrawadi is here with lots of different, legal experts, legal advices. So you can contact her on the given number. I would like to tell it. That is 713-787-5297. And you can also email her on uma@mantralaw.com and visit her website www.mantralaw.com. So thank you so much, Uma, for being here. It was really, really insightful, as I was expected the same from you. So it was a wonderful session, and we really loved this, and we are hoping to see you soon.
Yes, and before I sign off, Sam, I know a lot of people who are going to question me today, tomorrow, and in the future. All those people who paid taxes to the government as illegal or undocumented workers, will they get back the money?
Oh, right, right.
We have to do a session on that, because I'm
Wow.
going to reach out to some of the senators or congressmen. I'm going to actually send them an email and see what is their response to that. Will the government give back their money? Okay, fine, you're deporting all of them,
Mm-hmm.
but you took their money.
Right, right.
So will they get back the money?
Wow. I'm
So
feeling
this
so
is something we're
excited.
going to. And
Absolutely.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
telling everyone, please go to my website. I'm putting up the information about Know Your Rights. Please get that. Use it as it applies to you. It's not a blanket thing again.
Mm-hmm.
Consult an attorney, please. In this time, this is the time of chaos, confusion, frustration. Every day we are seeing different things that are coming around. So be very watchful, be very careful, talk to an attorney, not blogs. That's not going to help you. Or come on the show every week. We will bring you the most current information and we will discuss your questions. This is not a national television. We're not looking for TRPs here. We're looking to provide facts to y'all. We give you the facts. We don't sugarcoat it. But you get the facts and then apply it to your case as it's applicable. With that, I'm just going to tell everyone, be safe and be happy. Provide positive information to people. Try and help each other in the community, in the US. This is a time of camaraderie, friendship, brotherhood, sisterhood. This is the time to reach out. Don't be vindictive. I had a fight with my friend. I don't like her. I'll make sure she gets deported.
Oh my
This
God.
is not the time for that.
Absolutely.
Let's have a humane approach. Let's help each other. I'm not telling you to commit any crimes by bringing people illegally. That's not what I'm saying. If you can help your neighbor, give them a meal, give them a ride, whatever you can do.
Wow.
Just be humane.
That is so thoughtful and that's so good. Thank you so much, Uma, for bringing this so much, to process. I think it's so much to learn from you. We got so much like wonderful insights about today's session. And I'm sure our viewers are feeling little confident right now after watching this session. So, friends, go ahead and still, if you have any questions regarding the today's topic, how you're going to prepare yourself under Trump's new immigration policies, then go ahead and put up these questions or doubts on the comment section. After this live session, also, we can take up those questions and provide the answers to your comments. So, thank you so much, everyone. And Uma, we are really looking forward to another session, another very
Absolutely.
insightful sessions with you, right? So,
Absolutely. Thank you, Sam. Sorry for my throat today. I apologize. Hopefully, I'll be better by next week.
no, that's that. We really didn't get to know that your sore was that your throat was sore because we were so much involved into the conversation. But still, that is so nice of you, Uma, that you came here, you took us some time and provided these insights. Thank you so much, Uma, for being here, and we
My
are hoping to
pleasure.
see you soon. All right,
We'll see you next week.
absolutely. All right, and with that, friends, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us, being a part of this session. And make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. Today, we discussed a very important topic and very essential topic. And don't try to miss this session. Don't try to miss any pointer because each session, each seconds of today's episode is very valuable. So make sure to go ahead and watch this session till the end. Thank you so much, everyone. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. I'm Sam, signing off for now. Goodbye and take care, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode on Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. I'm your host, Napasa Pradhan, and today we will be diving into another very critical topic, a pressing issue, a very timely one as well. And before I tell you what the topic is and who our guest is going to be for our webinar today, I have this very important disclaimer.
And that is, by watching our videos, you agree and understand that the information provided by our experts and attorneys, including comments and replies from users, is not legal advice. Use of information is at your own risk. So, folks out there, thank you so much for joining us. We are streaming live right now on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, X, and it's really amazing to have you. And good thing is that you can also participate by commenting wherever you're watching us. And yes, join us on YouTube, will be great. But other than all these platforms, you can also join us on call. And for that, you will have to dial this phone number that's displayed on the screen above, 425-436-6335, and the access code is 988-888. So join us, friends. And today's topic of discussion is, how is ICE's crackdown impacting immigrant communities across the US? So yes, with all the news that's we are bombarded with right now, increased enforcement actions, deportation, workplace raids, school raids, so many in the list, right? And they're all making headlines. Many immigrants, both documented and undocumented, they're all facing new challenges, and families are also being separated. Businesses are struggling, students are struggling, and the fear is growing in so many communities out there. So to help us break down this very interesting and a very timely topic, especially on what's happening, what's going on, what rights individuals have, and what to expect moving forward here on. So we have a very special guest who's going to join us once again, and he is Attorney Justin Rivera from Wasden Immigration Litigation, a very experienced immigration attorney. So please help me welcome him. Hi, Justin, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me. It's always nice to be on, especially on a Friday. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm looking forward. I know Fridays are supposed to be fun ones, especially that weekends are coming in. But our topic is such a serious one, and all the dark times, I would say. So, what can folks out there expect from today's discussion?
So yeah, I think I will preface this by saying, Wasden LLC, particularly, we work with people on business immigration visas. Work visas, things of that nature. So this is a little bit outside of my scope, a little bit outside my wheelhouse, but I think that after doing some research, I think I can provide at least an outline, a basic understanding of kind of what's going on right now, what is anticipated to occur, and kind of a little bit more about what this impact is going to be on not only people that are undocumented, but even people that are here in a legal status. So that'll hopefully I can shed light on that. There's a lot of great resources too that we'll try to highlight that are available to people as well.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward already. So, yes, we hear a lot of, things that you just shared before we started this webinar. We'll get into all that details as well. But I have some questions that I need to ask. And if we could start with, how has ICE's recent surge in deportation efforts, they have affected immigrant communities, particularly those without legal status? If you can highlight those, it would be very nice.
So yeah, I mean, anybody that's been watching the news has been aware of an increase in deportations and rates that is directly correlated to a change in administration. Where is that coming from? Basically, immigration officials are being given or have been given expanded enforcement discretion powers. So basically, they're being given a wider leash on what it is that they think, qualifies someone as deportable in this circumstance. Before, under the Biden administration, there was a prioritization, obviously, of certain individuals, probably people that weren't conforming with requirements for check-ins, things of that nature, violent individuals, stuff like that. Now, it seems that there has been a wider scope, a wider net that has been cast as to who qualifies under this deportable statute, who they believe needs to be prioritized for deportation. A big thing that I was noticing when I was looking into it was that there are a lot of individuals who they take place in what's called routine check-ins. So these are people who, their immigration status is suspect or they're undocumented, and a part of what they do to work with the government in an attempt to find a remedy is they routinely have check-ins with, ICE officials or immigration officials. Apparently, according to a couple different individuals, some people in Florida and other places, apparently some of those people are starting to get detained and deported. Now, that was not a prior practice, mainly because these are people who are conforming to the government's needs and actually providing an avenue for them to be tracked if needed, or provide additional information or documentation. These people were not prioritized, but at the end of the day, they are very easy people to deport to show increased deportation numbers. And what that has done is created a fear. There are presently about 1.4 million people who currently have pending deportation orders in the U.S. All of those people are obviously going to be targeted. And that can be, basically a circumstance where someone, if they're caught, they're done. They're being deported. I think there's going to be a growing call to have people under expedited removal at a higher rate. And what that basically means, expedited removal is removal without the need to go before an immigration judge. It's literally, you're put in, you're questioned, you sign the forms, and you're done. They put you on the plane to get you out. I think that's going to probably increase. And I really feel bad for the people who have been attempting to kind of follow the rules through this check-in process. And it's frustrating for those people because they're kind of caught in a catch-22. If they go to the check-in, then they're seemingly risking being in a circumstance where they could be, detained and deported. But if they don't go, they can also be placed into the deportation pool for non-compliance. So all of this obviously creates fear. It creates a circumstance where people don't know what to do or how they're supposed to behave or act, or what steps they're supposed to take. And I think that's kind of the point. I think that the point is to create chaos. And I think right now there's definitely been a lot of chaos created.
It is getting chaotic already, and we can see, so many people are already almost getting deported. Even Selena Gomez crying. Everybody is reacting to it.
I honestly can tell you personally, I have a story that I couldn't believe that I would have been talking about with people, but I'm going to tell you guys because it really happened to me. I got on a phone call on Wednesday with someone who called me because they're the younger brother of someone I know, someone I went to school with. And they called me because they needed to understand the I-485 adjustment process for people that marry a U.S. citizen. And the reason for that is because they had just found out that their girlfriend of 3 years, I believe, or 2.5, 3 years, had just been notified that their TPS status was going to expire. So this is, again, someone who's in the U.S. legally under temporary protected status. And this person's calling me frantically trying to figure it out, literally in the car driving to buy a wedding ring to expedite getting married so that he can ensure that this person can remain in the United States. That's the kind of chaos you're looking at right now. Going after people that are on parole, going after people that are on temporary protected status. It would very much shock me to think that those are the kinds of people that this administration's supporters wanted removed. And yet, here we are.
That's right, and that is just one case. There are so many stories out there. And
Yeah.
folks, if you want to share any of your stories as well, you can by commenting or by joining us on call, and it'll be really nice to have even Justin, tell us what we should do next. And with all these, deportations happening, Justin, maybe if you could give out some tips, as in what are some of the legal protections available to immigrants who are facing this right now, the threat
Right.
of deportation by ICE in this current climate.
So I would definitely say work with a lawyer that's more qualified than me in this regard. I would definitely say that. I can't sit here and say that I am qualified to handle this kind of exact case. But what I can do is at least provide general information and what people's rights are and what they can and can't do. So I want to say right off the bat, to kind of get rid of any rumor mills with the internet are always compounded. Legal permanent residents are not at risk in these circumstances. So that's a rumor that I saw when I was looking around on the internet. No, you're an LPR, you're fine. People formerly on temporary protected status could be at risk, though. The idea promoted by the Trump administration was that people with criminal convictions, pending criminal cases, and people with final removal orders were going to be the prioritization. However, people with pending asylum or parole could honestly end up getting caught in this and getting arrested and eventually deported. Specifically, humanitarian parole. I believe it was recently ended for Cubans and a couple of other different countries. So what are kind of the rights of individuals? If it's a civil arrest, it's very complex. If it's a civil arrest, there's not necessarily a constitutional right to an attorney, but you do have a right to due process and a right to protection from self-incrimination. So what I'll explain by that is you have the right to remain silent, just like they tell you, on any Law and Order. You don't have to provide information. You don't have to give over anything. So in the event that you're detained, I would basically say, don't talk, or express that you have the right to remain silent. And then secondly, express a right or a need to speak to your attorney. There's minutia there, but for the most part, you should have access to that counsel. I think another important thing to talk about is an ICE warrant. So an ICE warrant is an administrative warrant. And what that means is it does not allow the executing officer to demand entry into someone's home or their private space. However, a judicial warrant does. That is a warrant where they have gone and got it signed by a court to carry out an action. Typically, ICE is not going to go through the process of getting a judicial warrant because of how timely it is. So, if someone's in a situation where they're dealing with an ICE officer that is at their door knocking, you can say under the Fourth Amendment, you are required to show me a judicial warrant before I'm obligated to grant entry into my home. And then you can have them slide a copy of that warrant either under the door or through the window. You don't have to open the door. So warrants are typically going to be needed to go into sensitive areas. And sensitive areas are usually places like homes, schools, churches, doctors' offices, maybe courthouses. Now, under the Biden administration, most of those sensitive areas were explicitly non-targeted areas. And the reason for that is you don't want people that are here undocumented to be afraid to take their child to the doctor's office if their child is sick because they're afraid of being deported. So the courthouse was another one, similar thing. Maybe a child support case, for example. You don't want them to be afraid to go to the courthouse to appear for a child support hearing because then it hurts the system. Because now, the person can't pay child support, they can't put an order, paternity, any of that kind of stuff. What is the impact of that with the present administration? We're not sure. I mean, they rescinded Biden's guidance essentially. Now, they've been talking about saying, well, we're clearly not going to do that stuff, but we just don't think it needs to be, affirmed in writing that we're not going to do that stuff. So take it with a grain of salt. But this all kind of gets back to the fear avenue, like the notion that it's going to be difficult for people who are undocumented in particular to feel any level of comfort. It's scary for them. And I think that it's going to impact probably where they go, what they do, who they see, how they interact, because all of it's going to be suspect. They're going to be worried about the implications of the activity and whether or not ICE is going to be involved or even local law enforcement in some capacity. But yeah, I think really for people just knowing that, and I'll talk about it a little bit more in further detail, but knowing, you don't have to talk. You can express that right. You don't have to say anything, and you can, express a desire for counsel would be my two big points.
Thank you so much. I mean, those were great tips, and folks out there, I hope you have noted that down. These are some of your rights. So I think it's always best to do more research and contact an expert, an attorney. They will be able to guide you best. And also, ICE, they're being joined forces by FBI, DEA, so many people out there. And Justin, what else do you have to say if you want to add more?
So for the local law enforcement, I think we were going to talk about it later, but we can talk about it now if you want. I wanted to do a little bit of diving into that and what role the local law enforcement is supposed to play in federal deportation actions. So there's this section of the INA that's called 287G. So under 287G, state and local law enforcement are permitted to question, arrest, and detain people for suspected immigration violations, and in very unique circumstances, place them into removal. But there is no power beyond that point. So what it kind of creates is, does that particular police unit, or like Harris County, for example, because I live in Texas, does Harris County want to cooperate with the federal government? Because if they do, they are not given additional resources, because they basically are told, you're going to operate within the grounds of what we have within our budget. But if you're a state-funded entity and your main issue is to deter criminal activity, it's kind of hard to say, well, we're going to now fill up, 30 or 40% of our jails with issues related to immigration violations, and then also any time that's spent dealing with that is taken away from the amount of time that they can spend dealing with with criminal violations. So I think it really just is going to turn on where in the country that police, those officers are situated and how willing their offices are to comply. Now, in circumstances where they're carrying out issues for criminal activity, yeah, I think you're going to see some hand-holding, because it makes sense. Hey, this person who has an immigration issue has also been convicted of a violent crime, or, something of that nature. Then, yeah, it makes sense for them to play ball. The idea of deputizing the state and local police to expressly look for immigration issues, I think might be more suspect. I think time will tell on that, but it's probably not likely. That you're going to see a lot of participation, unless there's changes made in the law, in areas that are, maybe not predominantly blue, but maybe areas that have already large criminal issues. That police force is going to probably focus on that more so than help out with immigration issues. But we'll wait and see.
Yes, it's just getting more complicated. And from what we hear, people, or states who are not cooperating are also being said that they are going against Trump, and they are, facing more, what to say, like they are not compliant with what they need to follow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for those tips, I would say. And I would also like to greet some of our, folks out there who have joined us with comments. Santosh, we have Kiran, AJ, and Mangu also. So, yes, I think we should take up Mangu's comments quickly, because I
Sure.
think it is related. I'm deeply concerned about reports indicated that many immigrants, particularly those from India, are being detained and deported without adequate access to legal representation. How can we ensure their rights are upheld during deportation proceedings?
So I think specifically in that circumstance, my experience is those are individuals who have entered through CBP, typically through an airport, and those individuals are inspected before they are admitted to the United States. When you are undergoing inspection, you are not basically granted admittance into the U.S. and subject to the U.S.'s protections and laws. So what that means is, if you are coming in, let's say through Chicago O'Hare Airport. I hate that airport, by the way. I want to tell everyone on this call, it's one of the worst airports in the entire United States. It's just garbage. The 2-hour waits at security. It's ridiculous. Anyway, sorry. If you're coming in through Chicago O'Hare and you're on, let's say, an H-1B visa, when you go through CBP, if they tag you after they look at your information, you can be placed in what's called secondary inspection, right? Secondary inspection is a place where they take you into a room or a waiting room and then have you called in, and then they basically question you about whatever it was that popped up in your record when they scanned your passport, or whatever information you said that they thought, that's weird, we're going to need to look into that. When that happens and you're in secondary, you do not have a right to counsel. You have not been admitted to the United States. There is no right to counsel. You can even have a G28 from an attorney saying, this is the attorney that represents me. I'm coming into the US. I'm on a legal visa. Here's my G28. The CBP officer is going to take that and say, that's fantastic. I don't care. They're going to throw it right in a trash can. So the thing about this is we have had people recently be put into secondary inspection for 4+ hours who have no immigration history of violation, no problems whatsoever. They're literally just picked out. And we've had their spouses call us and say, what do I do? How can I do anything? You can't do anything. That person is basically on their own. So what we have to start doing for people, and what our firm is doing for people, is we're coaching people beforehand. We're saying, look, what are the things that you could be asked? What are the ways that you should answer that comport with what's in the petition that you're using to apply? And how do you need to answer those questions? And in doing that, we're hopeful that coupled with the fact that these people, are highly educated and trained individuals, are able to get through the system. Now, the other thing that I will say about that, when you're going through CBP, once they put you in secondary, 9 times out of 10, they're pulling all of your electronics out. They're going through everything that you have. Because now that you're back there with them in secondary, they're going to say, even if the problem that we've identified is fine, we may as well take a look at everything else to see if there's something that we can figure out to say there's an issue to make this person removable. So I think that coaching is going to be necessary, and it's going to require employers working with employees or individuals who are coming in even on maybe F1s, talking to attorneys beforehand to make sure that they're ready to come through. Because I cannot express to you how bad an expedited removal order screws up somebody's immigration future. It's just the truth. I mean, they carry with them default, you're getting a 5-year ban. So that's a 5-year ban from the United States that you can only overcome with a waiver. And then if you actually end up having a ban that comes with a finding of fraud or misrepresentation, that's a permanent inadmissibility bar. So those are issues that are colossal. And I think that it's open season now with CBP. I think that they are very willing to pull people into secondary. And so, Mangu, to answer your question, they're not going to be entitled to representation. And I think unless they're coached properly at the outset, they could open themselves up for reasons to be deported, even if they're nonsensical.
Thank you so much, Justin, for taking that up from Mangu. And Mangu, thank you so much for joining us. But yes, I would like to say do subscribe to our channel, Immigration and Jobs Talk Show, where we come up with amazing discussions like these, webinars like these that could be very, very informative and helpful. So, yes, and I think we should quickly take up Rag's question as well at the same time. He says, hi, Nipa and Justin. Yes, have heard bad news about ORD, but which airports are more hospitable and how does SFO fare?
Not sure what SFO is. I'm not an air traffic controller. Is that San Francisco?
Me too. Rag, tell us more about your question, please. What do you really want to know?
I will tell you guys just off the top of my head from practicing history and what I've been dealing with. I don't like O'Hare. I'm not a fan. It's San Fran. I have not heard bad things about San Francisco. I have not heard bad things about Seattle. That's another airport that's okay. I'm not a big fan of Dulles, which is in DC. I'm not a big fan of that one. I've seen a lot of people having issues with secondary there. And then those are kind of my big ones. The other one that I would caution people not to travel through ever is, I think it's the UAE, the Arab Emirates or something like that. The UAE airport, don't go through there. Like I've seen removal orders from UAE where the officers don't even know what the hell it is they're talking about or what they're basing their removal on. And yeah, eventually we can work on those cases and get those people back into the US. But you have to understand, once you're out, you're looking at best case scenario, probably half a year before you're getting back in. And that's if there's clear egregious error from what has happened to you. There's not clear egregious error, probably a year and a half, 2 years, maybe more. Some people are sitting out that entire expedited removal order. That one, the one Rog just said. No, not a fan of CBP there. I would say that there are bad airports. As that list expands, I can keep you guys updated. But for now, those are the ones that I don't like. The ones that I do generally are along the West Coast. Now that I'm starting to kind of think about it, I think the West Coast is usually more where I recommend people to travel through if it's optional. I've never had anybody have issues in like Denver or anything like that, but I'm not sure how many international flights you're getting there. But yeah, that's it. As I know more, I will let you guys know. There's definitely POEs also that I'm not a fan of, but I think that's really niche. That's only for people that are going to be traveling from Canada. So yeah, thanks for that question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think we should also just read out AJ's comment. Please don't make the places foreign national come from seem like God-forsaken places that nobody in their right minds want to return to, because for the most part, that is not the case.
Okay. Look, man, you're entitled to your opinion, but at the end of the day, there are definitely people that try to come to the United States from places that are in significantly worse off, not only financial, but governmental circumstances than what is here.
Yes.
It is
Thank
what
you
it
so
is.
much. Yeah.
Look,
Yes.
I understand that may be your opinion, but it may not be based in fact for everyone. Now, yeah, if somebody has to return to China, okay, they go back to China. The country at least has a semblance of a stable government, whatever your conditions against that government are. They at least have a stable government and an economy. There are plenty of places in South America that cannot say the same thing. And in fact, there are plenty of people who were just on temporary protective status who come from countries that can't say the same thing either. And at the end of the day, if your choices are between attempting to carve out a life in a place where you're unsafe and have no economic opportunities, and trying to go to a place where you could have safety and economic opportunities, not only for yourself, but for the people you care about, a lot of people are going to pick that option. And to say that we're going to shut off that valve under the notion that, no, these people are coming from countries that are completely fine, I think is nonsense. And I'll go far enough to say, would you want to visit that place?
There you go, AJ. But thank you so much for participating. He's one of our, frequent
Yeah,
viewers.
no, I appreciate it. Look, he's not completely wrong in regards of all of it. At the end of the day, there are definitely people who are going to undergo removal and they're going back to completely stable countries. And yes, the world doesn't end for those people, but it does change the scope of their life. People who are immigrating typically are coming to the United States because they're seeking economic opportunity or something else that's drawing them in. That's the whole push-pull of how immigration works. So yes, they'll go back to a country where they'll be fine, but it does change what they wanted to do, the scope of what they wanted to do with their life. And then that turns into a conversation about generally what you think about immigration itself, rather than where the individual is coming from. But, all right. Thank you, though, for the question. I appreciate it.
Thank you too, Justin, for taking that up. Such a sport you are. And, we should get back to our topic of discussion. And we are hearing so many raids happening already, affecting industries that depend on immigrant labor as well. So what legal risks do employers face?
So I'll be honest, when I was looking into this, the biggest thing that I saw people complaining about is actually I-9 compliance issues. And I-9 compliance issues, basically it's saying, when you hire somebody, they have to fill out an I-9 to show how they're in the country and able to work under authorization. If you violate I-9 compliance, you actually get dinged a set monetary amount for any violation related to the individual application. So if you have 45 employees and you have each one has 7 violations on it, however they drum it up, you're going to be looking at a circumstance where you're turning over thousands of dollars to the government, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to the government. So that right there is a big thing. In terms of the workplace raids, I don't know if they've been at the level people were really thinking they were going to be. I think that there was kind of this presumption that day one, you were going to see like just ICE everywhere, at every poultry factory or farm or any of these places where there's a presumption that undocumented workers are utilized. I'm not sure that's been seen at that big of a volume. I'm sure it's happened, but when it does happen, there are certain rights that individuals have. If you're a workplace owner, if you're the owner of a company, there's always the issue with the warrant. If it's an ICE warrant, it does not permit entry. It has to be a warrant from a judge. So until you set eyes on that, the individuals are not allowed to enter. You and your employees have the right to remain silent. You definitely have the right to counsel as the owner of that organization. I would recommend people be represented at all times at this point and have either a copy of a G28 on their phone or a copy of a G28 available in paper that they can hand over. And then have an opportunity to contact your counsel and, if possible, have your counsel present. Your employees have a right to remain silent. They have a right to remain silent, and they also should never, ever turn over documentation that is false. Never present anything that is false. Fake driver's license, social, whatever. Never turn anything over, and don't sign anything. I would recommend not signing anything until you've had an opportunity to have counsel review what's being signed. So if you are detained, be quiet, request a phone call, and request a copy of what's called the ICE National Detainee Handbook. So this is a document that has to be furbished when it's requested. Gives you an opportunity to look through it and know a little bit more about what your rights are. When you are that employer, request the ID of the individual ICE officer carrying out the warrant. Request a copy of the warrant, legal representation. Have a site manager assigned ahead of time who's going to know what to do during a raid. Don't talk without the lawyer present. And another thing about it is when you look at the warrant, you are allowed to contest anything that is beyond the scope of the warrant. So if the warrant is tailored to search in area X and the officers begin to divert off to area Y, that can be contested. And that's something that should be noted to your representation. So I would say to limit access to areas that are expressly mentioned within the purview of the warrant itself. And also, you do have a right to send all non-essential personnel home that are not required to speak with ICE. So you can clear out the area basically as well. But again, I would definitely say rule one, get representation ahead of time, speak with representation ahead of time, make a plan on what it is you're going to do, and then work from that. Let's not be reactive with this administration. Let's be proactive so that we're able to be prepared for when these things inevitably occur.
Absolutely. Very well put. And even this administration must have done just that. They have been planning this from a very long time and now putting everything out there for us.
No, absolutely. And, I honestly have to say, if you can say Trump, he sows chaos, he's a little bit, the freeze on grants and everything being what it was, going and being rescinded, nonsense, right? Have to give credit to how quickly this administration has begun implementing changes within immigration. It has been quick and it has been sweeping, not only for the undocumented, but for legal immigration as well. And so, yeah, they came in with a plan. They learned from the last time the administration was in a position of authority, and they are implementing those things very, very quickly.
Yes, very true. And, we still have so many questions to go. I would quickly like you to also highlight, how are FDNS site visits impacting H-1B employees as well? And, their employers in terms of compliance and even visa approvals.
So FDNS has been emboldened through changes in regulations, right? The H-1B modernization rule, which went into effect on the 17th, contained with it language that expressly codified the authority of FDNS. So now that it is no longer a voluntary process, it's a mandatory process, meaning that you have to play ball with FDNS. And if you don't, and they say non-compliance, then that's, their grounds or alleged grounds for opening the door for notices of intent to revoke for the H-1B. So what have we seen so far? I have not seen, as of now, a colossal uptick on the physical site visits, but those are very likely coming. What I have seen is an increase in the emails and phone calls being made to employees and employers requesting information and documentation. Now, those documentation requests, which were previously, maybe 8 or 10 things, and we would work and turn over maybe 6 because we think that they're actually related to the petition. Those have grown exponentially in scope. And, we're getting to a point where I saw one the other day that was 34 different questions. And the officer alleged that there was a 24-hour response time to provide all of that. And a lot of these things are beyond the scope of the petition. They have nothing to do with the individual's H-1B. And they're more so a fishing expedition. They're an opportunity to look back on the entire immigration history of the individual with the hope of finding a violation of status. And now that the officers have the ability to say, well, if you don't comply, we're just going to refer this for notice of intent to deny or revoke. Employers are more on edge. And I think that when you're an employer and you're going into this and you're not aware of what it is that you do need to provide and what you don't need to provide, and you're handing over everything, USCIS is going to figure out that they can just keep hitting you over and over. And they're going to do so. So I think that, for FDNS, it's going to get more aggressive. I think that even though there hasn't been an increase in site visits, I think what we're seeing is the preamble to it. I think we're seeing the increase in calls and emails is a gathering step where they're going to accumulate documentation and then execute on-site visits, because I think they're going to go after people who are working at third-party sites. I think that they're going to go after people who are working from home. And I think their goal is going to be to take all of the information that's turned over to them, run it against the statements made by the people in person, if they're not represented by counsel and realize that they should shut up and hand over the G28. And then they're going to run everything against each other, and they're going to find something or try to find something that shows that there has been fraud or misrepresentation, which would allow them to send a notice of intent to revoke for the petition. And I think that's what they're going to do. And I think that's going to be a powerful tool for them too. I think it's going to be something that they're going to want to hire more people to do this, because it's a great way to scare the individuals that are working subject to non-immigrant work visas. And that's not even just the H-1s. I mean, the L-1s are people that I think could face being targeted, which are specialized knowledge and managers and executives from multinational companies. I think the F1 program is probably going to be getting targeted in some capacity. So I think these are all things that are up they need to change basically how they're practicing now before it's too late and they end up into getting a revocation, because you get one and it really does open the door for them to just kind of hit you over and over again. And also, you have to remember what FDNS collects goes abroad to the consulates. And so not only are you dealing with issues with challenges potentially that you beat back with USCIS, could be grounds again for another issue when you go to apply for a visa abroad.
Right. And also, Justin, we've been hearing that, there's a lot in the news, actually. Everything is definitely sparking more panic and everything. But do you think everything is true? There are also false rumors about ICE raids, which are really sparking all this panic everywhere across the United States. You want to say about that too?
Well, social media is both a benefit and a burden to society at large. I think that it does a lot of things well, and I think it does a lot of things poorly. And something it does really poorly is allow for the simplistic dissemination of false information. I think that, the need to verify things has kind of fallen off. I'll be anecdotal and just let you guys know I quit X. I left. I quit that. I quit Instagram. I just, got to a point where I really couldn't handle it anymore. But unfortunately, it's kind of they're what is in our society now, and that information, that hole of false information, is what is constantly churned out to everyone. There are websites that are supposed to track statistical data in regards to deportations and raids and things like that. I would look at that information. I would use that as your barometer for, making a decision about whether or not the information is true. That being said, just because there hasn't been this colossal raid for work sites doesn't mean that it's not precluded. It doesn't mean that it's not going to come in the future. My personal opinion from the research I've done and the conversations I've had is right now what they're doing is cherry picking. They're taking low-hanging fruit. They're trying to go after low-hanging fruit because they want those deportation numbers to be bumped immediately so they can show that they're carrying out their promises, right? A big goal of the Trump administration's first 100 days is all the promises that they're going to keep. So they'll do that because it'll be an opportunity for them to just grab people and kick them out. And that way they can say, look, we've got something done. It may be once that is done that then the workplace raids start. It's really just a matter of time to see how it is. From legal immigration, though, I will tell you guys, things has already begun to change. The consulates have changed. They've become more aggressive, more difficult. Very quickly, I'll note the F1 program is seeing challenges that we have never seen before. For example, optional practical training, which is called OPT. OPT, you are allowed to work without pay. You do have to be paid on STEM OPT, but for OPT, you can work on what's called an unpaid internship. So we are seeing people that are applying for STEM OPT, which is their 2-year extension of OPT, get RFEs and eventually denials. And basically those denials are basically coming from this idea that under FLSA rules, the internship that they did that was unpaid should have been paid. And now this is really, it's a very odd argument for the government to make, because first off, how is a USCIS officer able to make that determination? The officer is now becoming an expert in employment law and is now able to tell what positions merit pay and what positions don't merit pay. Additionally, these unpaid internships, your OPT can only be for a year. Whose jobs are being protected if you're going after people that are working on unpaid internships? Is there a bunch of U.S. citizens who feel like they're not getting their crack at unpaid internships that want them? I don't know. And that's what I mean. It's literally just a tool to deny cases. And that's what their goal is. We just saw a notice of intent to deny come in literally before I got on this call, where they're saying that this person is not eligible for STEM OPT, which again, it's a 2-year extension of your OPT, lets you work for 2 more years. There are tons of requirements on it. You have to follow a specific training plan. It has to be approved by the school DSO, has to be paid, has to be in a degree related to your field. There is regulation and guidance over it. They're saying now that for some people, you went to a school and you went into a school that had a hybrid program. And the hybrid program allows you to take classes at home and at the school. They're saying that the school has failed to register this program with ICE as a hybrid program. And as a result of the school's failure to do this, you, the individual, have violated your status. And now your STEM OPT extension is denied. And again, it's great. What frustrates me so much about this is the goal is supposed to be to weed out fraud, right? It's to weed out people who are misusing or mistreating a system. How are these people doing that? They're not. It's just a new tool that they're going to try to use to deny people when they go to change status, when they go to apply for STEM OPT. And again, these are legal immigrants. These are people who paid money to go to schools in the U.S. and get an education here. People that we allege we want to retain because of their talent.
Exactly. And it would have made little sense if probably ICE would have sent a notice to the school instead, saying that you're not registered as a hybrid program.
Well, we've seen that they wouldn't bother to do that anyway. I mean, we've worked a bunch of cases recently where we had to get people's fraud findings removed because they worked at fraudulent employers. It was ICE. I mean, are they going after the employers? No, the employers just shut down. And then they go start another business or do something else. So yeah, it is this kind of ass backwards thought process by which you're saying we need to go after the kid that, the kid that at the end of the day hasn't intentionally done anything wrong, rather than the entity or the institution that should know better or be responsible for what they've done.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you so much though for that great example. And I think we still have a little bit more time if you please, and we should take up our Facebook questions quickly. And I would say, Rag, AJ, thank you so much for coming back with more comments. I would appeal to you to join us on call if you can. Our phone number is 425-436-6335 and the access code is 988-888. All right, so let's take up this first one from our Facebook group. It's from an anonymous participant asking, "Hi, I have applied H-1B through consultancy and I got RFE on November 2024. Yesterday, they are telling RFE document submitted, but in the site, it's still showing RFE status. Once RFE document submitted, the status will change, or is it the same as RFE status?"
So usually it's going to change to like RFE received, and your case, your case is your clock has been resumed, your processing clock. So that's usually what's going to happen first. Now that being said, USCIS is online. Their website, the case status website, is kind of notorious for how slow it is and how long it takes to update. So I wouldn't be surprised if you just sent an RFE response if it hasn't been updated. If you know that it's been delivered and the RFE, like you have confirmation that it was delivered from the tracking, and you get to about a week or a week and a half and you still don't see an update, I would think about reaching out and maybe trying to contact the helpline. If it's premium, they're way nicer. If you just email premium processing, they're usually going to give you a heads up on what's going on. But of course, that's because you paid, or your company paid $2,805 more for your case. So they're going to give you a little bit more detail. But usually the way it works is when you respond to an RFE, it's going to update and say RFE received and resumed processing. And then a couple of days will go by, or if you're in premium, a couple of days. If you're regular, Lord help you. But a couple of days will go by, and then it'll say RFE, case assigned with an officer, case assigned to an officer, case with an officer under review. That's just telling you that it's now on the desk of an officer so that they can look at the case and work on it. Does it mean your case will be approved within 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours? No. It just means that it's under active review. So after that happens, it's going to update. Usually it's going to update to either explaining that, the case was approved and an approval was emailed or will be sent to you, or additional information is needed. Another request for evidence has been issued, which don't be surprised if that's what you start seeing with the Trump administration. I'm just going to be very straight up with you. Anybody that submitted a first RFE and you didn't get your adjudication before Trump came into office, don't be shocked if a second RFE follows. That was very common under the last Trump administration, that you would get a first RFE on one issue and then you'd get a second RFE on 4 completely different unrelated issues. So don't be surprised if that happens. Just make sure you got a good attorney. But it'll update then, and then obviously worst case denial. Now, I want to tell everybody on this as an attorney that has practiced for going on 8 years, so we're all clear about something. If your case status updates to denied, your attorney does not know the reason for the denial until they get the denial notice. They are not clairvoyant. Now, yes, if the RFE is on specialty occupation only and the case is denied, it's specialty occupation. But they don't know why, because they don't get the adjudicator's reasoning until the denial notice is received by their office. And that can take a couple of days. So when your attorney tells you, knock on wood, I pray for you, no one gets denials. But if your attorney tells you, look, your case was denied, we have to wait and see the denial notice. It's not buying time. We genuinely don't know how to proceed until we see the notice. Do we think that there's an avenue that we can address the issue with premium processing? Do we think that we could file an appeal or a motion to reopen? How much time is left on your current non-immigrant status? And is this an opportunity where you can reapply? What is reapplying going to do versus appealing? All of those things have to be borne out by the language in the denial. So to answer your question, yes, it will update. Wait a week or two and then see what happens with it. And then if you're not in premium at this point, maybe think about upgrading to premium.
Yes, money talks, at least in this case. Premium processing is always, answered earlier. Let's go on to our next. Yeah, thanks, Justin. To our next question. This is also from an anonymous participant. Hello, everyone. I have a question. With the modernization rule of H-1B visa effective from 17th January 2025, do we need to state the starting date on or after October 1st? Another question is, my I-94 expiration date will be on June 15th, 2025. I will file I-129 on April 1st, 2025. So after filing, can I still stay in US until I-29 is approved? Or do I have to leave the US not later than 15th of June?
Okay, I'm going to do a lot of heavy lifting with this answer because I'm going to assume October 1st means you're talking about a quota case, because quota, October 1st is the first date you can be eligible for an H-1B if your case is selected in that year's lottery. You can move the start date around now. That is now permissible. So you can move it back or forward. However, if your I-94 expires June 15, 2025, and you're filing on April 1st, I would probably say you're going to want to try to get work authorization as soon as possible. So yes, if it's a quota case, you can move back that start date. If your I-94, though, is expiring, I believe that would mean that you are in a different status, because I believe F1 has DS as the status. So I'm going to handle that answer separately. If your I-94 expires June 15th, 2025, and you timely file an extension prior to that date, you are allowed to remain in the United States during the pendency of that application under what's called POSA bag. That's a period of stay authorized by the Attorney General. That POSA bag permits an individual to remain living in the United States and working subject to the conditions of that classification up to either the adjudication, or I believe it's, please don't quote me, you may have to look it up, 280 days after the expiration of their status. So it's either 180 or 280. All that is to say, I would just file the extension. You can remain in the United States while the H-1B extension is pending, if that's what it is. And then I would probably check that statute to see how long you get. And if you start to get close to it, upgrade the case to premium.
All right, there you go. Thank you so much, Justin. Let's go on to our next one quickly, please. I have joined a new company, product company, and my I-797 was approved in September last year. I have had one stamping done for H-1B, still valid, but thinking of getting another H-1B stamping in May this year. With the new changes, is it harder to get stamping nowadays? I'm worried because I have an MBA and I work in software implementation. Are there major chances of getting refusals during stamping because of degree, or is it checked only during petition?
So usually when the consulate looks at an application, a visa application, the only thing that they're supposed to send back would be fraud or misrepresentation on the petition. So as long as the petition was approved and the documentation in the petition is valid and confirmable, there shouldn't be an issue that requires inquiry into eligibility. You know, they should not technically be looking at if the position is a specialty occupation or if the beneficiary qualifies for the position. That's USCIS's job. So I would say the MBA isn't your concern here. I think what your concern is, and should be for most people, is the increased scrutiny at the consulates in general that have been placed on petitions by consular officers. That increased scrutiny, I think, is going to lead to an increase in 221Gs, and I think inevitably to an increase in visa refusals. So I would be a little cautious right now to go to the consulate, to be honest. I think in a perfect world, if you have the ability to wait a couple months and let the dust settle from this new adjudication and allow attorneys and companies to collect data so that they can start seeing what trends are, I think that's going to be your safest course of action. And that's regardless. I don't care if you have the squeakiest clean immigration record in the world. I don't care if you're a software developer and you're working for Apple and you have a degree in computer science. I would just say to anyone, just be careful. We're learning right now what to expect when people go abroad. I have an individual that I worked with at my former firm, and one of our client accounts had literally not received a denial, a blanket L visa denial in the preceding year or 2 years, I believe. They had already gotten 2 on this Monday. And that should be a little concerning because this is a massive multinational company. This is a corporation that you've seen advertisements for on television. It's a corporation that has a lot of power and money. They're getting visa refusals. So if these companies are getting visa refusals, what do you think the rest of the organizations are going to look like? You know, what's it going to look like for them? So we have to wait and see. And that's why I say data is key. Once we figure out data, what are the trends? What are the consulates asking for? We can adjust and then make changes that are needed to make sure that people have the highest probability of an approval when they go in for their interview.
All right. So, Justin, at this moment, we actually have a caller, and he is John Santu, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I can try. I'm very close to end on time. I'm sorry. but we're at noon.
All right. All right. John, if you could just quickly ask your question, please.
Yeah. Actually, I'm a non-citizen resident of this country. I've been here for at least 24 years now. I have filed my petition for marriage spouse. I had get abused by that. The spouse and I had separated. I asked her to let me file a divorce of that. She never did. I have ended up in a fiancé, a person that I take and make a life. She is a non-resident either. And we have 2 American citizen kids. Upon filing the marriage petition, they request more evidence. The immigration requests more evidence where the spouse have abused the power and said that she's no longer doing the papers. And imagine we lived together for at least 9 years.
Oh.
What is my position here?
Wow, that's an impressive fact pattern. I'm not going to lie to you. What I would tell you, to be just completely blunt with you, is if you want to have a discussion that is very fact centric, I would ask you to send an email to my office, because I would have to really delve into that. I mean, the fact of the matter is if you and the other party are no longer married, then my assumption would be your I-485. It's kind of a null and void situation. I'm honestly surprised your former spouse, or I guess still current spouse, hasn't moved to withdraw the I-130. So that's already its own independent issue. And then getting into the other issues, I think that would require a pretty detailed discussion. So if you want to send me an email with your facts, I'd be happy to take a look at your case, because it sounds, complex and intriguing. So if you want to shoot me an email, it's my first name, Justin, @wasden.law, or you can send it to support@wasden.law, and they can filter you in. We'd be more than happy to take a look.
I know you kind of busy. I can take that information from your associate right here. I have a very fast question here, sir. I know you had to go. The point is that I'm trying to get to is that I request a FOIA from immigration, and they never send that FOIA.
Okay. So you did a Freedom of Information Act, and you received confirmation of receipt of the FOIA?
Yeah, well, I did. I have contacted immigration consult, and we did send them for a FOIA, the FOIA, which means have the whole case that we dealt with.
Right. So usually how that works is you're going to get something back saying that your FOIA request has been received. It's going to be put in a particular category based on how complex or detailed it is, with a generalized timeline as to when you can anticipate receiving a response. Have you ever received any of that correspondence?
No.
Okay. So yeah, what I would probably do is follow up on that FOIA request then, just to make sure that it was properly submitted. Because the way it usually works is you submit the FOIA request, you get some level of acknowledgement, letting you know that it has been received, intaked, and assigned. And then you get a sort of timeline as to when you can anticipate getting your records returned to you. And then what they do is at the end of it, they send you basically a full breakdown of the documents, and usually what's a partial denial explanation. And they're going to say, look, we have either blocked this or X'd out certain parts of the document because of, and they'll say, national interest security, whatever have you, criminal investigation. But they have a litany of reasons why they can refuse certain parts of your FOIA. But the very first part of the whole FOIA request is you should be getting something back when you submit the request.
Yeah, because I have some of the documents that I have received from immigration, and when we went to that interview, I try to offer her if she does want our marriage to carry through. Imagine we have slept together for at least 10 years, a whole decade, as wife, husband, and wife. But something went down the line, and she decided not to carry on with her marriage. and that's when they request more evidence of me as an individual.
All right. So, John, I think I would just suggest you best to, have a one-on-one consultation with maybe Justin. And first off, email him all the details, please. I hope that you have noted this down. Support@wasden.law. And you can even call him on the number that is displayed on the screen. You can note it down, please. 844-592-7336. So I think we will have to, because your case is a little too complex and it cannot be solved right now. So it'll be best to contact him. Don't mind.
Okay. Now,
Uh, we will have to cut it short right now. So thank you so much for joining us
correct.
from Florida. All right. So thank you so much, Justin, for being so patient and for taking up all of our questions, and also, I mean, John Santu for joining us on call just now. We have
Yeah, no,
AJ, Rag, and so many folks out there. Thank you so much. But Justin,
thank you for
just
having me.
to
Yeah,
yeah.
last person, if you email me or whatever, that's fine, or set up a call. Look, they don't play around when it comes to marriage visa fraud. That's a pretty serious thing. So I'm gonna tell you right now, like that's a pretty serious case, and I think it requires the attention that it needs. But anyway, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No, I mean, I was just saying, yes, they will need to consult you because it's a very complex case. And maybe if you could just give us a few last words, to wrap up this session, this great discussion we had today.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for having me as always. I feel that this has been a fairly negative oriented conversation. Obviously, a lot of negative stuff. I will say this, our office had two recent beneficial outcomes in litigation that have assisted people with issues that they have had dealt with immigration. Their cases are being resolved presently, and we're hoping we can get them back, into the U.S. in the next, coming month or two. So that all that is to say this: there is still, the courts are still being the courts. Like, the courts are still doing what they can to follow the law right now. So that is always an avenue when everything else fails. There is litigation that's coming down the pipeline right now that is going to be challenging some of the modernization rule changes for the H-1B. So that's something that'll be coming up in the near future too. I'll maybe update you guys about it as it plays out. But yeah, all that being said, everybody, stay safe and have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you so much, Justin. You too. Have a fun Friday and a happy weekend ahead. I hope it gets positive by next week.
Me too. All right. Have a good one. Bye.
You too. Bye. Folks out there, thank you so much for joining. I'm so sorry if we couldn't take up all your follow-up questions, but Rag, AJ, always good to see you. You guys are our frequent viewers, visitors. So keep commenting, and thank you for sharing your opinions with us, AJ. Really great to know what you think as well and your thoughts. So keep sharing. And yes, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to us. All of you folks out there, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining. And stay tuned on Immigration and Jobs Talk Show because we got more discussions coming up, especially today at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We have Daily Immigration Dose, and I'm going to be back with my co-host Sam. And also, if you have to tell us more about your case or about yourself, please feel free to even contact me. And my phone number is 408-335-6444. You can even WhatsApp me in the same number. And you can email me. My email is nipa@staffingly.com. And yes, thank you once again for joining us. Stay tuned. Bye-bye for now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's episode of Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. I'm your host, Sam, and I'm back again with a very exciting episode that is lined up for you today. So, before diving into topic and announcing the name of our guest, here's a very important disclaimer. That is, by watching our videos, you agree and understand that the information provided by our experts and attorneys, including comments and replies from users, is not legal advice. So, use of information is at your own risk. All right, friends, once again, welcome back to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. I'm your host, Sam. And today we are diving into a very important and timely discussion. And the topic is, how can E2, L1, and EB5 visas open your path to US immigration through investment? So if you have ever considered starting a business or expanding your enterprise or making significant investments in the US, I think this is going to be a perfect opportunity to explore how the E2, L1 and EB5 visas can open doors to your American dream. And to help you in this, we are honored, to have one of the best attorneys, that is attorney Alessandro Giordano. Alessandro Giordano is a highly experienced immigration attorney licensed to practice in Florida, New Jersey, and New York. He has also dedicated his career solely to the practice of immigration law, helping individuals and businesses navigate the complexities of US immigration. So, Alessandro, first of all, a very warm welcome to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show for the very first time. And it's an honor to have a show with you, and we are really grateful that you are here with us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, Sam. Thank you. Hello, everybody. The pleasure is all mine. I look forward to sharing this important information with you all.
Wow, that's lovely. So, Alessandro, why don't you go ahead and share something about you, like how did you started your immigration journey with our viewers who don't know much about you?
Sure. So my name is Alessandro Giordano, and I am an immigration attorney. For the past 10 years, I have exclusively practiced immigration law. I am an immigrant myself, and having gone through the immigration system, so to say, I really found my vocation in helping others navigate as you said, the complexities of the immigration laws and the immigration journey. And this is why I almost exclusively practice immigration law.
Yeah, I think you were immigrant yourself, and that's why you decided to help, as you mentioned. So I think that was lovely, and that's why our viewers can connect with you more because you yourself is an immigrant. So I think that was a wonderful introduction, and now our viewers also got to know about you. So Alessandro, my question, before diving into today's session, I would like to know from your end that how are you seeing the US in the upcoming year under Trump's administration? Do you think there will be a new era for the US people, or it's going to be a nightmare?
There will definitely be significant changes. I practiced during the first administration of President Trump between 2016 and 2020. And I can tell you that things were different compared to the previous administration, the Obama administration, and the current administration, the Biden administration. So I definitely foresee changes. What I can tell you is it's something that all practitioners say, and I would say it's common knowledge that things will be hard for people who are in removal proceedings, people who are undocumented. But what I can tell you is that when it comes to employment-based and investment-based immigration, I have not seen many or as many changes, I would say, during the past, the previous Trump administration. So while there will definitely be things will definitely be different for people in removal proceedings, family petitions, and many other things. Hopefully, we will not see as many changes for people who are who intend to invest in the United States or intend to immigrate through a lawful path, such as investment-based visa or employment-based visas.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Alessandro, for letting us know about it, how the future we might think and we might predict regarding these visas. So with that, here's my first question to you is regarding today's topic that how can E2, L1 and EB5 visas open your path to US immigration through investment? I mean, what do you think? What our viewers can expect from today's episode?
So these are three different options: E2, L1, and EB5 visas. Um, E2 and L1, the first distinction that I would make is that E2 and L1 visas are non-immigrant visas, which means that they allow you to live and work in the United States temporarily, right? The EB5 is, on the other hand, an immigrant visa, so it will lead to once the requirements are met, to a grant of permanent residency. So these are three very good options for those who are seeking to live and work in the United States, either temporarily or for those who are seeking a settlement in the U.S. for a longer term, permanently.
All right. So, Alessandro, here's my another question with you. Like, this is a question that majorly most of the people, the investors,
Mhm.
they ask for. Like, which visa from E2, L1, or EB5 would you consider most suitable for an entrepreneur, and what are the key reasons for your recommendation?
It's a great question to begin with. So, as I mentioned, the first distinction to make is that the E2 and the L1 are non-immigrant visas. So they will allow you to live and work in the US temporarily, but do not directly lead to permanent residence. So both E2 and L1 visas can be renewed. The E2 can actually be renewed indefinitely, so long as the business still qualifies for E2, for the E2, and the investor qualifies for E2 status. The L1 can be renewed for a maximum of 5 or 7 years, depending on the type of visa. On the other hand, the EB5 is an immigrant visa, so which leads to a grant of permanent residence, leads to a green card if the requirements are met. Now, that said, the most suitable option, the most suitable visa, depends on one's specific goals. So the E2 is a great option for entrepreneurs from 3D countries, and we will discuss also what that means, what 3D countries mean within the context of an E2 visa. No, it is a great option for those who want to establish or manage a business, grow a business um, by investing a substantial amount of money. And we will also discuss what a substantial amount of money is considered for E2 purposes. The L1 is the ideal option for those companies seeking to expand into the United States. And the EB5 is the option for those with the resources to make a significantly higher investment and who wish to obtain permanent residence, to live and work permanently in the United States.
All right. So thank you so much for letting us know about it and giving us a detailed explanation on this. Also, Alessandro, I want to let my viewers know about it that friends, we are live on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter as well. And it would be great if you could join us. It would be great if you could post your questions from any of these platforms that you are watching this session in. And we are here for an hour, so it would be great to take your questions up and we will definitely answer them. So, yeah, I think with that, as we already understood about the basic understanding of the E2, L1, and EB5 also. Here's another question that how does the E2 visa allow investors to manage their businesses in the US and eventually bring family members?
So that's what the E2 visa is designed for. So the E2 visa is designed to allow investors to come to the United States and direct and develop, so actively manage and grow their business in the US. Besides that, the investor, the E2 investor, can bring his or her spouse, and the spouse can apply for work authorization and pursue employment anywhere in the US. Doesn't have to work necessarily in the E2 company like the investor has to do. And then the investor can also bring children. Children are those, under 21, children are under 21 that can attend school or college in the US. So I never stress this enough. The E2 visa is temporarily and must be renewed. But if the the business keeps meeting the eligibility requirements, it can be renewed indefinitely. So if the business remains operational and meets the requirements, it can be renewed, for indefinite period of time.
All right. So, also, Alessandro, here's a question that's coming in my mind, and that's a very basic one. Like, till now, we have been discussing regarding visas. But if we specifically discuss about the business, then is there any business or is there any other options related to business that you would like to suggest to our viewers? Like, this business will be a good one, good idea in US to put an investment to it. Is there any business types or is there any recommendations to it that you would like to tell to our viewers about it?
I would say that, again, we have to look at this question within the context of each specific visa, right? Referring to E2s, there is a requirement that the business in which the E2 investor will invest has to be an active business. It cannot be you cannot obtain an E2 visa by making a passive investment. For example, I cannot invest money in the stock market and apply for an e-visa based on that investment, or purchase real estate and rent it out as is. That's a passive investment. That's not going to work for an E2 visa. So definitely for an E2 visa, what we're looking for is an active investment. There has to be some sort of a entrepreneurial activity or commercial activity that supports the business.
All right. And would you like to say about the L1 and the EB5 as well?
The EB5, there are two ways to invest, quote unquote. One can apply for an EB5 by making a direct investment. So applies it, investing in a new enterprise, or investing through a government-approved regional center. So somebody who wants to take a more, I would say, quote-unquote, passive role within the investment and just invest the money without having to manage the business can apply through a regional center. These are the two ways that one can invest for within the EB5 context. As far as L1, really there is no type of business that's more suitable. The L1 boils down to there is a company abroad that's seeking to expand in the United States. They're looking to transfer either somebody who has held for 1 year within the past 3 years, managerial, executive, or specialized knowledge, capacity, or role. They're seeking to transfer this employee to work for a sister company, an affiliate company, a parent company, or subsidiary company in the United States in one of these three roles.
All right. So I think that was a very insightful answer that we got from you. And thank you so much, for putting that up. And let's move ahead with another question that is of L1 visa. So, Alessandro, we all are aware that L1 visa is known for intra-company transfers. So can you please explain how a foreign company can use the L1 visa to expand into the US?
Sure. That's exactly the purpose of this type of visa, of this visa classification. The L1 visa enables a foreign company to transfer employees to the US to establish or grow a US branch, an affiliate, or as a subsidiary. So the very first requirement, when we're looking at L1 visas, is the qualifying corporate relationship. For example, shared ownership. As I mentioned before, the foreign company and the US company, they have to be their affiliates. They have to be, one has to be parent and the other has to be a subsidiary. That means that one has to own and control the other, or they have to be owned and controlled by the same person, the same company, or the same group of owners. So that's the first requirement. Second requirement is that the transferred employee has served for 1 year within the past 3 years as an executive, as a manager, or as a specialized knowledge employee or worker. And this person needs to be transferred to the US to hold one of these three roles. And the role doesn't have to be the same. So if I was a manager for a year within the past 3 years in the company abroad, I worked in managerial capacity. The company in the US does not have to transfer me necessarily to work as a manager. I could be an executive or I could be a specialized knowledge employee. These are the pretty much the nuts and bolts of L1 visas and how they can help companies, foreign companies, expand into the US market.
But Alessandro, I am thinking about it. Like as you mentioned that the company can. It's not important to have the managerial post only. If a person is manager in this company, then through L1, it's not compulsory to have that managerial post. Then don't you think it's going to reduce the skills? Because if the designation is not exactly the same, how they are getting in that different nation, with the same company, then don't you think it would be a little affecting the employer in a negative way because the designation won't be the same? So, what's your point on this?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. So there is no legal requirement that the person holds the same role abroad and in the United States. And if, given the fact that there is this flexibility, if the petitioning company in the US decides that that employee is better suited or is needed in the US in that new vest, quote unquote, or in that new role, maybe there is a reason. So I would say that pertains more to business decision rather than a legal decision. From a legal standpoint, we can have somebody who was a specialized knowledge employee in their home country for the company abroad, the foreign company. Maybe they're needed managing personnel or managing, department or a unit or of the company in the US, and that's perfectly fine. How that affects the operations of the US company, that's more of a matter for the US company from a business standpoint, I think.
All right. I think that's very well explained, and I got my answer. I hope our viewers too got the answers. And meanwhile, Alessandro, the great thing is that there are some viewers who has joined us, and I can see Sanjay, I can see Sudhir, I can see Ravi. So, friends, it's lovely to have you all. And do let us know from which platform you friends are watching us right now, and keep on posting a question. It's not mandatory, to just post one question. You can ask follow up. You can ask any question related to today's topic, and we will definitely take them up. But till then, wait for some times. After asking some random questions from my end, I'll be coming back to your questions. Okay, so now, yeah, Alessandro, now I have another question regarding the EB5. So we know that EB5 is more for the green card and it provides the permanent residency. But we want to know more about it. Like, what does the EB5 visa offer other than just a green card?
So I would say that there are three main benefits. Number one, the EB5 investor can live and work in the United States permanently because they're going to get their green card if they meet all the eligibility requirements, and they can work anywhere in the country and they can do any kind of work, lawful work. Obviously, they don't have to work in the business where they invested funds in, like the E2 investor has to do. The E2 investor has to work in the E2 business, in the E2 company. The L1 transferee has to work for the L1 petitioning company. The EB5 investor, once they get their green card, they could live and work anywhere in the United States. So there is that kind of flexibility. Then family, they can bring along the family, so spouse and children under 21. And once they get their green card, they can also work and live anywhere in the United States, right, indefinitely. And they have access to, especially for the children of EB5 investors, they can gain access to U.S. schools and colleges at the same tuition rates as American citizens. Usually, that obviously, depends from school to school, college to college, but that's what I have seen and what the trend I think is. And then number three, after 5 years of being a permanent resident in the U.S., If you meet all the other eligibility requirements, you can apply for U.S. citizenship. These are the three, I think, most important things that EB-5 option offers more than E2L1, just beyond getting, I get my green card. This is what happens when you get your green card. You can live and work anywhere. Your kids can go to school at the same rates as, American citizens. And then you can apply for citizenship after 5 years.
Wonderful. I think that's wonderfully explained, with the pointers. So thank you so much, for letting us know about it. And I think it was a great answer. And most of the viewers, mostly think about, there's a confusion regarding EB-5 most of the time, because EB-5 mostly they consider for the permanent residency. But now I think after watching this session, they might be knowing more about it. But, I have another question that it's just a random thing that, what can you say about the visa process out of like E2, L1 and EB-5? Which visa process takes more time or maybe less time? Can you just talk about
the EB-5, this is notorious. EB-5 processing times are way longer. E2, you can apply for an E2 visa in two ways. If you're in the United States in lawful non-immigrant status, you could apply for a change of status. That doesn't give you a visa. That puts you in E2 status, right? If you are abroad, you apply for an E2 visa at a consulate. So the processing times depend on the times of the consulate. There are consulates who have a higher backlog or lower, more of a backlog or less of a backlog. So it depends. The L1 visa has 2 steps instead. Well, you could also apply for a change of status, but let's say you're abroad and you're applying, you want to the actual visa in your passport to be able to travel and enter as an L1 transferee. So you first petition, the U.S. company first petitions files a petition with USCIS, so in the United States. And then once approved, the petition gets transferred to the consulate abroad. So we also got to wait for, consular, for the consular interview or consular appointment, and that depends on how long the consulate will take. EB-5, different ball game, very long times, could take up to 2-3 years. But, if you're looking to get your green card and establish yourself permanently in the United States, it's definitely worth waiting.
Absolutely. I think waiting for 2 to 3 years instead of, and getting in return for a lifetime permanent residence, and I think it would be much worth it, But I think that's great. And we are getting to know about the visa process also with these 3 visa categories. So thank you so much again.
Yes.
We have, I think let's take a few questions from our viewers, because we are getting so many questions, so I don't want to upset them. And let's take Ravi's question. So Ravi is asking that my passport is currently under renewal and I have a valid H-1B visa stamped until September 2025. However, my I-94 is set to expire on January 12th, 25 due to the passport's expiration date. Once I receive my renewed passport, what steps should I take to extend or update my I-94 to reflect the visa's validity? Can I do this within the US or do I need to leave the country and re-enter?
Can you go back to the slide before?
I think, okay, let me read out this another question. And what can I do if my passport is received after my I-94 expiry?
I'm assuming this person is in the US, right? Ravi, I'm assuming you're in the US.
I think, Ravi, it would be great if you could let us know where you are actually asking this question in US or some on the other country.
I think you are in the US. So the I-94, so this is a general, generally speaking, the I-94 is what dictates your period of authorized stay in the US. You have to be very careful what's the expiration date of the I-94. And also, if there are very fact-specific questions, I would rather address them individually. So I encourage you to give me a call or to contact, an immigration attorney. There's my contact information right there. because there might be other questions that I want to ask you, and that might play a role into the answer.
And here Ravi answered yes, he is in Denver right now. So I think you predicted right.
Right. Yeah, I would assume so. So seems that there is a 994 that is expiring soon. That seems something time sensitive, very delicate. I encourage you to schedule a consultation.
All right. So I
Generally
think
speaking, you can extend your status. You can extend your status being in the U.S., but you have to file, paperwork. You have to wait. So it really depends on what the facts are, what the circumstances are, to determine what's best. Because you could, leave and re-enter if your visa is valid.
absolutely. So thank you so much, Ravi, for asking this question. And in case if you still have any follow-up question or would like to know more about any other question, any other topic that you would like to know, then please post them on the comment section and we will take them up. And meanwhile, you can also consult with our today's attorney, Alessandro Giordano. And the contact details are visible on the screen. You can see the telephone number is 973-494-5649. And you can also email him I would like to spell it out. That is AGIORDANO at THECOMPASSFIRM.com. And you can also visit his website, that is www.thecompassfirm.com. So I think it would be one of the great thing, if you could directly ask this question or any other question if you are
Right.
facing related to immigration process. So I think this would be a great one. And with that, I think let's take the another question that we received from a YouTube viewer, and that is from K. Vishwanathan. So his question is that L1 visa petition to be filed this month, but mostly after 17th Jan or 20th Jan. What will be the challenges and new rules with Trump administration? What would you like to say?
So it's hard to predict exactly if there will be any new rules. I think that after January 17 or January 20, after when? How long after those dates? I think that's still early in the administration. Maybe it might still be early in the administration to have any meaningful changes. So I would just, unfortunately, that's the only thing that you can do for now. Wait and see. But I don't know if there will be, again, catastrophic changes for these kind of business visas. I've seen, yes, during the past administration, the previous Trump administration, adjudicators were a little tougher. I could, I noticed that trend, tougher decision making on immigration officers' part. But really, the big changes that I expect are for people in removal proceedings, individuals in removal proceedings, or individuals who overstay their visas, individuals who are here undocumented. I'm not saying not to worry, but yeah, wait to worry.
Absolutely. And, with Trump's administration, we have also come across that in his first term, he was trying to limit the H-1B visas, but now most of his statements, he is actually favoring H-1B visa. So,
Right.
H-1B visas, people are more into it. But what's your opinion on this?
Yeah, as I said, employment-based and investment-based visas, I have not seen the administration being so tough as in other aspects of immigration. I practice a great deal of not only E2s and L1s, but also EB1s and EB2s. And to be honest with you, I haven't experienced that much difference. One thing that was different was when the travel ban was implemented. So that could affect the ability to travel, but that's not specific to L1 petitions or E2 petitions. That is across the board. only thing that I can say is that we're all, anxiously waiting for these changes. We just need to wait for now.
Absolutely. We can just hope that everything goes smoothly. But
Right.
as most of the people are very much concerned about like what's going to be under Trump's administration, but mostly, we have seen that he has been very stiff towards the immigration. But
Right.
if we look now for the H-1B visa, I think that's the mostly highly skilled workers that people need, right? And he's actually in favor of that. So I don't think any other visas like E2, L1, or the EB5 will also going to face some kind of hurdles or problems, regarding this
Yeah,
administration.
that's consistent with what I've seen before. Yeah, they were a little tougher. Administration was a little tougher, but nowhere near other areas of immigration law. So, yeah, I don't expect a catastrophe like for other immigrants.
Well, we hope so. And what do you think about the Biden's administration? Was Biden administration more in favor of immigration as compared to Trump's administration? What's your call on that?
I have seen. So I have two takes on this. Definitely more in favor under certain, um, you know, from a certain standpoint, not as tough, not as hard. When it came to individuals in removal proceedings, um, seeking benefits before the immigration court, and even adjudication of benefits like L1, C2s. Yes, not as tough, but also I have not seen this current administration favor immigrants and the immigration system as much as I thought it would. But now it's passed. We have 2 weeks, and we have to move forward and look what's ahead.
Absolutely. And I think it would be a great year, and that's what we can hope. So good luck to Americans, and obviously not just to Americans, it depends upon the whole globe. So
Right.
yeah, and, I think with this, Ravi has commented. I will definitely contact you, Mr. Thank you so much, Ravi, and it would be so good, that if you could directly consult with our attorney. And Vishwanathan is also here and saying thank you. Thank you so much,
Of
Vishwanathan,
course, you
for
guys are very welcome. My pleasure.
absolutely. And with this, Alessandro, I'll be coming back to our viewers' question after some time. But I would like to continue with another question that's mine. For someone who is considering the E2 visa, what are the common mistakes that applicants make when proving their investment?
That's a very nuanced question. I like it. I will give you first the three most, I would say, common misconceptions of the E2 visa.
Yeah.
First, so that we clarify what the E2 visa is for and for whom it is. The E2 visa, people think that E2 visa is for everyone. Unfortunately, it is not. It is for only nationals of certain countries. It's a treaty investor visa. That means that the U.S. has to have a treaty with your country of nationality or your country of citizenship. Okay, so only citizens of E2 treaty countries can apply for the E2 visa, and this is it's simple to find out what are the E2 treaty countries. You just Google E2 treaty countries, and one of the first results is the for the website of the Department of State, and they will tell you what the treaty countries are for the E2 visa. So another misconception is that any kind of investment will work for the E2 visa. That's not correct. What I said, what I said before, the investment for an E2 visa is to be active, cannot be a passive investment. So many people ask me if they can buy real estate and rent it out as is for profit, and then if this kind of investment is suitable for an E2, and it is not. So an E2 investment must involve some sort of commercial or entrepreneurial activity. So passive investments such as in the stock market or buying real estate and renting it out typically do not qualify. Another misconception is that the E2 visa might lead to a green card. No, there is no direct path from an E2 visa to a green card. So if you, after you're here in E2 status, you want to apply for a green card, you have to, seek an independent basis. And you cannot pass from an E2 to an EB5 automatically or directly. That there is no such thing. However, the E2 can be renewed indefinitely if the business keeps operating and qualifying. So you could be here for as long as you want, so long as you keep meeting the eligibility requirements. Now, as far as mistakes when it comes to E2, one of the main mistakes is failing to demonstrate that an investment is substantial. We have to demonstrate that we have invested a substantial amount of money into the E2 business. And then another mistake that I see frequently is insufficient documentation of the source of funds. Remember, when you invest in the United States, this is valid for both E2 and the EB5, but you have to demonstrate that your funds, the funds that you're investing, originated lawfully. It's called the source of funds. So we have to thoroughly document the lawful source of your investment. I would say that these are the main misconceptions and most common mistakes when it comes to E2 visas.
Absolutely. And I think that was a great one because it's not just important to understand the mistakes, but also, what people predict and what people think
Right.
with that, what mistakes they do. So thank you so much, Alessandro, and also for letting us know that these mistakes are not common only for the E2, but also for the EB5 visa. So
Right.
I think, it would be great if you could also, the EB5 investors can also look for these mistakes. And with that, here's another follow up question that we received from Ravi, and it is: will having a child born in France provide any advantage in expediting the green card process for an H1B visa holder? What would you like to say on this?
Not directly, not that I can think of.
Okay.
Not that I can think of.
Mhm. Okay, that's not an issue. I think.
I don't. Not that I can think of in the sense. I don't think so. I don't think it will provide any advantage in expediting the green card. No.
Okay, I hope Ravi, you got your answer. And let's move ahead with another question also that I have in my mind. That is, Alessandro, we can say that entrepreneur. I want to talk about the entrepreneurs and the business people. So, is it like, can an entrepreneur start a new business in the US under the E2 visa, or do they need to buy an existing business?
Great question. I get asked this question 100% of the time that I have an E2 consultation. People ask me
Right.
all the time, do I have to buy? Do I have to start from scratch, or can I buy an existing business and maybe keep it as is or make some changes? The answer is both. Either option is viable. Entrepreneurs or investors who are looking to come to the United States on an E2 visa, with an E2 visa, they can either start a new business from scratch or purchase an existing business.
Mhm.
So starting a new business allows obviously more control over the business, but it requires, there are some hurdles to starting from scratch, right?
Absolutely.
Purchasing an existing business offers the advantage of maybe an established business, some maybe operational history, customer base. So from a legal standpoint, both options are viable. You can come to the United States with an E2 visa by both starting a new business or purchasing an existing business. Which one is better for you depends on what you want to do.
Absolutely. And I think that was a wonderful answer. So I hope our viewers got to know that it's not exactly necessary, that to have to start a new business or to buy a new one. It completely depends upon your situation. And if and still you want to need a further clarification, or still you want to personally connect with our attorney, then you can directly contact him on the contact details that's visible on the screen.
and that is 973-494-5649. And with the email ID that is definitely, I would like to read it out, and that is Agiordano at thecompassfirm.com. And with the website, you can also visit there. That is www.thecompassfirm.com. So with that, we have another viewers also, and Sanjay is here. So I would like to take up his question. And Sanjay is asking that I am running a successful IT business in my home country, and I'm thinking about expanding it to the US. Would the L1 visa be a better choice than an E2 visa for me? What factors should I consider when choosing between the two?
The very first factors that you want to consider, Sanjay, are number one, are you a national of one of these treaty countries? Meaning you have a passport from a country that qualifies for an E2, right?
Right.
Not all countries qualify for an E2 visa, right? So if you're not a national or a citizen from an E2 treaty country, your only option would be the L1. So that's the first thing that you want to look at. Number two, the investment. This is something that we haven't discussed, but I would like to touch on it, Sam, if that's okay with you. The difference between
right.
The difference between the investment part, between E2s, L1s, and EB5s. They're completely different, type of investments required. For E2, the investment has to be substantial. The law doesn't tell us what is substantial, right? What substantial means doesn't say under 50 is not, over 50 it is. Under 100 is not, over 100 it is. No. Usually what I like to see is at least $100,000. So Sanjay, you want to look at, the funds that you can invest. Number one, if you're a citizen of a treaty country. Number two, if you can invest $100,000 at least. Those are the two requirements that I look at. Now, circling back to the differences, between the investment requirements, E2 has to be a substantial amount of money. L1 doesn't mandate specific investment. We just need to show that the company's operations in the US are adequately supported in terms of resources, personnel, but there is no set amount. And for the EB5 calls for a more significant investment, $1 million or $800,000, depends on where the funds will be invested.
All right. Okay, so here's another question, Alessandro. And with that, thank you so much, Sanjay, for participating. And in case, if you have any follow-up question, then please post them on the comment section. And with that, here's another question, that what are some of the challenges and advantages of using the L1 visa to move employees or executives to the US?
Interesting question. So the first challenge that I see when it comes to an L1 transferee, this is more for larger companies with a lot of owners, right? We have to prove that there is a qualifying corporate relationship between the company, the foreign company, the company abroad, and the company in the United States. When you have a large multinational company abroad with a lot of owners, it's complicated to prove that there is that relationship. Maybe the owners are not the same in the US. Maybe ownership is not the same in the US, right? And that's the first thing that usually, could be challenging when we deal with large multinational companies. And then number two, it's something that USCIS tends to question a lot, and it's the capacity in which the individual worked in the foreign company, right? So this is always challenging, demonstrating the employee's executive, managerial, or specialized role. So we have to be very, very detailed in the description of the duties. We have to be very, very specific. because that's usually a challenging part.
Absolutely. And also, what would you like to say about the advantages?
So the advantages for the L1, I would say off the top of my head, number one, there is no minimum investment required. It's not like the EB5 or the E2. You know, E2 again, as I said, I would like to see at least $100,000. You know, for L1, there is no such thing. There is no minimum investment amount required. Number two, if you qualify for an L1A, chances are you also qualify for an EB1C, which is a type of green card, an immigrant visa petition that leads to a green card that has the same or very similar requirements to an L1A. So if you have L1A status, you qualify for L1A status, you're here in L1, as an L1A transferee, chances are you can pursue, after some time, you can pursue EB1C classification and apply for your green card. So that's the second advantage that I would say. Then number three, you're allowed to bring your spouse and your children under 21. So you can come with the entire family. That's the third advantage that I would say.
I think there are lots of benefits to it, and I think it would be one of the great, a very safe kind of visa category to invest on. So thank you so much, Alessandro, for letting us know about it and for explaining not I won't say in a very detailed format, but in a very crisp and clear way. And I think with this, you were correct. The short answers are more correct and more accurate to understand. So with that, I would like to continue with my next question. That is, how do E2 visa holders navigate the challenges of renewing their visas, especially if their business is still growing? And what steps can they take to ensure smooth renewals and improve their chances for the approval?
So when you renew your E2 visa, I feel like renewing is a kind of an improper term because you're reapplying for the visa, right? And you have to show exactly the same requirements that you made the same requirements of eligibility that you showed the first time. Just you don't have to invest again because you can use the initial investment, right? But the renewal success for an E2 depends on a few things. First of all, the business has to show continued operations, right? The business has to still be operating and running. So we want to provide financial records to show that the business is operating and financially healthy, quote unquote. Then we want to show. I like to show that we are employing people in the United States, so job creation. These are usually the main point. There are obviously other requirements, but these are the things where an E2 visa holder that wants to renew his or her E2 visa should be more proactive about.
All right. Okay, and with that, here's another question: that how does the E2 visa allow investors to manage their businesses in the US and eventually bring family members?
So this is what the E2 visa is for. If you are an E2 investor, you're investing in a business in the US, has to be an active and operating business. And as an E2 investor, you're coming to the US to direct and develop the business. That's what you have to do, and that's all you can do. Differently, the spouse can come to the United States as an E2 dependent, apply for a work permit, and work anywhere else. They don't need to work in the E2 business. And then children under 21 as well, they can hold E2 status up until they're 21. They can go to school. They're allowed to study here. So this is something that's definitely worth considering. I would say it's a great advantage for an E2 family that wants to move to the United States.
Absolutely. And I think it's one of the most good benefit. It's going to be a very beneficial for them as well. So we can see, lots of benefits regarding L1, E2, and the EB5 as well. Though the visa process are different, but it depends which category they are choosing for. But these three categories have their own benefits. And if we also look for the 2025, then we can just hope that it's going to be beneficial year for these categories too. And I think with that, Alessandro, we have covered almost all the questions. And with that, we have been left for 10 more minutes. So I think with that, want to take my. Okay, let's take the viewer's question. And here's another question that I have got from Sudhir. That is, if I apply for an EB5 visa and invest in a regional center, how do I ensure my investment qualifies under USCIS rules? Also, what happens if the project fails? Will I lose my visa?
That's a loaded question. So if you're going through a regional center, these centers are pre-approved. So they should already qualify, under USCIS rules. But still, EB5s are very complex and nuanced. So get a lawyer to assist you, even if you're filing to a regional center. Okay. And then what happens if the project fails? There could be an issue. There is a conditional period of 2 years, and after 2 years, you have, after the investment, you have to show that the project is still standing. So EB5s are complex. If you have the intention to invest a large amount of money, 800,000 and up, I would say it's worth contacting an attorney and being counseled and assisted by somebody who has experience with EB5s, because again, it's very nuanced, very complex, and there could be some pitfalls. And you need to be explained all these things so that you can make an informed decision.
Absolutely. I think taking expert advice would be a great suggestion here. So with that, we have touched Sanjay's question, Sudhir's and Ravi's question. And Alessandro, we have more questions from our Facebook group, because there also we have our viewers who regularly post questions regarding the immigration topics, that we mostly have our webinars with. So here's another question that I would like to ask from you. That is, does buying an existing home care facility qualify for EB5?
Overbroad question, I think. There are many requirements to an EB5. Many requirements to an EB5. So, you have to invest in a new for-profit enterprise. So a new, commercial for-profit enterprise is one established after a certain date. Or if it was the certain date is November 29, 1990, if it was established before, you have to restructure or reorganize it, or make some changes. So it really depends. It is a very fact-specific question. And you need to invest the required amount. And that depends on where you're investing. You need to show that you are creating a certain amount of jobs. So I think that it's hard for me to answer this question based on the very, very, very little information provided.
Absolutely. I think it would be great, the one that who has posted this question. And if you're watching this session, it would be great to have more details. And, it would be better for us, and it would be better for our attorney also to answer your question. So no worries. Let's move ahead with our next question. And the question is that I'm a Canadian citizen of Indian origin. What is the processing time for obtaining a green card via the EB5 route? Are there any quota restrictions applicable to individuals born in India?
So for the EB5, again, the timings are very, very long. What does it mean, a Canadian citizen? So you have a Canadian passport, but Indian origin. Where were you born? Because the restrictions are for certain nationals.
I think he has been born from, I mean, in India only, and after that, sometimes he took Canadian citizenship.
Right, right. There is some backlog, and nationals of India are a little, we know that there are some restrictions. Um, but again, I would need to have a little more information to answer this question. To answer this question, there are some restrictions. Most EB5 categories now are current, or they have been current as of recently. But again, I would need a little more information to answer your question. So if there are questions that are very fact specific, I encourage you to, you don't have to. I like that you're posting anonymously. So I'm a big fan of confidentiality. um, but
Right.
if there are, they're very circumstances or fact specific, I encourage you to shoot me an email and we can take it from there.
Absolutely. I think that would be the great one. And thank you so much, Alessandro, for taking this up and at least letting our viewers know about it, like what they can expect from you. And with this, we have another question that how long does it currently take to receive an EAD and an advance parole card? Are applicants still getting a combo card? Also, are these cards being issued for 2 years or 5 years?
Again, I don't have enough information to answer this question. I can tell you that yes, combo cards are still being issued. It depends. For example, recently I had a husband and wife. One of them got the combo card, the other one got the work permit only, and that got the advanced parole in the good old paper fashion. But yes, combo cards are still being approved, are still being issued. And then it asked if they're being issued for 2 or 5 years. So at times the duration of the work authorization document, employment authorization document, depends on the category under which you're applying. So I would need to know maybe more about about the situation.
Absolutely. We completely understand this thing. And with this, I hope this question looks a bit detailed. So let's expect something from this. Control, if you could zoom in a bit so that it will be clear for
Thank
us.
you.
Thank you. Yeah. So it's the question is that good day to all. I have a few questions regarding E2 visa and would appreciate if some experts can provide advice. Firstly, if my spouse gets E2 visa and dependents, myself and kids, gets E2S, can the spouse who got E2 visa switch to E2s subsequently and dependent become E2 status?
I think
Let's,
this question is asking if this person has E2 and the spouse has E2 as a spouse, and then they
yeah,
switch. So the
true.
main E2 becomes the E2 spouse, and the spouse makes the investment. I mean, if you qualify, that's what I'm understanding, but it's a bit confusing to me. The way it's posed. If I understood correctly, it would be possible so long as you meet the requirements. And then I see that there is another question. After changing the status from B1, B2 to E2, while staying in the US, how E2 applicants may leave the US and re-entering. So I'm assuming the person enters the US with a B visa, a tourist visa, or B1, B2 business or tourist visa, with a visitor visa, and then change status. So if you want to re-enter in E2 status, you need to go to a consulate abroad and get the E2 visa stamped in your passport. And then you can re-enter with a E2 visa and have E2 status. So you would need to get the actual visa stamp in your passport for E2.
All right. So I think with this, Alessandro, we have completed our Facebook questions too, and I think most of our viewers also got your answer. And it's almost 1 hour, but there's one more question that I would like to know it from you because this is a mandatory one and it's very important to know. So, is there a famous company or entrepreneur who used the L1 visa to enter the US? And how did they ensure that their visa approval and what can others learn from their journey?
I love this question. So I love this question because many large multinational companies used L1 visa option. Like many large multinational companies, go have their employees go this route to transfer them to the U.S. However, this is something interesting that I actually want to emphasize. The L1 visa is not just for large corporations. Small and even new companies can also take advantage of this option, the L1 option, provided that they meet the requirements. Like there is something that is called L1 visa for a new office. So if you are a new company in the US, you can apply for an L1 if you're starting brand new in the US. You're in business for less than 1 year in the US. You can use the L1 to transfer employees from the foreign company into the new company in the US, even if you have nobody working in the US yet. So it is not just for, again, many large corporations use the L1 visa, but it is not only for large corporations. Small companies can use this too to establish or expand operations into the United States.
All right. So I think with this, we have almost reached to an end. And this was the last question that I wanted to know. And thank you so much, Alessandro, for taking this up and letting us know about it. And I'm sure, our viewers loved this session. They got to know so much about it. And the most importantly, I think they got more clarity regarding these three visa categories. And I think most of the people, they were concerned about the complexities and the problems, that is going to happen, that they predict that's going to happen in the upcoming year. But thank you so much to you for clearing that up and, taking all the questions very patiently and answering them. So from my side, I think this session was amazing one. And after all, this was your first time on our show. So I want to know, how did you feel? How was your experience?
I am very happy that you guys invited me. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to share, all this information with your public. I hope they enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you again. It was a pleasure for me.
Same here. And I think it was truly an honor to have you with us today and, to have this session and to introduce you to our viewers. It was one of the great thing. And thank you so much to our lovely viewers also who participated in today's webinar and asked their questions. And, even after this 1 hour that got ended, after this also, you can keep on commenting. You can keep on posting your questions. And in the next show that we are going to have with Alessandro, we will definitely take that up. So don't be upset with the fact that we are not going to continue our live session, because soon or later, we are definitely going to come back with another very exciting episode. And that's all. I think it's almost a wrap and we have reached 1 hour. So thank you so much, Alessandro, for being with us, for sharing such an insightful answers with us. I'm sure our audience loved it, and it was truly an honor to have a show with you. So thank you so much.
Pleasure was all mine. Thank you.
All right. So thank you so much, everyone, for this amazing session. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Immigration and Jobs Talk Show. And we will be coming back with more exciting episodes with different attorneys. And stay tuned. Keep updated yourself by also clicking on the bell icon that is going to visible on the screen. So thank you so much, everyone. And I think good luck and take care. Bye-bye for now.